as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfetter. K as in Kittens. M as in Magic. P as in Perfect. C as in Colette. U as in Unbelievable. V as in Victory. W as in Wonderful.
O for objection. S for sustain. E for buffering. E for Peptobane. S for sly, my friend, and you as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall. M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P, T for telling anything, R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong with ABCs of steel. You can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. 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 Never gonna let me down.
Hi guys. How is everybody? I tried to time the song so I could get through all the good mornings. There are so many. Hello to everybody. Next time I'll have to click fast. I'll have to be like this, like speeding through them. But we are, I know we start with that song and end with that song occasionally, but today is day 137 and we will have cross-examination of Quindarrius Zachary by Brian Steele. So perfect song to start off with. It's going to be day 137, which is crazy. That's just crazy all around. We're supposed to be starting at 8:45, unless I'm getting my times mixed up, but we haven't started. And yesterday, Whitaker told Love to have a witness ready. So hopefully that means, Steele does his cross-examination and we don't end up having an 11-hour redirect, and we can keep the trial moving along. But who knows? Who knows? Oh boy. And let's see. Yeah, I don't know why Hilton's been gone, but could just be a break, could just be a vacation. Who knows? Honestly, she could be doing something else, right? Where she doesn't need to be sitting in the courtroom, but she's doing whatever she needs to do, prepping a future witness. Good morning to everybody. And where's Anthony Benny? I heard that we didn't know if you were in the chat, but I did see your chats this morning. I don't know where it went. Everybody was saying, hello, things are moving quick in here. And this is from the Suno app. So I really just clipped the parts of Brian Steele doing the alphabet and put them together. And then the song is AI. which is crazy to think about how good that came out as AI. Okay, they're doing a 9 a.m. start time. Well, who knows? My times are all mixed up. Vague and ambiguous says I'm starting to think she may not bring Sprinkle back. Guys, I still can't get over that. I don't know if it was a Shard issue or a Kokomo issue, but that little teeny soundbite yesterday where they played, and it was just Michael Sprinkle's voice. It was only audio, and it was like, oh, I don't like the seating arrangement here. It feels like the United Nations. Like, what are we? I mean, I'm assuming the room, whatever room they're walking into, probably questioned Quindarrius Zachary back in 2017. Maybe it was like a really long table with a bunch of chairs, which is kind of odd if you only need like you, a partner, the witness, the person you're going to interview, and then the attorney that's with the person you're going to interview. You know, 4 people, but you got a room full of chairs. Maybe that's why he said it felt like the United Nations. But a weird comparison. Interesting comparison. Like, how did we get there? So that was a time. If you missed yesterday, or if you tuned in late yesterday, we also had a great opening moment. It was still direct with Love, and Love walks up and asks if Quindarrius Zachary is slime, but she's wearing a bright green suit. Like, why would you do that? Like, it had to be on purpose, right? It had to be on purpose. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. And a big thank you to Unknown Blue 305 ST. Decided to become a gang member today. Appreciate that. You look good in green, even though I know blue's in your name. Hey to everybody joining. But yeah, I can't get over that green suit. Just like a weird choice. Maybe another day when you're not interviewing a witness that you ask about being slime as your first question for the day. Oh, are you guys in a state of emergency in Georgia? Okay, so She Loves Fantasy says what they're going to do about court. Yeah, we have that in... I'm on the east coast of Florida, but, you know, Florida's like kind of like a skinny state. And this morning, we've been fine, the weather's fine right now, but 2 hours ago, I woke up because the wind and the rain was just like slapping the windows, slapping the side of the building. So it's just kind of like, all right, I guess we're starting early with Helene. So I know there's a lot of Floridians in the chat, especially if you are on the West Coast. I think take this one seriously. I don't think this one's going to be a little baby storm. I think this one's going to be... because it's not even supposed to touch down until tomorrow evening, and all the way on the East Coast, these wind bands were slapping us up this morning. So, what a time. And I don't know, you know, what did she whisper to Lil D? I mean, a lot of people are suggesting that Love wanted Quindarrius Zachary to stand for the jury and could have just been nagging him about that as he walked by yesterday. But the point is, it's kind of weird to just, like, snag a witness's, like, elbow, arm, sleeve and speak sternly to them while they're just walking out of the courtroom on a break. So, I mean, it's sunny here in Daytona. You know, we always have great weather right before a storm. It's crazy. Like, the sky is a beautiful blue. The clouds are, like, crisp, white, kind of little fluffy looking. It's like, oh, let's go outside, let's do something. And if you don't, like, know the weather, you'll be surprised in a few hours. All right, Tampa, no rain yet. Central, oh, be careful. Central Florida just, like, doesn't have drainage. So, oh man, stay dry in Central Florida. Okay, so it's sitting at a category 3 right now. Adrian says in Tampa, the water was really choppy this morning, and it sucks. I think it always looks so cool when it's choppy like that. But, you know, you don't want to be hanging out there just watching it. Yeah, a lot of Floridians in here. And I think the concern is they don't know, they always think there's a risk of a wobble, right? It could go north to Tallahassee, or it could do that last minute wobble and just decide it's going to make a right turn. So, Asiatic AZ says, a hurricane won't stop this railroad. Yeah, day 137 is going to keep going. we'll have to see about, I don't know. I think the rain does get bad in some parts of Georgia. Like when I visit my brother, some of the roads are really crazy when it rains a lot. So, who knows? I think the defense attorneys could use a day off. I think Doug said something about having like 60 other cases that are backlogged. That's not even something laughable, right? I'm laughing because it's awkward and sounds crazy, but it's a reality. And a day off could be good for them to work on any other number of cases that are just stuck in justice purgatory. Two Souls for You says I should bring the ABCs of Steel to Club Classy. I'll troll him. One day I'll do it. Gotta be careful, give away my secret. Gotta make sure I say that while he's not in here. Him and Amy, I hope you're not hearing my surprise. Oh man. Hey to Coley, hey to everyone joining in. We got from Detroit. I don't know. Did Hurricane Katrina hit Florida first? I should know that. I don't. But I think landfall, I think landfall was, I don't think it went over. I think it came up through the Gulf. So landfall was still in New Orleans. New Orleans. Already closing schools in Okeechobee. Yeah, it's just crazy, the flooding. I mean, when I lived in New York, it was like hilly and like there'd be flooding, but it would be because there'd be the dip. So there'd be like a pool of water and then everything up here would be dry. Everything would run off. But like Georgia and then even where I am in Florida, it's just like flat and then the water just sits pooled up on it. There's nowhere for it to drain. And some Florida drivers are crazy. Oh, did Love Show? Where did it go? Where's Smiling Wolf at? Oh, there was another one. Okay, and then Eslo says, you see the ex post of Love showing the evidence without it being admitted? Well, that would explain why she was so gung-ho yesterday. Do you guys remember how concerned she was that Max Short was standing at the podium, away from the jury, holding his paper like this? And she made a fuss. She said, "Oh, can you just instruct counsel not to, show stuff that's not admitted in front of the jury?" And then here we have Eslo saying, "Did you see the ex post of Love showing the evidence without it being admitted?" I mean, it's just always protection. It is just always, always, always protection. Yeah, this is true too, Ricky Williams. Most of them are transplants that can't drive. All those New Englanders coming down here. I'm on the Space Coast, Nettie Brunette. Ooh, so you say you're between Orlando and Daytona. You're probably, yeah, right in that floody area. Ooh, am I breaking up for you guys? Uh-oh. My little meter says excellent connection, so hopefully it was just for a second if it was, getting choppy there. Big shout out to Stephen T. Satchel for gifting a membership. Super nice of you. Thank you, Stephen. Always a joy to see you. Stephen has loads of wisdom that he drops in the chat. All right. And no audio in the courtroom. They're talking, but we can't hear it. Come on, media. She just hit her mic. Shard is smiling back there. Oh yeah, they did apparently subpoena Summer G last night. I don't know what the G stands for, but it's Summer G. Her initials are SG, her first name's Summer. I don't know what the G stands for, but I guess we'll find out. And I'm gonna pull up another feed because I don't know why we... All right, they didn't have it on. There we go. Oh, and they just muted it again. So, big shout out to Deanne gifting a membership. Thank you so much. I'm like, I feel like Doug's tie matches Yak a little bit.
He's here. Yeah.
Dang, the media is just like, we got to be careful. We got to mute all the time. Also, Kristen Vasquez asked, how does the real Catnat Williams feel with rain? I actually don't mind rain. It gives like a nice, comfy, cool day feel down here in Florida. You know, I miss the seasons from living up north. So sometimes a rainy day is kind of like a bit nostalgic. It brings a old feel. So I don't mind rain. I don't like driving in it because people drive crazy in it. Luckily, I don't really have to drive that much, you know. The other work I do, I work from home, luckily enough, so when I had to commute and it would be bad weather, just stressful driving. Must be cold in the courtroom, as usual. And AI Designs with the super sticker. Thank you so much, AI Designs. And I've been seeing you hanging out in other chats. It's been nice to run into you in the YouTube world out there. All right, Steele is ready. He's already at the podium. It was also funny yesterday when the judge, Shart was at the podium ready to start cross or continue cross or whatever. And Whitaker was like, all right, go ahead, Miss Love. Just because she's so used to saying it. Because she's always the one taking forever. Nick Starro says Atlanta will be relieved on an actual storm instead of the crop tornado Love creates in this courtroom. Shout out to Nick Starro. Holy moly. Hurricane Love. Oh, there's Hilton, you guys. And I promise the court is muted. It is not me. Heck yeah, shout out to the Bucky's,
Mr.
Lindsay.
Steele, you can proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Do you know how old you are as compared to Jeffrey Williams?
Like two, 3 years.
Okay. And you would be younger, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you met Jeffrey, you didn't know him at all until approximately 2009, is that correct?
Probably, yeah.
And you would be in 2009 about 17 years of age, did I do that right?
I'm not that wrong then.
16 years of age, what'd you say?
I probably like 15 when I met him, something like that.
Okay. Do you remember a place here in Atlanta area called Jonesboro South?
Yes.
Did you grow up there?
Nah.
Do you remember it closing by any chance?
Yeah.
Did you ever know Jeffrey if he lived in Jonesboro South? Were you ever aware of him at that time?
I went to school with his sister, but I ain't know him.
Okay. So is it fair to say you met Jeffrey later when you were about 15? Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him through, do you remember who you met him through?
Probably the Trentavis or Boo One on.
Okay. Okay. And when you were 15, Jeffrey would have been about 17, 18, fair to say?
Yes.
And from your observations, meaning your personal views, was Jeffrey interested in music at that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Overruled.
Foundation.
Overruled.
Answer. Yes, he was. I think he was already rapping.
Okay. And if you could just do me a favor, because the jurors want to hear you. If you could just, if you can, speak up. If you can't, that's fine. We'll do the best we can do. And when you say he was already rapping, did you ever go see him at underage performances, at clubs that allowed children under, young adults
Yes.
under the age of 18 or 21? And would it be fair to say that Jeffrey was rapping throughout the area where you were growing up and where he grew up?
Yes, that's how everybody met him, really.
Okay. And from your knowledge, your personal views, is it fair to say that you promoted, that may be a bad word, but you talked about Jeffrey's music
Yes.
and you told people you liked the music. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And other people in the area did the same. Is that true?
Yes.
And do you remember signs going up for when Jeffrey was performing?
All the time.
Okay.
Like when we were young, yeah.
One more time?
When we was younger, a lot, yeah.
Yeah. And this wasn't, at that point, Jeffrey involved with a record label or anything. This is just community getting behind an artist. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you were proud of him, right?
Everybody from the neighborhood was.
One more time.
Everybody from the neighborhood was.
And from that neighborhood that you grew up in and that you then later met Jeffrey, can you describe it to the jury? What your viewpoint? Tell the jurors what a typical day in that neighborhood was.
From what neighborhood? Cleveland Avenue?
15, 16 years old, yeah. You can look at the jurors if you want to. If you don't do it.
Rough. Every day.
Define rough.
Rough. Like, I can't really define it. It's just like a lot of stuff you just go through. Like, it's something always going on.
Okay. And as the time went on, so 15, 16, 17 years of age you are, okay?
Yes.
Did Jeffrey's popularity grow?
Yes.
In music, I'm talking about music.
I think it grew fast, yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the speed on which it grew came out of, it broadened it beyond the little area in Atlanta that you were living and that you knew Jeffrey?
Yes.
Did he start to play, if you know, in other venues, like a restaurant, bar, club, stadium? Did he start playing them outside of the Atlanta area?
I think going like all the little towns and stuff like that.
One more time.
Like all the little towns and stuff like that.
In
little cities and stuff.
And you talking about just in Georgia?
Georgia, Alabama, it'd be different. Like, just little small cities and stuff.
Okay. And did you ever go to those type of events?
Nah.
You stayed more locally. Is that fair
Yeah, I
to say?
stay local.
All right. Now, did there come a time, and I want to focus on 2013, 14, and 15. Okay. So you would be in those years, and take your time and think about it. But in approximately 2013, you would be
20.
okay. And then 14 would be about 21,
Yes.
15, 22. It's okay. Just
I don't remember.
it's all right.
I don't know.
Let's do it this way.
Yes, that's right.
That's about right?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say you were arrested in 2015. Fair to say?
Yes, I was still 21 when I was arrested, but I turned.
But go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I turned 22.
In 2015.
Yes.
Later, after the jurors heard about a August 5th, 2015 interview, audio recorded,
Yes.
video recorded, you saw some clips. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So you were about 21 at that time, about to turn 22. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So Jeffrey, if he's 2 or 3 years older than you, he'd be about 24 by 2015.
Yes.
Sound right? Okay. So I'm going back just a couple of years, 2013, 14, 15. So you'd be like 19, 20, 21, going into 22. Fair?
Yes.
I want you to lock in on that. And you were asked by Lawyer Love a question about after March of 2015, on your oath, your knowledge, did Jeffrey work with Rich Homie Quan? Remember those questions or that question?
No.
Okay. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey in 2013, 14, 15, and his musical career, okay?
Yes.
And if you don't remember this, don't know it, didn't observe it, just let us know, okay? By 2013, are you familiar with the Jeffrey's song Stoner? Are you familiar with that song?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether it came out in 2013?
Yeah, I think it was 13,
Okay.
13, 12, something like that. 13, one on.
All right. And do you remember a song, same year, 2013, Danny Glover by Jeffrey?
Yes.
All right. And did that come out about the same time, 2013?
Yeah, I think they came out like months apart or something like that.
And tell the jury, they may not know these songs. Tell the jury, from your observation, how popular were those songs? How many views, and you don't have to give a number, but how did you hear on the radio? Tell the jurors.
That's all you heard?
Objection, Your Honor, that's compound and it calls for speculation and there's not a foundation for his ability to say how popular it was. He can talk about his personal knowledge or feeling about it, but not everyone else.
That's what the question I understood to be, personally.
Tell the jurors.
That's all you heard everywhere you turn.
I can't hear it.
That's all you heard everywhere you turn.
Everywhere you turn, that's what you heard.
Yes.
Music-wise, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And then going into the next year, 2014, I want you to lock in on that date, okay? You're approximately 20, about to turn 21, okay?
Yes.
Jeffrey would be about 3 years older than you. He'd be about 23, right?
Yes.
All right. And I know you said 2 or 3 years, so 22, 23. Do you remember a song personally? You know the band Rich Gang or the group Rich Gang or the?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a song called Lifestyle?
Yes.
Tell the jurors the popularity through your own observation of Lifestyle.
That song took over the world. Like
I can't hear you.
that song took over the world. Like everybody loved the song.
How about, you know, a song, Hookah?
Yeah.
It's spelled Hookah. Do you know who Tyga is? Tyga.
Yes.
Do you know that song with Jeffrey and Tyga? Tell the jurors in 2014 how popular, if at all, that song was.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
403.
Okay. Did you hear that song on the radio?
Objection, Your
Yeah.
Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, a lot.
Okay. How about the same year, you know, an artist named Clifford Harris, phenomenal artist known as T.I.?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a song, All About the Money, that Jeffrey, and it featured T.I.?
Yeah, I know a lot of his songs. Yeah.
Okay. And that's 2014 as well?
Yes.
So by 2013 and 14, from your own life experiences, how well known in the Atlanta area, your area, was Jeffrey?
Everybody knew him before then.
One more time.
Everybody knew him even before then, though.
Okay. And then by 2014, so you're about 20, turning 21, did you ever go to Jeffrey's shows outside of Georgia or Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, 14. Yeah.
I couldn't hear the last thing you said.
Yes. You said around 2014. Yes.
Okay. Now 2015.
Yes.
You're 21, turning 22 later in the year. It's going to be the year you get arrested, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a song called Check, Check,
Yes.
by Jeffrey? And from your observation, was that a very popular song?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm bad.
That's okay. And it's not okay,
Oh.
but no one thinks you did it on purpose. I don't think.
Move on.
How about with that? It's spelled Wittthat. You know that song by Jeffrey?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Best Friend. You know that song by Jeffrey?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
I'm asking if he knows the song.
I know.
By 2015, were you aware of Jeffrey touring,
Yes.
okay? And did you go on a tour?
Yes.
You ever hear of the rodeo tour?
Yes, I went for like probably 10 days, 9 days, something like that. I got sick.
Okay. And by 2013, 14, and 15, you met in approximately August 2014, you met Kenneth Copeland, fair to say?
Yes.
And he and you became close friends, true?
Not close, but yeah.
Okay. And you met Demikian Garlington, right?
I had already knew him.
And you were close with him, right?
Yes.
And you were committing crimes with Demikian Garlington, right?
Yes.
And Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah.
Okay. And while Jeffrey is, you know, he's in the studio all the time if he's not touring, is that true?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation unless he has personal knowledge of Mr. Williams.
Sustained.
Have you seen Jeffrey in the studio?
A lot.
Okay. And while these crimes are going on that the jurors heard about, drive-by shootings, you did that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as to misrepresentation about, or vagueness rather, when
Vagueness sustained.
You did drive-by shootings that you
CCs.
discussed with this jury, right?
That I'm convicted of, yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey never asked you to do those drive-by shootings, did he?
I ain't even know.
Okay. And Jeffrey, you knew by 2013, 14, and 15, he is touring outside of Atlanta all the time. Is that true?
objection vague.
Sustained.
Do you know if he's touring in 2013 outside Atlanta?
Yes.
Do you know if he's touring outside Atlanta in 2014?
Yes.
How about 15?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already marked. It's in evidence, Your Honor. It's Mr. Williams' numbers 220A. It goes up to 220XX. May I approach?
May I just-
May I approach you when they are done looking at the
Yes.
exhibits?
And while they're doing that, super big shout out to both Classy Beats and Amy E for not only showing so much love, but they have a great platform that they're running over on
Just go
Classy
to the
Beats
sticky
channel.
clip on it.
I'm going to keep linking to it.
Remove
So
it
keep
if you
checking the
need to.
chat
I will
and
remove it.
subscribe.
Just, if you can, just keep them in order. Just go through these, just flip through them. Tell me when you can.
Go through all on?
Yeah, you know, just tell me if you remember those concerts, and if you attended some of them. Well, let's go around, Judge. Can I approach Ms. Brennan?
And I agree. He looks like he's in a, I don't know, like yesterday his face was kind of puffy. He looks a bit better today, but again, who knows what someone's actually feeling like. And I think that has to be part of planning for how you're going to approach the witness. You're starting with him early in the day. You know, that might change my strategy a bit versus starting with a witness late in the afternoon, especially when the morning had direct from Love Still. Oh yeah, and shout out to Steph JK winning a door prize over at Club Classy. Congratulations, Steph. Do you guys remember when Detective Long was on the stand looking through the transcript pages, trying to come up with a lie? I'm not saying that's what he's doing here. I'm just thinking of the page flipping. Oh, that was a time. Stephen T. Satchel says, Steele is repeating his Woody Cross. Yep. You know, Jeffrey Williams was out of town. He tried to get his friends to explore other places. He was busy. He might have known people, but he knew a lot of people. He worked with a lot of these artists. And I think it's a great strategy overall, because in a long trial, if you repeat your questioning of different witnesses, you know, the witnesses might be a blur, but if you have the same type of questioning for 4 or 5 different witnesses, that sticks better too. Look at the two of them talking over here. And Ike, this is a great point too. Mr. Steele does not refer to Jeffrey Williams as anything else. That's class and a difficult form of discipline. Absolutely. When I'm streaming, I'm like, Williams, Jeffrey Williams, Thug, Young Williams. Like, it's hard. It is difficult. And he's so consistent with only calling him Jeffrey Williams. What are we staring at?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were done. Are you familiar with some or all of those concerts?
I saw a couple of the photos that I remember.
Okay. Were you present? Did you go to any of those concerts that you remember?
Yeah, some of 'em.
Okay. And the rodeo tour, I know you got sick and you had to go home, you said, right? But did you start out on the rodeo tour?
Yes.
And do you remember when that started?
I don't remember exactly what.
Let me show you what's already in evidence. The first 3 pages, Your Honor, it's, or the first couple pages. I don't want to say 3, although it is 3. It's Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 19. May I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Have you seen the cover of this at all?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. I just opened it up. If it refreshes your memory, tell us, but is that the rodeo tour? Is that the places that you went to before you got sick and went home? When I say places, and if you need help, sir, I know it's small writing, just let me know.
I remember what city I stopped at.
What city did you stop at?
Chicago.
Had you ever been outside of the Atlanta area in those cities before the rodeo tour?
Not in no area.
No area, right?
Not in those areas, no.
Okay. Now, if you can see it, and it may not be clear, so I will come up with the court's permission. What date were you sent home? Or, you know, did you have to go home for your illness?
1-5. I don't know. I just know Chicago.
That's
I
fine.
remember the city.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yay.
May I approach you, sir? May I come forward to you?
Yes.
Let me just look. Just point to me where it says Chicago. Right there? Does that say, if you could see it, March 8th, 2015?
It was around that time.
Okay. So, when you were sent home from that tour, by that time, March 8th, 2015, it is true, is it not, that Kenneth Copeland told you that he was committing crimes and shootings? Is that true?
Objection, Fagan, hearsay.
Overruled.
Say it again.
Sure. Is it true that by March of 2015, while Jeffrey's on the tour, Kenneth Copeland was not getting along with Shellkel, or you know who Shellkel is?
I remember the name, yeah.
Okay. They were not getting along. True?
Objection would call for speculation.
Sustained.
If you know.
Your Honor, I'd ask for foundation.
Do you know whether Kenneth Copeland told you that he was not getting along and was in a big fight with Shellkel?
Before them days, he had already been told.
That's what I'm asking, but I can't hear you, and tell the jurors.
I say before them days, he had already told him.
Okay. And when you say before them days, those days, Mr. Copeland was already in an argument, that's my word, with Shellkel. True?
Yes,
A disagreement, right?
yes,
And it was violent. True?
yeah,
They would shoot at each other at times, right?
yeah,
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland told you that, right?
yeah,
Okay. Same with Donovan Thomas. Kenneth Copeland stole from Donovan Thomas. You're aware of that, right?
yeah.
He broke into his car, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
And he took his identification. Remember that?
I think it was some jewelry or something like that.
Okay. Mr. Copeland also took the peanut chain. Remember that?
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I just remember something about some jewelry.
It was jewelry. All right. And Donovan Thomas later found out that it was Kenneth Copeland who stole from him, right?
Yeah, I think he ended up giving it back or something like that. I don't remember too much of that.
That's fine. And you discussed that with Kenneth Copeland, right?
I don't know if it was directly with him, but it was probably around him.
Or Mr. Garlington, right?
It was one of them, yeah.
And all that then also includes Kenneth Copeland being beaten, embarrassed at Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. If you don't remember the date, just say I don't remember.
I remember that. I remember him getting fired. I don't remember the date.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland you saw him after the fight, right?
Yeah,
He had a knot on his head, right?
yeah.
Black eye.
Oh, yeah. I think his eye was swollen or something like that.
Okay. And this happened at Club Crucial, and Kenneth Copeland was mad. He told you that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And during that whole time, throughout the rodeo tour, you know, through your own observation, Jeffrey Williams was friendly with Donovan Thomas. True?
Through
I'm
the
sorry,
rodeo?
Wait, go ahead.
You know what, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I told, yeah.
That's true, right? Tell the jurors.
Yeah, I've been told him that.
Okay. And Jeffrey is doing his career, right?
Yes.
And Kenneth Copeland doesn't ask, to your knowledge, Jeffrey for permission to get into an argument or fight or shoot at anyone, does he?
Wait, he a grown man. He ain't gonna ask him, man. I mean,
You
grown.
gotta speak slower to the jurors.
My bad. He grown. I mean, you know, you grown. He ain't got it. Like, he don't control nobody.
Okay. And you also told that to the police, right?
Yes.
You were asked, I started about Rich Homie Kwan. You know who that is, right? The performer?
Yeah.
His name is Mr. Lamar. Do you know him as his real name by any chance?
No, I don't know her real name.
Okay. And you were asked, and I think you said you don't remember, so don't worry about that. But after, I want to talk to you after, on and after March of 2015, if Jeffrey working with Rich Homie Quan, okay, in the music field. I want to focus on that, okay? That's what we're focusing on. You with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Jeffrey's contractual obligations at that time? And if you don't, just say, I don't know.
Man, you got to explain what you just said.
Okay. Did you know whether Jeffrey was signed to an agreement with a record label that he had to do certain performances with certain people by March of 2015? Were you aware of that?
I think he had a contract, yeah.
Okay. And were you ever in any negotiations or meetings or review any contracts?
No.
All right. And did Jeffrey ever go to you and ask, is this a good opinion?
No.
And you follow Jeffrey's career to this day, right?
What you mean?
Okay.
Like, still listen to music?
That was a bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you did that your whole time since you met him, right?
Yeah.
And by 2015, were you, did you go to Europe with Jeffrey after the rodeo tour ended?
No, I think I was locked up already.
Okay. You knew he went though, right?
Yes, I
You kn-
heard about it.
Okay. You knew he went twice in 2015 to play in Europe, right?
And foundation,
Objection, what in foundation?
speculation and foundation.
Well, he's asking if he knew or not, so he can say yes or no. Overruled.
I remember hearing about one of them in 15.
Okay. And were you aware, if you were personally, that Jeffrey was written up in the New York Times, 2015?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Were you aware that Jeffrey was contracted with, if you don't know, just say it, Calvin Klein?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Do you were aware
Okay.
Jeffrey?
That always bothers me. That's extremely relevant because when you are contracted to a brand like that, you can't just be out here acting a fool. So it's relevant, and I mean, Steele really could have made an argument if he wanted to be fair, because he didn't say why it was relevant. But how is it not relevant? You can't just be representing Calvin Klein and out here doing drive-by shootings.
Jeffrey was contracted with Puma,
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
2015.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Were you aware that Jeffrey was written up in Vogue magazine?
Your
All
Honor,
right, so that whole line of questioning, I think we're going to get the same objection and it's going to be the same ruling.
By the time that you are, as you said, locked up, that means in jail, right?
Yes.
By that time in 2015, tell the jurors since that time your interactions with Jeffrey Williams.
Since I've been in prison?
Since 2015, you made bond one time, right? You got out, then you were rearrested, right?
I ain't saw him again.
I can't hear you. Not
I haven't seen him since.
So since 2015, approximately, we're talking about April. Is that true? The first time you got locked up, then you
May.
made bond?
May.
May, sorry. To this day, you had zero means no, communication with Jeffrey Williams. Is that true?
I mean, I've been locked up the whole, I just got out with last year before last.
Okay, so the year before last to now, do you ever have communication with Jeffrey?
No,
While in custody, do you ever have communication with Jeffrey?
no,
Did he pay for your lawyer?
no,
Did he pay for any bond?
no,
He didn't contact you, right?
no, and I ain't contact him.
Right. Because your relationship with Jeffrey wasn't this, he's the gang leader, right?
Nah, it was never that.
And you told that to the authorities, right?
Yes.
And when Kenneth Copeland is telling you about, and you know about crimes he's doing, that's not at the behest. That's a bad word. That's not to your knowledge because Jeffrey Williams asked him to, right?
objection, that's speculation, and that would be just speculation.
Sustained.
To your knowledge, has Jeffrey Williams ever asked anyone to shoot up a home?
No,
To your knowledge and information, tell the jurors if you have any information, did Jeffrey Williams ever tell anyone to murder someone?
I already told him he wasn't like that. He ain't get involved in stuff like that.
To your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams even know about the killing of Donovan Thomas until it was broadcast afterwards?
Afterwards, he knew afterwards.
I can't hear you.
Afterwards, whatever you said.
And you were asked by the lawyer Love, and if you don't remember, just say, I don't remember the question. But you were asked whether Jeffrey Williams acted normal after all.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that. You saw Jeffrey Williams at his Sky House condo later in the evening of January 10th, 2015, going into the early morning hours, maybe better, January 11th, 2015, true?
Like early morning, like,
Okay,
you know,
so it's the next day.
yeah, like 4, 5 in the morning, something like that.
Okay, so it's Sunday, and if you don't remember the date, just say, I don't remember.
Everybody was getting ready to go.
And the position is people who wanted to go to watch him perform met at his house and they go in vans to the state of Florida. Isn't that true?
Yes,
That was all prearranged, right?
yes.
There's none of this, let's get Sprinter vans immediately to get out of town, right?
No, I don't even think you get a sprint van that late at night. You probably had already booked it or something.
Okay, well, don't speculate, but you know that you had to be there at a certain time to leave, right?
I think I got there at 4 or 5. We left like probably 6. So yeah.
Now, Jeffrey wasn't at his Sky House condo the whole time you were there. Isn't that true?
No, he wasn't.
He left, right?
Yeah, he had already left before us or something like that.
Okay. And he left with his sister Dora. Do you know who Dora is? And if you don't, just say, I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I went to school with her.
You went to school with Dora?
Yeah.
Okay. And Jeffrey had already gone and people remained in his Sky House condominium to go to Florida, right?
Yes.
Now, did Jeffrey, when you said he acted normal, tell the jury whether you told the police this on August 5, 2015 and March 3rd, 2017, that Jeffrey was concerned and questioned, why would someone kill Nut? Do you remember that?
I told him that.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Because Jeffrey was friends with Donovan Thomas, right?
For my knowledge, yeah.
No matter what you were doing, no matter what D'Amico and Garlington was doing, no matter what Kenneth Copeland doing, Jeffrey still performed with Rich Homie Quan going into January 2015. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You saw Jeffrey and Rich Homie Quan together if you were there. Were you in Florida? Let me ask this first. Forget what I said. Were you in Florida going into New Year's of 2015? So it's December 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st of 2014, striking into New Year, January 1, 2015. Do you remember if you were in Florida?
I don't remember exactly like.
All right. Okay. But you saw in Florida Jeffrey and Rich Homie Quan together, right?
Yeah, they had like couple shows back to back in Florida.
And you went to them, right?
I went like 1 or 2.
All right. And this is after the, God forbid, the killing of Mr. Thomas, true?
Yes.
And from your observation, Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey, although maybe sad, they were getting along, right?
I mean, I told them everything was still like normal. Like,
No matter what was going on with you or other people and drive-by shootings, that had nothing to do with Jeffrey from your vantage point. Is that true?
no.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
How many other people do you personally know, have the notoriety, that's a bad word, are as well known as Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How many people from your neighborhood besides Jeffrey are well-known musical artists like him?
No.
Now, I want to talk to you about a performer known as Dwayne Carter. He performs by Lil Wayne, okay?
Yes.
You know his music?
Some of it.
Do you like his music?
Yeah.
All right. From your observation, does Jeffrey like his music?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Overruled.
He love it.
I can't hear you.
He love it.
Jeffrey loves Lil Wayne's music. Is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay. And you knew this back in 2009 when you met Jeffrey, or 2008, whatever the year is. True.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it, do you know what the word idolize? Do you know what that word means?
Like look up songs.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Is that something, how you would describe Jeffrey with Lil Wayne?
Most definitely.
All right. Now, you were asked by the detectives on August 5, 2015, as well as by the DA's office and the detectives on March 3rd, 2017, about the shooting of the tour bus of Lil Wayne. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any information that Jeffrey Williams knew that that tour bus would be shot before it was shot?
No.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey ordered, asked for? If I'm losing you with my word, just say I'm confusing you. I'm not trying to. The shooting of that bus.
No.
Okay. Do you have any information that Jeffrey was fond of, was happy that that bus got shot?
No.
In fact, Jeffrey was the opposite, right?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if Jeffrey was upset that that happened?
Objection, Your Honor. It would still be speculation.
Sustained.
I want to talk with you about, remember Lawyer Love asked you questions about Free Roscoe?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And Roscoe, do you know his given name, Jimmy Winfrey?
I don't know his real name.
I can't hear you.
I don't know his real name.
All right. I'm going to call him Roscoe for now. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that you're aware that he pled guilty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember speaking with law enforcement, specifically Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, about the Lil Wayne tour bus shooting on August 5, 2015?
Yeah, I remember.
I can't hear you.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. And is it true that you told them that you didn't think that Roscoe did the shooting?
Yes.
And is it true that Detective Dennis immediately told you that he agrees?
Yes.
And that's on the recording of August 5, 2015. It might be on March 3rd, 2017 as well, but it's on the recording, right?
I guess.
Okay. But it was discussed during your recorded interviews with the police, right?
Yeah.
And do you remember explaining?
Your Honor, I think we need to approach before Mr. Steele gets
All right.
into this line of question.
Oh, he's always so quick to leave the courtroom when there's a break. Like, for what it's worth, Quindarrius Zachary certainly understands what it means when something's overruled or sustained or when we need to approach. He knows exactly what it means when. She's up there so quick. Well, I'm interested in seeing some of these little clips again, and I'm glad that we didn't watch too many clips during, well, really any clips at all during direct. And I don't know, thank you to Smilin' Wolfette and everybody helping with the objection counter. It's so hard to keep track of Love because she'll, like, object and then decide she doesn't want to object, and some of her objections, like, not just Steele, but Shart did it too, and I think Weinstein did it once. Like, they just correct themselves without a ruling from the judge. Or reiterate personal knowledge when Love tries to object speculation. So the judge doesn't really make a ruling all the time. So thank you to you guys for keeping that a bit more accurate than I'm doing on my own. Yeah, that says Steele's good cop and Shard's bad cop. Doug disappointed dad. Oh, shout out to Doug Weinstein. Guys, I really loved what Doug did with the evoking some remorse for characterizing autism in a certain way, getting him to say something that seemed like he was sorry for generalizing about autism that way, and then following up with questions about, are you sorry for what you did to my client, Yak? Yak Gotti? Oh, it was so good. Disappointed dad is hilarious. 403 is ready, says, hey, Kat and K&W gang, are we ready for love? Honestly, if the judge actually keeps the pressure on and makes love constrain her redirect to the scope of cross, and we don't get a super long redirect, I'd be ready for it. If she speeds it along, I won't complain about it. I won't complain about it. But if we have to get a bunch of 403 objections, I'm also fine with that too. Thank you so much for the 2. Patrick H23 says, have you ever been to Dixie Crossroads? Best seafood. No, I haven't. Okay, guys, I don't really like seafood. I'm learning to like it more. I guess like since moving down here, some stuff sometimes is a bit more fresh and it doesn't gross me out the way that it used to. I'll eat some salmon. I don't really like a lot of other stuff. But I'm trying to learn. I am trying to learn. So I'm sure if Dixie Crossroads is popular, it's possible I haven't been there just because I don't really seek out seafood. I'm scared. Ugh. There's nothing like that grosses me out more than bad seafood. So I'm like scared to even give it a try. Shannon Alexander says, top of the morning, K&W, crew crime slime. Oh, that's cute. Crew crime slime gang. I like the rhyme there. Thank you so much, Shannon. Bella Louise says, good morning, Cat and Chat with a capital C. YSL gang from Maverick and I. Thank you so much. And I think, is Maverick the dog's name? Very, very handsome. Shout out to Maverick and Bella Louise. I see some movement. It looks like we're walking back. And I think Classy may have dipped out of here because he's got his coverage to do today, but it was so, so nice. And you guys were saying thank you in the chat. Dropping 10 gifted memberships in here. His branding is green. It's helping make the chat green over here. Gotta love it. And Bella Louise and Maverick gifting another membership here. Yeah, we're growing. I think I gotta update that number. What are we at? I might have 27. Okay, we're up to date on that. Misty Murray sends 2. Thank you so much, Misty. Punanu says, good morning, slimes. Also, early mod love all the time. If you guys want to do a 60 seconds while we're on this break. If you don't have anything to say, you could always just show the mod some love. But there you go. There is a 60 seconds all caps vent or positivity session. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, good morning, gang, slat, slat, slat. I love that the internet has just taken everything that's supposed to indicate gang affiliation and just trolled it into oblivion. I think that's so funny. And we've got my guy, Taybiz TV. Now you guys might see Taybiz TV in here with a wrench, but secretly on the low, he is a super awesome content creator. And if you aren't already subscribed over there, which you might not be, he's growing so fast. He hit 1K recently. He is now at 1.63 and should be way higher. And we've got 4,000. So there's people in here that are not subbed to Taybiz. Hilarious commentary. I think you're doing Diddy, YSL, Dolph. Well worth the subscribe. So make sure you hit that subscribe button while we're getting back from this break here. We've got a little chat here between the Honorable Brian Steele and the Honorable Keith Adams. I think we also got a squeak there. That is our first squeak of the day.
All right, Mr. Steele, come on back up.
Steele's just trying to get the camera panned for the ladies.
Now, are you aware the early morning hours of Sunday, January 11th, 2015? So to orient you, Donovan Thomas, God forbid, is shot the evening before, okay?
Yes.
So you go to Jeffrey's home at the Sky House. Okay, that's what I'm locking in on.
Yeah.
All right. And at that time, were you aware that Jeffrey had several residences in Atlanta?
Yeah.
All right. He had other condominiums with an S. Is that true?
Yeah.
Do you know what a condominium is? And if you don't, high-rise apartments?
Condo.
Okay, condo. There you go. Okay. And when you were asked by Lawyer Love that after the killing of Donovan Thomas was known that Jeffrey acted normal, remember I asked you about that a little bit ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see a social media post by Jeffrey about Donovan Thomas that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did it give Jeffrey's heartfelt condolences?
And Your Honor,
Sustained.
Let me show you, with the court's permission, Mr. Williams, exhibit number 265. Okay? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokumo approach Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
The state has already, but would you do me a courtesy, just show it to the state again? Mr. Kokumo is going to come to you, Mr. Zachary. He's going to approach you, okay?
Okay.
He's going to show you something. Don't say what it is. Just tell us if you recognize it, if you know what it is, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll take out all that stuff. Can you show it to me? It's not there. It's not. It was given to you guys. Is what I should have said.
I saw it before, but what you mean recognize? Like, I saw the picture before.
This is a bad word. Listen, I apologize. I apologize. And do that. Just tell me I'm using bad words, okay? Have you seen that social media item that's now marked? It's marked in an exhibit. Have you seen that before?
I saw the picture, yeah, the picture before.
Okay. And were you present at the time that picture was taken, if you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know who's in that picture?
objection, Your Honor. One, I would ask the exhibit number again and
265.
thank you, and the relevance of who is in the picture. And I would ask that the witness, given his former statements, his previous testimony, not be allowed to talk about, not be allowed to display through his testimony what the exhibit is until it's admitted.
Just asked you to know who's in the picture.
Just answer, do you know who it is? Don't say who it is if you do know.
Yes.
Okay. And when have you seen that picture before?
Yeah, a minute ago.
Well, a minute ago could be a long time ago or a short time ago.
Long time ago.
Okay. And is it accurate? Accurate may be a bad, is it the same from your memory? Is that the same picture that you saw a long time ago?
The picture, yeah, the picture, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 265.
Your Honor, just 1 second, please. So this, I think the court should look at the exhibit and the picture itself only. The state has no objection to.
I'm looking at the exhibit as it was shared in the Dropbox link, and it's
We'll
not just the picture.
We'll redact the other items.
Okay. Is that the only objection?
Cropping out, not just Mr. Kokomo indicated, cropping out the comments. I mean, redacting every word, just leaving the picture.
We're going to leave the date, Your Honor.
He didn't say that he saw.
So foundational objection
Foundational objection, thank you.
sustained.
Did you notice the date on that social media picture when it was shown to you?
No, I ain't see the date. I
Okay, Your
saw
Honor.
14.
One more time.
I saw 2014.
Year 2014 is what you're
Yeah.
saying. Okay. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach again?
Yes.
He's going to come to you one more time, okay?
Deal is giving
He'll
the
show
ladies
you-
what they want
He's gonna
today.
Point out just, he's not going to say anything, just going to point out the date, okay? And then my question will be, did you see this social media posting around that date? That's what I'm going to ask.
Yep.
You had to tell me.
One more time.
You would have to tell me the word.
He doesn't know the word. Your Honor, is that okay if Mr. Kokomo can just pronounce that word for him in his ear?
On the date?
And Your Honor, if, when the court deems it appropriate, if we could just hear the question again, was it, has he seen the post? I didn't catch that.
Do you remember, and if you don't, just say, I don't recall. Do you remember seeing that photo on social media around the date that says on it?
Around that year, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for Mr. Williams exhibit number 265.
What was his answer? I couldn't hear it. We all need you to speak into the mic.
Around that year, yes.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that objection?
Foundation. The
Overruled.
relevance, given that he said around that year, he saw the photo, so the date is,
I mean, that's a very broad year. It's 12 months long. So I don't think there's enough foundation for the date to come in at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor. Okay, let me ask you about this. I want to talk to you about the rental car. It's an Infiniti G35, okay?
Yes,
You know cars? Are you familiar with cars?
yes,
You like cars?
yes,
All right. And you were physically inside that rental car, right?
yes,
And the only information you know about that rental car comes from Kenneth Copeland, true?
yes. I told him I never saw nobody else in the car but him.
And Kenneth Copeland driving the car, right?
Yes,
Would you ever, it doesn't matter, I guess, there may be a relevance objection, but did you ever drive that rental car?
no.
All right. And who's the last person that you ever saw with that rental car?
I went to the studio that night and Copeland still had the car.
Okay. And the car we're talking about, just tell the jurors what car, if you remember.
The Infiniti.
What color was it? If you remember, if you don't remember, just say.
I don't remember what color it was.
And did Kenneth Copeland tell you that Jeffrey rented the car for him?
That's what he ain't say. He just told me that he had got the car and it was running.
Did he tell you who he got the car from?
Yeah, he said Jeffrey.
At that time in 2015, did you know anybody else in your group besides Jeffrey who could rent a car?
No.
Now, you were asked by police about Jeffrey breaking ties. I mean, that's a wrong word. That's bad. Jeffrey not speaking anymore with Kenneth Copeland after a couple of months into 2015. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
All right. And by June of 2015, you're aware that if you are, that Jeffrey doesn't speak with Kenneth Copeland. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And the police said to you, and that's because Kenneth Copeland went to the police on January 11th, 2015, shortly after Donovan Thomas's killing. Do you remember that?
You said that what they,
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Don't speculate. The police discussed that with you. That was what they told you, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Jeffrey separated because all of the, I'm not going to
Yeah.
use a word, but all of the things that Kenneth Copeland just brings with himself?
Yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey did the same with you, right?
I had to end up being,
Objection, vague. Did the
Sustained.
Well, you already said that Jeffrey didn't have any, or you didn't have any contact with Jeffrey after about April
I
2000.
started getting in trouble.
Once you
around that
started,
time.
I can't hear you.
I started getting in trouble around that time.
And what happened, Jeffrey?
I ain't seeing no more.
Do you have any information to share with this jury that Jeffrey was in favor of Kenneth Copeland shooting at people? Do you have any
objection,
information?
that would call for speculation.
Overruled.
No.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey was in favor of you shooting at any houses or people
He never knew what nobody did. I told him.
until it was
Oop.
over, you say?
Not even
told you.
like the shootings. I'm like, he probably didn't even know about them.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have a second?
Yes.
Don't say what it is yet. Don't say if you know about it. But did you ever hear in March 2015, in 2016, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, all the way up to this year, 24, do you ever hear Rich Homie Quan discuss his relationship with Jeffrey?
Yes.
There may be a hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor, there's a relevance objection and there would be a hearsay
I
objection.
think it's relevant, but
And there would be a hearsay objection, but it's not relevant unless you can get into it. So we would ask,
Sustained as to hearsay.
by 2015, if you know, did Jeffrey do work with Rihanna? Do you know who Rihanna is?
objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You told the jury that you would go over to Jeffrey's condominium about 10 times a week. You realize you said that?
But as I was saying, like, we might leave and go to the store.
I can't hear you.
Once you get there, you probably leave and go to the store, go get something to eat, something like that. So that's why I said in and out 10 times, bro.
From Jeffrey's schedule, do you even know? Do you know that you were at his house? How many times you were at his house in 2015 until you were arrested? Do you really know?
Not that, in 2015, not that much.
I can't hear you.
In 2015, not that much.
When were you talking when you said 10 times?
I was saying, like, when he's there, like, as in coming there, count that, leaving and going to get something to eat and coming back, count that, stuff like that. That's what I would count.
When Jeffrey's around?
Yeah.
Were you aware that he traveled a lot?
Yes.
2013, 14, and 15?
Yes.
Do you know when Jeffrey moved out of the Cleveland Avenue area? And if you don't, just say, I don't know the year.
I don't know that.
All right. Now, you were asked about your good friend, I believe you're close with, you said, what I call Mr. Sledge. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Goes by Moontoon, right?
Yes.
All right. And that is true that you're very close with him, right?
Yes.
To this day,
No, I've been locked up. I told you that.
since you got out?
No, I ain't been around nobody.
Okay. He was given a title. Do you know what title that was? I'm going back to 2014 and 15 to work with the record label, YSL.
Yes.
Do you remember the title? And if you don't, just say,
Yeah.
oh, what was it?
Security.
One more time.
Security.
Okay. And do you know whether there were other people, do you know, who were actually also doing the security and trying to teach Mr. Sledge?
Yeah, like bodyguards and stuff like that.
One more time.
Like bodyguards and stuff. That what you mean? Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Like bodyguard.
Okay. Yeah, bodyguard, security. That's right.
Yeah.
And were you aware that there were other people training Mr. Sledge on how to look for bodyguards? Were you aware? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Like telling him stuff like
Yeah.
what to do and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mr. Sledge had no experience, right?
No.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Sledge given an opportunity to learn, though, a trade?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you ever offered a job?
It's not like I will offer the job. It's just if you dare help out.
One more time.
If you dare help out.
Okay. And you did that with merchandise, right?
Whatever. If I go get whatever I go get
food?
get done. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go into unless you want to, but you mentioned several times illnesses.
Yes.
You didn't feel well. And on Friday, when you came here the first time to testify before this honorable jury, you were wearing a jail uniform. You remember that?
Yes.
And you had certain types of cotton or bandages on your body that were visible. Do you remember that?
Band-Aids, yes.
All right. And you came from the hospital. True.
Yes.
And you've been battling this health issue since you were born. Is that true?
Yes.
And your health issue is something documented, right?
Yes.
And it's serious.
Yes, very.
Okay. Now, you had prior, you were called to this courthouse on around January 10th and 11th of 2023, a year before this year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you came from Augusta, Georgia area. Is that true?
Caroline. Oh.
Sustained.
Do you remember Lawyer Love?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance to this entire line of conversation about previous appearances by this witness.
Goes to bias.
I don't know what it's going to be.
I could tell you.
Your Honor, could we approach him?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I
Let's
guess
take
it's
our morning break.
all right. They're doing a break, so that counts to me as I don't know. Is that kind of like she does this thing where it's like more than one objection.
Would y'all still need to approach or just put it on the record?
We don't need to approach.
Steal. Let us see. Let us see.
Your Honor, man. Okay. Judge, I believe,
No, I'll get out of your way.
Your Honor, I believe that the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is going to get into is one that he has attempted to raise previously with the court's predecessor. Mr. Steele announced on the record that he wanted to bring in Mr. Zachary's lawyer to prove that I had committed prosecutorial misconduct. Mr. Steele represented that that witness would tell the court that I told Mr. Zachary he was going to get arrested if he did not come on that particular day. I'm aware of, I know for a fact when there's the questioning about that appearance that Mr. Zachary made earlier in this trial, I know who it was that said what. In other words, Mr. Steele represented a falsehood to the court. I had not told him he was going to get arrested. I didn't say anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, only his attorney spoke to him while I was on the phone. And so when Mr. Steele says to the court that it goes to bias, I would ask for a proffer from Mr. Steele about what he intends to ask this witness and the relevance of it.
Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, it was January 10th, going into the 11th, 2023, and Ricky Richardson represented Mr. Zachary. Ricky Richardson called me and told me that the state had subpoenaed Mr. Zachary. He was in Augusta, and he was sick, and that lawyer Love, Miss Love, told him that he has to come, Mr. Zachary has, or more members of the DA's office have to come and meet with Miss Love at her office. Otherwise, the predecessor judge will lock him up. He was asking me, are there any witnesses coming to court that day? I said, no, we were barely in jury selection, which started on January 4th, 2023. When Mr. Zachary was testifying, he stated that you don't want my father to come to Miss Love. He stated he to me shut down on questions to Miss Love. So it looks like he somehow, now he's answering questions on cross-examination. And I want to bring out the fact that he does not trust the state. He said he wouldn't take medicine from them. He didn't trust them. Miss Love asked him a question. He said, you don't want me to tell you, let the truth come out. And I believe that's what he's getting to. So he did come from Augusta. He missed his job. He missed his medical appointment, drove all the way here. And I was told that by Ricky Richardson that the father met him here and that the father through an anger, was angry, and then the DA's office let him go. That's what I was told. I'm going to ask him his opinion. It goes to his bias. Why was he acting that way on direct examination? That's what I'm going to ask him.
All right, I don't see you can ask him if he, likes the state or something, but we don't need to get into all of the back and forth behind it.
I was going to ask him then why.
I'm going to pause because Love asked him 3 times about why don't you want your daddy to come up here? Why should he not be allowed to cross on it? If Love asked 3 of the same questions about it.
When he answers yes or no, I ask him why. Why do you have that feeling?
Well, you can ask him that.
Okay, then that suits me. Thank you, Your Honor.
So as long as there's not that specific line of questioning that was presented early and it's just how do you feel about the state and why, then I don't have any further objections.
All right. I mean, I don't know what his answer is going to be, but, okay, we'll just see what he says.
And Your Honor, I'd also just wanting to make the record clear with respect to anything that Mr. Steele is representing Mr. Richardson said, I would ask that he not be allowed to backdoor that. If he wants to call Mr. Richardson as a witness,
let's call another
that's
attorney,
fine. But
please.
To get into Mr. Zachary's feelings about something Mr. Richardson said to him about something that I said or someone from the state said.
Well, are you representing that nobody from the state said anything like that?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. We called Mr. Zachary. I called Mr. Richardson. I let him know that Mr. Zachary was under subpoena. And I asked him if he could reach out to Mr. Zachary because he had not appeared and we wanted to set up a date for when he would actually come in. Otherwise, we could put him on call or he would have to be here until it was time to testify if he's not going to appear. Mr. Richardson then called Mr. Zachary. Well, I was on three-way because I never spoke to him. And I think that there was someone else. There was an investigator because we were on speakerphone. And Mr. Richardson said, you have to answer the subpoena. If you don't answer the subpoena, you're going to get arrested. That's Mr. Richardson. That's not the state. And Mr. Zachary said, I don't have a way down there. And I said, we could come and pick you up. Mr. Zachary said, I said, what's your address? Mr. Zachary said, I don't want to give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Richardson said, you're going to either have to give them your address or you're going to have to answer the subpoena. That was the extent of the conversation that we had with Mr. Zachary, with Mr. Richardson at that time.
All right. Any questions?
No.
Okay, let's take bathroom break.
Thank you,
So
Rhonda.
Whitaker ignored, she's making sure she gets her bathroom break for herself. Whitaker ignored the arguments that Love just tried to hammer down on. I don't really think that that was sustained or overruled. It was just kind of like, well, he's going to be able to ask some questions. And I think Whitaker stated something that's common sense that Brian Seal's not really going to try to do anyway. Like, don't try to get into conversations between an attorney and the client. So I don't really consider that a sustained. Don't really consider that an overrule. But I do consider it a long hurt feelings objection from Love. Oh my gosh. And like, I can't believe she said, well, let's call Ricky Richardson. Guys, Ricky Richardson, Quindarrius Zachary's dad has said on the streams when he's been talking on YouTube, that's their family attorney. And I guess he couldn't be the attorney to come represent Quindarrius Zachary over the last week with the material witness warrant. But that's who we're referring to. And we've heard about this previously. I think it was when the jury was out for the day. Steele had brought this up, and I don't remember the specifics, but he was talking about, you know, how the state seemed like they were trying to make sure a witness would show up, and that the predecessor judge, I remember that line, that the predecessor judge would say, if he doesn't show up, we can hold him up. And it didn't really, I don't remember it being a hashed out argument whenever it took place, but I do remember it being mentioned. So, outside the presence of the jury. But yeah, call his lawyer. Call his lawyer. Call his lawyer. Get another attorney on the stand in this trial. Why not? Why not? Yeah, call his dad. Call his dad. Yeah, the judge, I don't think the judge was really buying that, and it's kind of disappointing that she didn't want to respond, right? It's like, I don't believe her, and I'm just going to say nothing at all. I'm going to ignore her. We're going to do a bathroom break, right? So it was like clear that there was a perception there to me. It was clear that the judge's perception is, Love, but she didn't want to say it on the record. So, and you guys were pointing out, oh, it's always an investigator. Yeah, it's always when Love is up to something shady, it's suddenly my team, my investigator. Like, all right, we'll distance ourselves here, I guess. Oh, man. What are you guys saying here? Yeah, Shannon Alexander, thanks for the 5, says, QZ kept saying, you don't want my dad to come here 3 times. Please tell the attorney and his dad to take the stand. Someone needs to call Love out on her BS. And the thing about Quindarrius Zachary's dad, just seeing him, I only saw a little bit of him on YouTube and a little bit of a TikTok clip. It was like clipped from something, and I saw it reposted on X, I think. So I haven't seen everything that he said, but in the small bit, it seems like if he's asked an open-ended question on the stand, he's going to tell the story. He's not going to sit there and just go, yes, no. So, I don't know why Love wants to poke and prod at that, like she would be able to control not just Quindarrius Zachary's dad, but also control another attorney. We saw her lose control. She thought she had control over Derek Wright, Moontunk's attorney, and that went completely south for her. Like, why would we do this? Like, why would we do this? But someone needs to call Love out on her BS. Call them. And it's at her suggestion. I just don't get it. Oh, thank you for the 5, Shannon. KC Dog says, oh, the irony if love gets sick this winter. Oh, like, yeah, right. We're supposed to have sympathy for you now. Almost like the day she chugged the syrup or the cough medicine, whatever it was, when her throat was itchy, just so she could start screaming at the witness. And on the same theme here, Jay says she really gives lovesick a whole new meaning. 403 is ready, says honorable judge, honorable jury, honorable Hilton, and not attorney love, but lawyer love. Which I think is interesting because it sounds a bit like liar love if you say it quick enough or if you're not really paying attention. And he is consistent. So going back, Ike, ST Satchel, you guys make great points about the consistency with Brian Steele to use certain word choices, to always consistently say Jeffrey Williams and never my client, the artist known as Young Thug. Like, he has to specify that sometimes when it's completely necessary, but otherwise it's Jeffrey Williams. He has the same consistency when he uses lawyer love, and it is so funny. It does not get old. MT says, Steele needs to repeat to the judge over and over with, I think it's very relevant because I say so. Pull a love. Until the judge just caves. That's how love does it. Yeah, and that's why it's frustrating. And again, it was nice that Whitaker did not cave in at the very end there, but it was still disappointing that she didn't vocalize that she was not going to cave in. Like, put it on the record. And say, no, Miss Love, on the record. Like, just do it. Thank you, MT. Mark in Texas says, Paige comes up for re-election in 2022, 26 maybe? So instead of 2016, I think 2026, which is crazy that we're in 2026 soon, right? 2 years away. She can't have Willis run an opponent. Oh, boy. I mean, is anyone really carving out... I know Courtney Kramer was late to the race, but has there been any big speculation or guesses to, like, judge races? Who would be running against different judges? I get it's always a consideration in general, right? But I wonder, is there, like, a name, like a specific person that could be gunning for Whitaker's chair? Okay, that's another show too. So Lil Mo says his dad was on YouTube on Coming Out Hard, ATL, on that show. I was thinking I had seen him on Infamous Sylvia, and then I saw him on another clip. I think it might have been Taylor Umbridge, or Attorney Sarah. There was like 4 panelists, and it was a clip. It looked like a TikTok live because it was like the taller, like, portrait view, the 9:16, or I always get the dimensions backwards. But it was a taller clip, so something on TikTok too. But I don't really know what the channel was for that. I think it might have been Attorney Sarah, but it might have been Taylor Umbridge. I can't really picture the little TikTok watermark. But yeah, this is interesting, Mark in Texas. I will be tuned in to see, when that rolls around, to start seeing who it is that would be running against Judge Whitaker in 2026. KC Dog, I'm so glad. KC Dog says, all I hear is ABCs of Steele when Steele speaks now. Oops, sorry. MT says, Steele is tastefully petty, like in his motions. This honorable court, this court, Glanville, loves pettiness is just disrespectful. Oh, and I love to see it. I also loved that interaction at the podium where Steele's just like, I'll get out of the way. You can have the podium. Finally, you want to use the podium when Steele's standing at the podium and you just turn the microphone on at your desk. As soon as you turn the microphone on, you get up and start talking away from the microphone, march over to the podium you never want to go over to. And then when Steele says he'll just get out of your way, you're like, oh, it's fine, you can stand here. Steele's just standing way back like, nah, it's good. I'm good. That was a great time. Squeaky Chair, this had me laughing when it came up on the stream. Squeaky Chair said, did someone call for me? Yeah, we've only gotten 1 squeak today. So only 1 appearance here from Squeaky Chair. Hopefully we have some more. We gotta listen when, I don't know what chair it is at the state's table, but I haven't really heard a squeak from the witness chair either. Yesterday we had 2 chairs squeaking. So good times. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Does the judge seem light on her feet today? Because she bolted for that potty yesterday afternoon. Well, I think some of her issue today, I think she's paying attention today, but a lot of what's happening today involves recalling things from direct when I do not think she was always paying attention. I think there were a lot of moments during the first day and second day of Quindarrius Zachary being on the stand where Whitaker was just kind of like, oh, wait, what? Overruled. And now she has to reference some of those same things, and she doesn't remember those things happening. Not very good for a trial that's this long, because there's a lot of recall that's going to come into play. And again, what my criticism here involves things that Whitaker is presiding over, right? There's a separate issue of her obviously not being able to recall things that she was not present for when it was still the recused Judge Glanville. But yeah, I think she's light on her feet because some of the objections earlier were just dealing with relevance, things that were the exact question being answered. And now we're losing that as she has to think about what was the scope of direct, what was asked on direct. She just wasn't paying attention. And I want to say I don't blame her for tuning out Love, but that's her job. She's got to pay attention. So can't really throw her a bone there. But you are noticing like a shift here for sure. Thank you, Chloe. MT says, can we add a category on the objection counter for assist from the judge? We can do that. I think I'll be bad at counting it because it's kind of hard. And shout out to the chat, and especially Smiling Wolfette. You know, sometimes if I'm like reading a chat and trying to make sure I'm addressing something or like, you know, checking something on the stream, I'll miss an objection, come back to the screen, and it'll be like, it's 23 now. So if we add another counter, just know I might not be that accurate, but we can do it. We can do it. Let's see. And I don't know if we need to start. I don't know. How many assists do you think we've had? We've had like 2 that I remember today. I'm not saying we've only had 2. But I remember 2 times that Whitaker specifically, when Love was objecting, was like, just that or something else. And then Love would say vague, and then Whitaker would be like, okay, sustained. So we're starting with a baseline of 2 there, but that might not be accurate. Sassy Experiences, Kat, love how much love you show to other content creators, especially the newer and growing. You shout them out and engage their channels. You are, and then the boom emoji. Guys, I gotta do it. I gotta support these other content creators because I need something to do. I want to go hang out somewhere in a chat and I want to watch their content. So I need people like Taybiz. I need people like Nick Starro. I need people like Classy Beats. I need them to be motivated to keep creating content because I selfishly want to consume it. So I love to see them, in all seriousness, I love to see them grow and do their thing. And they all have their own unique flair. It's always enjoyable. So, oh, and I think we're about 30 seconds behind. So let me speed that up. So yeah, love to support other creators, but there is a small bit of selfishness in there. I want to see them keep making content for myself. But thank you so much for the kind words, Sassy. And I think, you know, a rising tide, right? What's that quote? Lifts all boats, lifts all ships. I don't know if they're actually coming back or if we're just getting some some people walking in front of the counter. And thank you, Stephen T. Satchel, dropping another membership. We're out here sniping. Love to see it. Super appreciate it. We got to update this to 28. Dee Dee also says, you guys are loving this. Dee Dee says, I love how Steele be respectfully disrespecting Love. It's kind of like cathartic to see someone like respectfully give Love a taste of their own medicine or push back against Love. It just feels cathartic. Yes, rising tide lifts all boats. There you go. I don't know why, like, I know that quote. I don't know why it just like slipped my mind there.
I
Alrighty.
did. What I was trying to say was that we were trying to send an audio file to Mr. Steele and counsel for the defendants, given this line of questioning, and it related to this line of questioning. We didn't ever expect to use this. I just want to apprise the court that it's coming. It's about a 3-minute clip. It's one I referenced earlier with Mr. Zachary's father and Mr. Zachary arguing with an investigator for the state and threatening to reach out to certain lawyers regarding our attempts to secure him to come in and testify. So we're sending that now to everyone. It's not something, again, we expected to use or would have used.
Talking to the mic, please, everybody.
There is a file coming everybody's way that I'm sending now, based on the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is getting into.
I apologize. I said I would like to hear the recording so we don't waste time because we're going to hear it later. And I'd like to hear the recording. And if everyone wants to hear it, if it's having a hard time getting through the filters, we can just play it right now if it's a 3-minute recording.
Go ahead.
Also a bit curious if it's a recording with the dad, would that mean they're calling the dad to introduce it?
Does this occur relative to the conversation that Mr. Richardson had with you on the phone with Mr. Zachary about needing to show up?
This conversation happened in the last 2 weeks, like when we were trying to get him to come
Okay.
here.
And so what would be the point of showing it
But
or have playing it?
for the same purpose that I understood Mr. Steele to be playing or asking this line of questioning that he is asking.
So it would, confirm that he really doesn't like the state or want to be here?
No, not so much that. I think that the line of questioning that I understood Mr. Steele to be making is insinuated that the state was intimidating is the word that he uses often, intimidating the witness or harassing him or something like that. And I had asked.
Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, it was more his, excuse me, I didn't mean to say him. Mr. Zachary's perception, the way I understand what went on, and Mr. Maxwell Shart brought it out too, is my observation. The witness for 3 days was a lot of, I don't remember, even before the question was posed. You know, it's
clear he doesn't, he's been called by the state, but that he's, the state got permission to treat him as a hostile witness. They
there you
didn't
go.
ultimately treat him that way, but.
And my point is, why did you act like that? And if he says, just because that's the way I am and I'm flippant or I wasn't feeling well, that'll be it. If he says, because I've been told to come down here in January when there was no trial going on and I don't trust him, that's his answer. I'm
Okay,
not
well,
really.
I don't know how he,
Yeah.
as a layperson, would know whether or not the subpoena issued a year ago was something that he needed to obey or not. I mean, I think I would be real surprised if he thought, well, wait, this is jury selection, so this subpoena seems fishy, but who knows?
That's it, just his state of mind. So I'm not really using it. Yeah, I didn't think it was this big of a deal. I just want to get out. Why did you act that way? And he also said I wouldn't take anything from the state on medication because it may harm me or something. So I was just curious on why he was saying that. It goes through his testimony. That's what I was
And
asking.
I was going to permit that question. Okay. So, I mean, I don't really understand why we would get all the way down the road of this audio file, but
They'll put a
it's
stop to it.
come through. So if somebody wants to hit the play button,
And let us hear it just because. We'll take it. We'll hear it. I'll listen. But you hear Whitaker say right there.
Zachary saying anything, or is
I
this
don't
just
get it.
his father?
So pump the brake.
All right.
Hey, you got
That's Dad.
something looking for us for? You got a subpoena or something you looking for us?
Who is
I
this?
know you don't have a warrant because the subpoena expired, so you got a warrant or something you looking for us for?
Who is this?
You know what you're doing is illegal, right?
Who is this?
It's Mr. Zachary. I got Quindarrius right here on the phone.
Okay.
I want to know what's your problem, sir.
Listen to me, Mr. Zachary.
Everything these folks
Listen
have
to
you
me.
doing ain't legal.
Listen
You
to
know
me.
they don't.
Listen to me, Mr. Zachary.
Now listen.
Your son asked a question.
I'm
He had a-
calling Brian Steele.
Call whoever you like, sir.
I'm calling Sharp.
Call
I
whoever
wanna know
you
what's
like.
your problem.
Call
What's your
whoever you
problem?
like, sir. Call whoever
Okay, so
you
what's
like.
your issue?
Call whoever you like, sir.
We'll turn ourselves in. Where you want us to come to?
I asked your son where would he like to meet. He asked me if I was in Augusta. I told him he knew I was in Augusta. So
Okay, so what we meeting up for?
you tell me where you like to meet at, sir.
So then what's the issue? What we meet? What do we meeting up for?
Sir, I'm not going to talk to you. I'll talk to your son.
He's right there. He's listening.
Okay. All right. So where would you like to meet, Mr. Zachary?
You got one or subpoena?
I have a warrant for your
For
arrest.
what? Yeah, how you gonna have a warrant somebody in the hospital?
Sir,
How you gonna have a warrant for somebody been in the hospital?
sir,
Who can I see? Who is your supervisor?
I am the supervisor.
May I please know who your supervisor is, sir?
Sir, is your son willing
You
to
know
meet?
you military,
Are your
you
son?
police. You know
Are your
you know
son?
you can't deny
Are
me.
your son?
You know you can't deny me.
Mr. Zachary, Mr. Zachary.
You know you can't deny
Mr.
us the
Zachary.
right to speak to your superior
Okay.
officer.
So
Hey,
I
listen,
just take
you
it.
gonna violate
So
the
I
law,
get-
and I promise you
I
your
get-
ass gonna be locked up.
I get,
You
I
gonna
get,
violate the law.
sir.
You gonna violate the law.
Okay.
Chasing these folks.
So,
and you gonna
Mr.
have your
Zachary,
ass locked up,
so,
and they
Mr.
gonna put a
Zachary,
suit against
so,
these
Mr.
folks.
Zachary,
And you know you
please
breaking
let
the
your
law.
son know
You know you
I have a
breaking the
warrant
law.
for his arrest. I have a warrant for his arrest.
Just call down to the one office, then I call to the sheriff's office.
Well,
You
call.
don't have shit. You lying.
That is an absolute falsehood.
You send
That's
me a
an
copy of
absolute
the one.
falsehood.
Send me a
Absolute
copy of the
falsehood.
one, and
I'm
we'll
not
turn
gonna send you
ourselves in right
anything.
now.
I'm not gonna send you anything,
Yo,
sir.
lying ass. Yo,
I'm
lying
not gonna
ass. You
send you
gonna be in
anything.
jail, bro. I promise you one thing. We got attorneys, and your ass gonna
Good.
be in jail for this.
Good.
What you doing? And you
Good.
know this is illegal. You
Good.
know this is illegal.
Good.
You see this man
Sir.
in the hospital, you
Sir.
gonna come to the
Sir.
hospital, and you gonna come to the hospital.
Sir.
I guarantee you.
Sir.
I guarantee you.
Mhm.
I get a private investigator and a lawyer on you today.
Real good.
I guarantee you.
Real good.
Who is your supervisor?
Good.
Can I
So-
please have your supervisor number?
Sir,
Can I
sir,
please have your supervisor number?
sir,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna continue to have you talking to me.
Bro. I don't know
If
who you
you-
think you
if
playing
you-
with. You
I'm-
breaking all kind of law.
Listen.
His probation officer
Your
already
son-
told us you breaking the law. His
Your
probation
son-
officer already told
Your
us
son,
you breaking the law.
your
You
son,
breaking the law.
is your son unwilling to meet?
You breaking the law.
Is your son unwilling to meet with me? Is your son unwilling to meet with me?
Do you understand? No, we'll turn ourselves in. We coming to
Okay.
the county jail.
No.
We coming in court. We'll be in court Monday, or we'll come to the Fulton County jail.
Go
We
to the
ain't got
Fulton
no
County
criminal
jail.
charges.
Do you want to go
We don't
to?
have no
You ain't got to
criminal
even go that far. Do you want to go to the
No.
Richmond County Jail? Do you want to go to the
No, we
Richmond County Sheriff's Office?
No, we going to the Fulton County jail. Or we coming to
Do
court.
you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office?
No, we going.
You unwilling to do that? Okay,
Hey,
real
listen,
good,
Hey, listen.
real
Hey,
good.
listen. We
Thank
bring
you, sir.
To our attorney.
Thank you,
Your
thank
bitch
you,
ain't gonna get it, bro.
thank you,
You gonna get
Thank
it
you.
what you doing. You
Thank
coming
you.
to the hospital. You done
thank you,
All right, I think we have
Real
a
quick.
thank you, thank you.
I'll object to playing it.
That puts absolutely no one in a good light. Don't know why anybody would want to play that, but can we get the witness back in now and the jury?
This is an assist. We're counting this as an assist. Against Love's wishes, this was an assist to the state that Whitaker just did that. Do you think Zachary knows that they were just playing all that? Because he kind of did just go like, oh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, I would have played it too. I mean, maybe there's more in there that I didn't exactly hear that I wouldn't have wanted played. You know, it was kind of hard to hear. But still, like, what was that? And someone would have had to have been called to the stand to play that, right? Like, I didn't hear Quindarrius Zachary say anything in there. I mean, I guess he could testify, yes, I was present for that to lay foundation. But really, there's some things that aren't audible, so... like, oh my gosh. And what investigator was that?
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. When you testified last Friday, then Monday and Tuesday, when you were being questioned by Lawyer Love, that's what I'm focused on, okay? Miss Love, asking you questions?
Yes.
Some people may have observed that you said a lot I don't recall. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. Is there a reason that you were saying that when being asked questions by the prosecutor?
Because a lot of it I don't remember. Like, probably.
Ooh. Why are we buffering?
Okay. You were also asked by Matt, is there a
Sorry.
reason
There we
that you were saying that when being asked questions by the prosecutor? And he said you were not feeling well?
Yes.
And you said you refused that. You wouldn't take anything from the state. I think you said something like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
Sorry, I'm going to go back 30 seconds. It buffered on my end, and then when it does that, like, black screen blip, that's something with the media feed on YouTube. So I think we missed a question there. Sorry, guys. Let's get... I can see, like, the whole stream here is just showing me, like, it's, like, only 30 seconds long. Let's refresh. I don't know what just happened there.
Shot out with a bullet.
And we'll go back about a little bit more. Do you guys see what let me hide this. Do you guys see what I'm seeing here? There's something wrong with the YouTube feed. It says that this stream has only been on for 36 seconds, 44 seconds. So I don't really know what just happened here.
Late 2014. Do you know what I'm talking about?
We'll see.
I remember hearing something about it. Yeah.
Say it one more time.
I remember hearing something about it.
Okay. Did that, to your knowledge, did Jeffrey, to your personal knowledge, was he worried about that windshield?
Not that I mean,
I can't
not
hear.
that I know, no.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember if I did.
Do you remember you personally seeing, or even doing that when people were around Jeffrey or in his home, they would steal from him? Is that true?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
How about this? You would steal from him at times.
No.
Kenneth Copeland would steal from him at times.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Garlington would steal from him?
Your Honor, objection again for the same reason, relevance.
Do you remember?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that many people, including the people I just named, would steal from Jeffrey Williams?
I ain't never stolen that from nobody. So.
Let's leave you out of it. Let's leave you out of it. Do you remember telling the police that other people would steal from him?
I don't remember, but I probably did say it.
Now, you were discussed with the prosecutor something like a tweet. I believe it was characterized by Miss Love, something to the effect of, we shoot at you and you call the police, you shoot at us and we don't. Something like that. I'm not quoting, but do you remember that question?
I remember the question.
Did you ever see a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No,
Did they ever show you a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
no.
With regards to your tweet, and it is state's exhibit number, if we could put it up, Your Honor, it's already in evidence, and it is state's exhibit number, give me 1 second, 471Y, if you don't mind. There's going to be something displayed in a second. Yeah, it's the one that says, it's not 471. It's the one that's.
Guys, I still don't know what happened with the stream. It says there's only been 4 minutes of this law and crime stream now. And it looks like 11 Alive had to reset theirs 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago.
Cash money, young mother.
Yes. Here, we can go to 11 Alive and we'll watch it. Let's do that. We're going to go to 11 Alive and watch that bit that Law and Crime, whatever happened. Let's go back. I don't know when they come back from recess. And we'll watch it on a faster speed. And then we'll be live again. Right? So he comes back here. Because that was weird. Look at the chat's like, I don't know why Law and Crime's not streaming. So we'll do that. We'll get caught up and it will be fine. We'll see the questioning.
3-minute clip is one I referenced earlier with Mr. Zachary's father and Mr. Zachary arguing with an investigator for the state and threatening to reach out.
Okay, so we're going to go here. And then this has no closed caption, so we won't have those unless we switch back to Law and Crime. We'll do that on a lunch break. Oh, that's a good point too. Raunchy Dog says Law and Crime always has several channels going and sometimes they mess them up. It was the hacked printer.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
All right, so this should be the complete line of questioning. If it's too fast, we can slow it down. You guys let me know.
When you testified last Friday, then Monday and Tuesday, when you were being questioned by Lawyer Love, that's what I'm focused on, okay? Ms. Love, asking you questions?
Yes.
Some people may have observed that you said a lot I don't recall. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. Is there a reason that you were saying that when being asked questions by the prosecutor?
Because a lot of it I don't remember. Like, probably at the time, I probably didn't remember. A lot of it I don't remember still.
Okay. You also asked by Lawyer Love whether she can get you any medication. You said you were not feeling well.
Yes.
And you said you refused that. You wouldn't take anything from the state. I think you said something like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
I mean, how I felt at the moment. Somebody gonna kill me.
Okay. I want to go into a couple of areas. There's been a talk about Jeffrey's windshield of his vehicle being shot out with a bullet late 2014. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I remember hearing something about it.
Say it one more time.
I remember hearing something about it.
Okay. Did that, to your knowledge, did Jeffrey, to your personal knowledge, was he worried about that windshield?
Not that I mean,
I can't
not
hear.
that no.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember if I did.
Do you remember seeing, you personally seeing, or even doing that when people were around Jeffrey or in his home, they would steal from him? Is that true?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
How about this? You would steal from him at times.
No.
Kenneth Copeland would steal from him at times.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Garlington would steal from him?
Your Honor, objection again for the same reason, relevance.
Do you remember?
and Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that many people, including the people I just named, would steal from Jeffrey Williams?
I ain't never stolen from nobody. So.
Let's leave you out of it. Let's leave you out of it. Do you remember telling the police that other people would steal from him?
I don't remember, but I probably did say it.
Now, you had discussed with the prosecutor something like a tweet. I believe it was characterized by Miss Love, something to the effect of, we shoot at you and you call the police, you shoot at us and we don't. Something like that. I'm not quoting, but do you remember that question?
I remember the question.
Did you ever see a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
Did they ever show you a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
With regards to your tweet, and it is State's Exhibit number, if we could put it up, Your Honor, it's already in evidence, and it is State's Exhibit number, give me 1 second, 471Y, if you don't mind. There's going to be something displayed in a second. Yeah, I just want to say something. It's not 471. It's one. Yeah, but no. This Hilton said it's not. Cash money, mother.
Yes. What's the situation?
I have a display, an exhibit that was introduced,
Right.
and I have that it says just beginning cash money,
Without-
young money.
Your Honor, the number he listed was 471.
472, right? 472Y. That's what
Maybe,
you said.
I said 471.
Okay, I don't know. I thought I heard you say 472, but I don't know if that's
I don't know.
it or
Your Honor.
not. Anyway, there is a 471 also. That's an Instagram post. Both of those are in. Could you not find it?
We can't. That's what we're
Okay,
looking
well,
for.
Oh, that might be 47. Yeah,
He's-
I'll send her one and it was admitted.
Your Honor, I apologize. It is 471Y. I was given the other part of it, so I apologize. If we could display 471Y.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much. If you can look at this, I believe you were already asked about this. And I'm going to, you recognize this? It's already been in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this?
Yes.
And it says they can F with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide at 30 deep _D. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you told the jury, I believe, that this was part of a song. Is that true?
Lil Wayne.
Say it again.
Lil Wayne song.
And do you remember the song Mob by Lil Wayne?
I think it was on Carter 2 or Carter 1 on.
Okay. We're going to show you and let you listen to something quietly and tell us if this is the song you're referring to, okay?
Okay.
And Your Honor, this is going to be Mr. Williams number 264. Can Mr. Kokomo approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can Mr. Kokomo approach you?
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And is that a Lil Wayne song?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 264, and then specifically, once it's oriented, if it's admitted, play for the jury the track that the time that I'm going to announce.
And the state objects to the playing of this song to show that it has this line in it. We're not disputing that, so we object to that as relevant, on relevance grounds.
You're just playing that one
Yeah.
line. All right, it's admitted.
And Mr. Kokomo, before you play, just announce the time on the song, if you don't mind, that will be played for the jury. And Mrs. Zachary, just for clarity, this is a Lil Wayne song that you know to be on the Carter 2 or 1, you said?
Yes.
And the song is called The Mob?
Yes.
Okay. Mob, Miss Winfrey is MOBB. What? You know what number?
I don't know if I have to mute this.
14 seconds? 14 seconds to 20 seconds.
So
Your Honor, it's 14 seconds to
All
20
right.
seconds.
Thank you.
if I do, my bad. Warning in advance.
If you can listen and just tell us if this mirrors the State's Exhibit 471Y, what you wrote, okay?
Yeah, that's I gotta mute that guy. Sorry.
Now, you were also asked about terms of slat. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked about it.
And slime.
Yes.
Okay. Is to your knowledge, and black, I think they asked you about black. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I remember asking about it.
Are those terms in songs?
A lot of songs.
Okay. Including Jeffrey songs?
Yeah.
And is it on social media as well? If you know, you personally observe.
I heard people saying it on social media.
Okay. And you've heard people say it in the streets as you walk by?
Oh, I heard everybody. A lot of people say it.
Okay. It's part of the vernacular, that's a bad word, the vocabulary?
Yeah.
All right. Anything by the use that you could tell the jury in your own observation of life of the word slat or blat or slime that means that someone's going to commit a violent crime?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, unless it relates to this witness. It would be speculation, and it would invade the province of the jury with respect to committing a violent crime, and would call for speculation outside of his own.
Sustained as to speculation, I think overruled as to that. I'm sustaining her objection.
Okay. All right, let me ask you this. When you were with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither and District Attorney's Office representatives and your lawyer, March 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember after discussing all sorts of questions about Jeffrey Williams,
Yes.
And the police kept bringing up Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And then do you remember Detective Dennis saying to you, but even if Jeffrey's not involved directly, it's guilt by association. Do you remember that?
I don't exactly remember that, but
Okay.
it sounded like something to say.
All right. To your knowledge, to you, your personal, did Jeffrey ever promote any type of violence on behalf of a gang in any way?
I didn't hear the last part of the question. May I ask him to repeat
In
the
any
last
way,
part?
with the last part, but I could
The
repeat the
middle
whole
part.
question.
Yeah.
Can you just repeat the
Sure.
question?
From your personal life, from your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams ever ask for any violence to occur as described in this entire questioning by the police, by the prosecutors and police here at trial?
No,
Vague, Your Honor, objection and vagueness.
I couldn't be more specific. I thought.
Overruled.
no, I think I told him that every time I asked.
And you kind of went out. You said, I think I told them that. You're talking about who?
Yes, the police.
All right. And you're telling the jury.
Yes.
You mentioned that Nard brought a Draco weapon to Jeffrey's apartment on or around January 9th, 2015. Do you remember that testimony or that statement to the police?
Yes.
Anything, was Jeffrey there? Was the gun displayed in any violent manner?
No.
And you've been at Jeffrey's home without Jeffrey being there, right?
Yes.
Mr. Zachary. You were close with, or you were close with in 2015, and may still be, Mr. Garlington, true?
Yes.
And Mr. Garlington, to your knowledge, was extremely close to Mr. Copeland. Is that true?
Yes.
And you, I know you said you weren't as close, but you were good with Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes.
And the three of you would bond together, would be around each other a lot, true?
Yes.
And you mentioned over a lot of times that before you went into custody, you spoke with Mr. Garlington about what he thought or wanted you to say. Do you remember that?
It ain't what he wanted to say, it's what he was telling me what Woody wanted him to say.
Okay. So, and you call that a play. You remember using that word?
Because he told me that Woody can't put him in some bull jump. That's what he told me.
All right.
Woody had put him in some bull jump.
I couldn't hear you that time. I apologize.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Yes.
All right. So it went from, to your knowledge, through Mr. Garlington. Mr. Garlington told you this is what Mr. Copeland is doing, and then Mr. Garlington told you that.
Yes.
All right. And that's what you were talking about when you said play to
Yes.
the prosecutor. Nothing to do with Jeffrey Williams. True?
Nah.
All right. Your Honor, can I just have a moment?
You may.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever tell you, that's you and Kenneth Copeland, did he ever directly tell you where he was at the time that Donovan Thomas was shot?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, what's your decision? All right.
All right, is that it for
Redirect.
cross? All right, redirect time, guys. Predictions on length of redirect. And then OG Creator saying, go back. He thought they would off him. I know a lot of people are probably at different parts of the stream, but hopefully when you guys catch up, we did switch over to 11 Alive to go back to whatever we missed with the lawn crime thing, whatever that was. So we do have that line of questioning. You guys are predicting all day, 5 hours,
morning,
2
Mr.
days.
Zachary.
Come on.
Mr. Zachary, just now, first of all, let me ask you, you testified earlier that you were cool with Thug, as you put it.
Yes.
And do you still consider yourself cool with Thug?
See, as life goes on, people change, you change. I haven't seen him in like 10 years.
Do you love him?
What do you mean by that?
Just that.
I don't love nobody.
Okay. Do you consider him a friend?
I told you, cool, yeah, right. Well, I ain't seen him over 10 years, probably.
And you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp whether you saw Shannon in the courtroom, and you said you couldn't see anyone in the courtroom, essentially, right?
He's so close to the
Can I
podium.
explain? Well, if y'all would have did y'all research with my health issues, it come with vision problems.
Okay. And that's what you said when Mr. Sharp asked you to, right?
Yes. I don't know if I said that, but I think I told him I can't see or something.
But you do know that Shannon is on trial in this case that you're testifying on, don't you?
What you mean?
You do know that this case that you're here telling the jury about has to do with Shannon, who is on trial for this case, right?
I know of what y'all gave me. Like of that was I know like from just really learning from the last few days or something.
The question is, do you know that Shannon is on trial right now in this case that you're testifying?
Yes, I know now. Yes.
And you know that Yak is on trial right now.
I know now. Yes.
And you know that Thug is on trial right now, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Miss Love, could you use the microphone,
I
please?
think, well, she's got the lapel mic, but I think you might need to pin it up closer to your mouth and we'll see if that works.
Okay,
Or
thank you.
turn it on.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that would also help.
Goodness.
All right, and you do know that Thug is on trial. You did say yes, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you also know that Moontoon already pled in this case, don't you?
I don't know that.
Okay. When you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele just a moment ago about the play that you planned with Garlington, do you remember your
didn't.
answer?
I didn't plan nothing. He told me what Woody was trying to get him to run,
What Woody was trying to get him to run?
to say.
Okay. And do you know when it was that Mr. Garlington was expressing Woody was trying to get him to say that? Was he trying to get him to say that to the police?
Yes, he said he was trying to get him to the police.
And was Garlington in jail or was he on the street when he told you what Woody was trying to get him to say?
See, I don't remember because we talked about something like that on the street and in jail. We was in a holding tank going before we went to court. We got locked up together.
Okay. And you talked on cross-examination with Mr. Sharp about knowing something that Garlington had said about the April 28th shooting. And you talked with me on direct about some of the things you believed had been said about the April 28th shooting. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you said that Garlington had made Moontoon a shooter. Did I hear you right?
I don't think I said he made him a shooter.
Okay. What was it about what Garlington said about Moontoon that caused you to say something about other people?
Just off him putting him on the scene.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that Garlington simply said Moontoon was driving?
I don't know.
Did you believe that Garlington had said Moontoon was doing something else?
I don't know what he said he was doing. I just know he put him on the scene.
How did you know that he put him on the scene?
Because he told us.
Who told you?
Garlington.
And when you were telling the jury about having heard something in your preliminary hearing, what is it that you heard that affected what you told the police?
The detective was talking about all the shootings and stuff.
Which detectives were talking about all the shootings?
I don't know whatever detective was on that case.
But was it your preliminary hearing that you were listening to the detective talk about or someone else's?
It was mine.
Okay. And was it yours for the April 28th shooting?
No.
What was it yours for?
Gun and gang charge.
Was that the May?
May, yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember all of the shootings that they talked about at that preliminary hearing?
I don't remember all. I just remember like my lawyer telling me stuff like when they go to the side, he'll say something. They'll say something, he'll tell me stuff like that.
And you mentioned your lawyer. Who was your lawyer at the time? It was Ricky Richardson still?
Yes.
And Ricky Richardson was your lawyer in both of the cases that the defense admitted, Defense Exhibit 49 and Defense Exhibit 50, right?
Yes.
All right. And how long has Mr. Richardson been your lawyer?
All my life.
Now, since when
We've
was
been
he?
knowing him all our life.
You've been knowing him all your life?
Yes.
Okay. When did he start representing you in cases in court?
When I first started catching cases, I had caught so many cases back to back. I don't remember.
Were they when you were 15 or younger or
Nah,
older?
probably 18 and up, something like that.
18 and up?
Yeah.
All right. Is this before or after you got to know defendant Jeffrey Williams?
After.
Okay. And were these cases involving guns every time or something different each time?
Before them two cases?
No, when Mr. Richardson first started representing you.
Guns.
Okay. Now, during that time, were you openly carrying guns? You said on direct that you always had a gun. Were you openly carrying guns?
What you mean by that?
When you caught these gun cases that Mr. Richardson represented you on, did you try to hide them when you carried them with you, or did you ever openly carry them?
When I got caught with them?
When you walked around with them, wherever it was you walked around?
I don't remember. I just know I always had,
Say that.
I don't remember. I just know I always got caught with guns.
Okay. You said on direct examination and on cross-examination with Mr. Shart, I believe, that when you gave the 2017 proffer that you didn't have a lawyer. Did I hear you right?
I didn't, but I knew Ricky when they called me up there. I never had no lawyer before that. When they called me up there, Ricky was up there. I was thinking he was my lawyer now, but come find out when I got back, he wasn't.
Now, when you say you had never had a lawyer before that,
No, I'm saying that, I think from like 16, he had quit because I had caught a federal case and went to the Fed. So he had quit because he know I'm not gonna build that stuff.
okay. So Mr. Richardson represented you on all of your other cases except your federal case?
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Richardson, after you gave that proffer, he's the person who represented you in this case that I'm holding, which is Defense Exhibit 50, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, right?
No.
He wasn't?
No.
Who
I
represented
think
you?
for a minute he was.
Okay. Yeah. And who was it that represented you on this case?
I don't remember. I didn't know Ricky had, when I played out, it wasn't Ricky no more.
All right. When you said he represented you for a little while, what part did he represent you on?
See, when I first got locked up, we had paid him, but he was like, it's too much going on with the case. Everybody want to blame at me or something like that, he was saying.
Okay.
And my dad just
Got someone else?
Yeah.
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
Huh?
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
I don't remember if I talked to Ricky about the case.
And did the case involve someone getting shot at?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to put on the screen for Defense Stillwell Exhibit 49, the first paragraph, or the first count in that indictment that has been admitted.
Okay, that's her
And-
lapel mic doing that, I think.
What you pled guilty to and what you admitted your guilt in Defense Stillwell 49 was that on April 28, 2015, you unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one of the following offenses: aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Is that, well?
Yeah,
I'm going to show it to you while we're getting our display set
I
up.
had to read it to him.
I need to read it to you?
You gotta make fun of him.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You don't want to look at it?
Yeah, you know,
What's the question?
The question was, isn't it true that you admitted that you committed the acts on April 28, 2015 of aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony while associated with a criminal street gang, and that you participated in criminal street gang activity through the commission of those acts?
yes,
All right. And you said on cross-examination with Mr. Sharp that you refused to accept a plea with the state. Is that right, or did I hear that wrong?
no, you're that right.
Okay. Now, did that mean that you entered into what is called a non-negotiated plea? Like you didn't have any agreement when you went up and made this admission?
What I meant by that was that when they was trying to get me to testify on Mr. Sledge, because he was still on the street, I ain't accept that. That's what I meant.
Okay. So this admission that you made wasn't in exchange for anything that the state gave you. You just went and put yourself at the mercy of the judge.
Yes,
All right. And when you made that admission at the mercy of the judge, you admitted that the gang you were committing these acts for was YSL, didn't you?
yes,
All right. I'm going to ask you the same question about defense Stillwell exhibit number 50. As we put that paragraph that you admitted to, or that you pled guilty to, on the screen. Now, in this case, defense Stillwell exhibit 50, do you remember, if you can look at it and tell me who represented you in this particular case?
you have to tell me.
Who represented you?
Ricky at first, and then I said locked up so long that I don't remember. I just know at the end that I ain't had Ricky.
Okay. All right. So did Ricky talk to you about this particular case?
I think he talked to the family or something like that. He
Okay.
probably talked on the phone about it. I don't know.
All right. All right. And did he talk to you about what you were charged with?
I couldn't hear you.
Just, as an officer, it invades the province, I think.
Your Honor, and I think that by, on cross-examination, by saying certain things regarding what he knew and what was explained to him and what he understood, that the door was opened for the state to inquire generally whether or not he spoke with his attorney about what he was charged with. It goes to what he said his understanding of the indictment was.
You can go ahead.
I didn't do that. I don't know. I don't know
Your
what
Honor,
that was done.
I object to the commentary.
He's allowed to make objections.
So did you speak with your attorney about what you were charged with, what the state was alleging?
Yes.
All right. And so you knew then that you were admitting by pleading guilty that by shooting at the person in this indictment with Kelvin Treadwell, you were committing an act on behalf of YSL.
No, it never, in indictment, you read the whole indictment, description, whatever, it's never said nothing about YSL. He got YSL because of me. He was being around me.
So on the screen behind you, if you would, do you not, or does it not say, on the 5th day of September 2018, unlawfully while associated with a criminal street gang, YSL, you participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one or more of the following offenses: aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
That what you said?
Miss Levy said he can't read, so.
Mr. Zachary, do you remember when Mr. Steele showed you a book? Let me see what book it is. Defendant Williams, number 19. He showed you this book and he turned to a page in this book and he put it in front of you and he asked you to look at it and to tell him what days you were on tour with Defendant Williams. Do you remember that?
I remember that, but see, I told him Chicago when he did like this. I said Chicago. I said, from what I know, it was Chicago when he did like this.
Okay. Before he did like this, were you looking at this book?
Counting days.
Okay. And when you were counting the days, were you also looking at the dates?
I was looking at the numbers. The numbers.
The numbers associated with the dates?
Let me see. Yes.
And in looking at the numbers, you notice that these dates only go from March 1st, 2015 to April 2nd, 2015.
I ain't look at all on.
Okay. Could you look at them and tell me if they do?
How am I know?
You said you were looking at the
I'm
numbers.
looking at the numbers.
So what were the numbers telling you?
They say 315.
Okay. Do you recall testifying earlier in this trial that you had read something in the newspaper?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? Okay. When Mr. Steele asked you whether or not, or why it is that you said you did not want any medication when I asked you, you said to Mr. Steele because you felt like the state was going to kill you?
Yes.
Prior to coming to testify, you said you were not going to testify. Is that wrong or right?
I don't remember me ever saying that. If I did, I probably did.
Did you ever tell anyone that if you testified, you would get killed because they are gang members?
No.
You did not?
No.
Okay. You testified with Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp that you were going through Xanax and other drug withdrawals when you gave the August. All right. Would you please remind me of the other drugs that you said you were withdrawing from?
Roxy, oxycodone.
Does the withdrawal, is that the first time that you have ever suffered withdrawals from Roxy, oxycodone, and Xanax? I would like to know if he knows how withdrawal normally affects him personally.
Just in jail.
Okay.
And now.
Was that the first time in August of 2015 that you went through withdrawal?
No.
Okay. Do you even know how many times you had gone through those withdrawals?
May 2015.
Okay. And when you went through those withdrawals, would you tell the jury how it affected your ability to communicate?
A lot.
How?
Like stomach, head.
Okay.
I'm up with stomach. I've been telling you, I'm dumb in the pain right now.
Okay.
And the head hurt like. See, I keep grabbing my head.
Okay.
Throwing up, but I ain't threw up because I probably ain't ate in like 3 weeks.
Okay. Well, were you offered the ability to eat?
Yes.
Okay.
I just ain't got no.
And
I ain't
when
been
you
taking my medicine.
and has anyone from the state tried to get you your medicine over the last 3 or 4 days?
You have, yes.
And did you believe that anybody from the state was going to kill you when we were trying to get you your medicine?
What you mean? Like at first when you asked me, did I want some medicine? Yes. First time.
Okay, so what changed between then and the time that the state tried to get you your medicine?
Cause I ended up going back to the hospital.
Okay. And was it the state that took you?
Yes.
Did we take you more than once?
Yes.
Did you believe that anyone from the state was going to kill you then?
No.
Okay.
I said at the time when you first.
Now, had anyone from the state threatened to kill you before then?
No.
Had I ever threatened you in any way?
Not. I don't. What you mean like threat? Like tell me you gonna kill me?
That's what you said. So had I ever threatened you like
Nah.
that?
Nah.
Okay.
This is all just a love redemption redirect.
So Xanax and the other drug withdrawal that you had did not have any effect on your ability to hear questions being asked of you, did they?
What you mean?
When I just asked you the effect of the withdrawal on you, you said that it caused you to have stomach pains and headaches.
What questions? There was no question. You haven't asked me no question. I mean, I don't understand, man.
Okay. Xanax, oxycodone, and OxyContin, what were the three?
Xanax and oxycodone.
Xanax and oxycodone withdrawal has no effect on your ability to understand when questions are being asked of you, do
Yes.
they? They do? Did they have an effect on your ability to understand questions that you were asked during your August 5th, 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis and later Thorpe and 2 federal agents?
What you mean like questions? Like,
You remember being interviewed?
yes, I'm saying like what you mean like did I understand the questions?
Yes, you remember being asked questions, don't you?
Yes, I remember.
And did the withdrawal symptoms that you had, did the withdrawal that you were going through, did it somehow make you not able to understand the questions that you were being asked?
Not that I remember now.
Okay. So you did understand the questions that you were asked?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, you volunteered information as well during those interviews, didn't you?
Yes.
And that interview in August of 2015, that interview lasted over 3 hours, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they was in there the whole time, but yes.
Thank you. And you talked with detectives Gaither and Dennis for well over an hour.
Yes.
And during that time that you talked with detectives Gaither, Dennis, Thorpe, and the 2 federal agents, they sometimes asked you about matters that they had talked with you in the interview earlier, didn't they? In other words, if they talked with you when they first walked in the room about the shooting on April 28th, they might ask you about it an hour or so later.
I think so.
And they didn't always get their facts right when they asked you about it the second time, did they?
No, I don't think so.
And there were times, more than one time, that you actually had to correct them because they had it wrong about what you had said. Isn't that right?
Probably.
For instance, at one point, Detective Dennis asked you, talked to you later on in the interview about Nard telling you something at Thug's condo, and you said, no, Nard didn't talk about it that night. It wasn't until later on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
at one point, Detective Dennis started to ask you, when was and didn't finish the question, but you finished it for him and said, you talking about the video, aren't you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Detective Dennis asked you what video, and you said to Detective Dennis, the video about Trivia. Remember?
Yes.
All right. You were asked by Mr. Steele about the January 6th occasion where Mr. Copeland or Woody was jumped on at Club Crucial. Do you remember?
It was January 6th.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about a January 6th incident?
I don't know if it was January 6th. I remember he said something about Woody getting jumped on the days before, something like that.
Okay. All right. So you remember talking to him about Woody getting jumped on days before
Yes.
Mr. Thomas got murdered?
Yes.
That was the date that you and Thug were in the club, right?
I remember us being in the club, but I don't know what day.
How many times in the week before Mr. Thomas got murdered do you know of Woody getting jumped at Club Crucial?
I don't remember how many times.
Was it more than one?
He probably got jumped one time. He probably got fined or something. I don't know more.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, and that's fine. If that's all you remember. So you only remember him getting jumped once.
But he stayed in some, so.
I only mean the stuff you know about. I get it.
No, I'm saying stuff you said in the club. He stayed in something in the club. So
The week before Donovan Thomas got murdered,
he stayed in something in the club.
do you personally know of more than one time when he got jumped?
Not jumped.
Just, yes, jumped.
Oh, jump? No.
Okay. And when he got jumped, Bloody J was there too, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Bloody J got jumped on outside of the club, right?
Why are we yelling?
I think so. I don't
Okay.
remember.
In fact, Shannon swung on Bloody J, didn't he?
Nah, I don't think so. I think it was Moonton.
You think it was Moontown? Yak swung on Bloody J too?
Nah.
Yak didn't swing on him?
No.
But it was that day that you were at Club Crucial with Thug when everybody ran outside to get their guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money. Isn't that right? Previously, it's what the witness said. So, is that right?
They weren't running out there to get the guns for him. They just, because Woody was getting jumped on, so they just the reaction.
Say that again now. They weren't.
If anybody ran out there, it wasn't to get no gun to protect him. It was because of whatever Woody had going on.
But didn't you tell the police in the August 5th, 2015 interview that that was when everybody jumped out, ran out to do, you know, and then you were asked, what do you know? What do you mean? And you said they went to get the guns because Thug was the money. They were going to protect Thug.
I mean, it wasn't just because of the money, just like I told you. If you want me to tell the truth, I'm telling you, it ain't. Because him, didn't nobody walk back to the door and get him.
Huh? Say that.
Didn't nobody walk back to the door and then or back in the club to get him.
Okay.
He walked on his own.
Okay. And I understand that, but that is what you told the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you told them Thug was the money, you meant Thug was the one that sort of gave money to you all, right?
He ain't give me no money like that. You better ask for some gas money or something. He ain't just giving you no money.
Okay. So what did you mean when you said they went out to get the guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
I meant as in he ain't have security with him that night.
Did you mention anything about not having security with him that night?
No, but I know in my head.
Well, then why'd you say they got guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
Objection asked and answered.
I asked why.
Because why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't doing that?
One more time. What was
Because
that?
why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't on that?
And what was it that he would have been getting into? What do you mean?
Like after fighting, like back then, like 9 times out of 10, probably was a shooting came behind it, and bullets could hit anybody.
Okay. And so it was important to make sure that Thug didn't get hit with one, right?
It wasn't important to make sure he didn't get hit. It's like make sure you get to your car, okay? Like it's too much going on out here.
Okay. And when you were talking with Shannon's lawyer on cross, you were asked by Shannon's lawyer if you would have done anything to get out of jail during that August 5th, 2015 interview. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And you told Shannon's lawyer that you went in there trying to give the police information on anybody. No, better yet, you said to tell lies on people to get yourself out of jail. You told Shannon's lawyer that, right?
I think it. I don't remember.
And you said you would have told a lie on anybody the police wanted you to talk about just to get yourself out of jail. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you told Shannon's lawyer that you knew the police wanted to know about Shannon, so you told a lie on Shannon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said on direct, and I believe on cross, that you also knew the police wanted to know about Thug, right?
Yes.
All right. But you didn't say that Thug knew anything about Donovan Thomas's murder, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't want to get out of jail bad enough to lie and say Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I ain't. What? I don't understand that. Can you say it again?
You never told the police that Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes. I never told them that.
Right. But you believed that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, right?
Yes.
Right. Knowing that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, you still didn't say, hey, you didn't lie on Thug and say Thug shot Donovan Thomas.
This is so frustrating. Woody could not have spelled this out any simpler for Love, and she still doesn't get it. You sprinkle a little truth with a lie to make it believable. You don't just come out with a giant whopper of a lie. So she's insinuating here, she's trying to insinuate that because he didn't come out with a big, bold lie that Jeffrey Williams just pulled up and started shooting at Donovan Thomas, because he did not make up that big lie back then, that also means he wasn't lying back then. How does that logic follow? And the jury's heard over and over about finessing and little truth with a lie.
Correct?
Yeah.
All right. You told Shannon's lawyer you were facing how many years?
89 or something like that. I think that's what you told me.
189 years in prison. Now, you didn't get 189 years, right?
No.
And in fact, the state offered you much less than 189 years, right?
Yes.
But you turned that down, didn't you?
Yes.
And you turned that down because you weren't going to testify against Montu, right?
Yes.
All right. So for you, is it fair to say you'd rather spend 189 years in prison than to testify against any one of your friends?
As I had got older, yes.
Okay. Now, on direct, and I believe on cross, you mentioned that you went in there trying to protect Montu on the August 5th, 2015 interview. Did I hear that right, or did I get that wrong?
You heard it right.
Okay, got it right. All right. And on cross-examination with Thug's lawyer, you said that Woody was the one that had the problem with Kale. Did I get that right, or did I get that wrong?
You got it right.
All right. Now, if you were trying to clear Montu in the August 5th, 2015 interview with detectives Gaither and Dennis, would you please explain to the jury why you told Gaither and Dennis that Woody and Montu shooting at Kale is what started the gang war?
Why did I tell them that?
Yes, sir.
Because I felt like it.
Okay. And if you were trying to protect Montu, when you, as you told Shannon's lawyer, why did you tell the police that Montu was always on go?
Because I felt like it.
Now, you were asked by Thug's lawyer about seeing Thug perform with Rich Homie Quan. Were those performances were before Nut got killed though, right?
No, when we went to Florida, I think I told him that he had a showdown now.
Okay. And was that when you went to Florida going into New Year's 2015?
No.
It was after?
I think that was one time, but I'm saying like the next time we went after somebody got killed, he performed with.
And when you say you think it was after he got killed that they performed?
I know it was after he got killed.
Uh-huh.
That he performed with him again.
All right. And when you say he performed with him, sometimes I know when people are performing, different acts come up. Describe what you mean when you say he performed with him. Did they sing the song on stage together?
They had songs together.
They sang them at the same time on stage?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
They had to. They were together. It was a song, verse, hit verse, hit verse, hit verse, like that.
I'm just asking if you saw them appear on stage together. You personally saw it.
Yes, I was there.
Okay. So you were there and you saw it.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Did you personally see them perform on stage together?
Did I see them perform on stage together?
That's the question. At the
When?
same time, in the instant you described for the jury just a second ago.
I was at the show. I just
Okay.
told you that.
You were at the show. Did you see them personally perform on stage together?
I was back there when they performing. I don't remember.
Okay.
I was backstage though when they performing. So I don't,
So is it fair to say you did not see them personally perform on stage
I
together?
can't say. I just know that when they went on stage, whatever they did, I was backstage and they went on there together.
Okay. Now, you also said you were present when in March, Thug called Rich Homie Quan on stage a derogatory name that rhymed with Rich Homie Quan.
She asking this again.
I wasn't even like in March, I think that was that the tour, so I ain't even stayed that many days, and I think I had saw that on Instagram. That was a lie.
Why did you tell the police that you were there? Because the police asked
Because
you,
he
how
was
you
lying.
know? And I'm going to use this horrible name and word because that's what you said. Didn't you tell the police that in March 2015,
Before
Thug called this gentleman, Rich Homie Quan, he used the name Bitch Homie Quan, on stage in public to talk about Rich Homie Quan?
I never heard him say that. It's not that's something I just heard. I never heard him say it. Why did I tell him that? I don't know.
I'm just asking you, did I get it right? You did say that, right, to police?
Yes.
Say it again.
And in fact, you told the police that you were there personally and you saw it, right?
I couldn't have been there.
But did you tell them that?
Probably.
Okay. Now, did they ask you to tell them that?
I don't know.
All right. Did they show you, or did you see surveillance footage from the night of Donovan Thomas's murder before the August 15th, 2015, interview that you had with police?
I saw it on news.
Okay. Where else?
I don't remember. I know news.
Just the news?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have no recollection of anybody showing you anything other than what you saw in the news. Fair? I'll let you think about it if you need to.
I don't know.
Okay. Now tell the jury what you saw on the news.
I don't remember. I just saw a car ride past you.
Okay, thank you. A car riding past you. Do you know that area, 330 McDaniel Street? And by no, I mean, have you
No.
seen it in the daytime?
No, I mean, yeah, I don't rode past before, but I don't know like the neighborhood.
Would you call that neighborhood if gang territory?
That's really like, I don't know. It's really like Mechanicville, really.
Did you know the barbershop and the Texaco to be places that if gang hung out?
I don't know. Like, no.
No? Did you tell the police that?
It probably just something I made up.
Okay.
I don't went to that barbershop before I got a haircut.
I'm sorry?
I used to go to that barbershop and get a haircut.
Okay. So you would have had a way to know if gang people hung out at the barbershop then, right?
Yes.
All right. And you would have had a way to know whether they
I mean,
hung.
no. I don't
No?
know. No.
Okay.
I don't know what somebody ain't get. Or what they is.
Did you know, you knew that Nut was if gang, didn't you?
Did I know that he was ill gang?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I knew he was some.
Now, do you remember, or did you have in your head, or did you know about all the details that Woody told Lil D before you went into the August 5th interview?
Did I know all the details?
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I remember.
Now, do you remember which details in the August 5th, 2015 interview were shared or given to police as a result of anything you learned from Lil D?
I can't say I remember.
Do you remember whether you talked to Lil D about Summer getting shot at or shot towards at the Crystals?
Do I remember talking to Ladie about it?
Yes.
I mean, I talked to him about everything, so probably, yeah.
Okay. And would that have been him telling you or you telling him?
They probably, because he was cool with it, I was cool with it. It probably went either way.
Okay. Was there anything that Lil D told you to tell the police?
No.
Okay. And do you remember whether any of the three people that you were asked about on cross with respect to defendant Stillwell Exhibit 49, Demikian Garlington, or you called him Lil D as well? D Montunk, or you, did either one of you have dreadlocks on April 28, 2015?
Locks question.
No.
Okay. Have you worn your hair in dreadlocks anywhere in 2015?
Not, what you mean, like how long? Like I probably had
Like
afro.
Jay-Z kind of dreadlocks?
Nah.
Okay. And Montunk, anytime in 2015, was he wearing dreadlocks that look kind of like Jay-Z's dreadlocks look now?
Nah.
Okay.
Want to wear it. Don't wear no dread.
Say that again?
Don't wear no dread.
He never wore dreads?
I ain't never saw him with no dread.
Did you ever see D with any dreads, Demikian?
No.
All right. On cross-examination, you told Shannon's lawyer that you, Montunk, and D were the only people who participated in that drive-by on Adele.
That's the name on the street.
Down on Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Okay? You told him that, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you have no idea what witnesses the police talked to about that shooting?
Yeah, I know.
Who do you know that they talked to?
I don't know, but it was like 30-something names or 15 names, something like that, on our witness list.
Oh, okay, you got a witness list.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you don't know what those witnesses told the police?
No.
You don't know.
No.
That's correct.
No.
Okay. Do you know what any of those witnesses told the police?
I know that they told them they wouldn't cooperate.
What now?
After I got locked up, I was locked up with some other people. They were telling us that people weren't going to trial on us and stuff like that.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, do you know what any of the witnesses told police the night that the shooting happened?
No.
Okay. You told Shannon's lawyer that there was only one car, but you told the police in August 2015 that there were two, correct?
What I supposed to told them the truth?
I'm sorry.
What I supposed to told them? I told them a lie.
Which one did you tell the lie to?
When it was two cars, when I told on the police.
Now, would you please explain to the jury what benefit you got from telling the police that there were two cars instead of one?
See, at first, I was just panicking, wanting to get out of jail. But I told you, as I got older and started learning in jail, I ain't want no jail.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Explain that. I'm sorry.
When I was younger, that's when I told the police that. But as I got older and I was in jail and I was learning, I ain't want no. realizing like, damn, I ain't want no deal.
You didn't want a deal.
Yeah, I ain't want no benefits off of it.
Okay. Now, does that fall for the 2019 case or the 2018 case?
18, I ain't
Yeah.
say nothing to no police.
Okay. You learned that it was better not to talk to the police.
Yes.
All right. Because you'd have to testify against your friends if you got a deal?
No, it ain't just that. You put yourself in more trouble.
Okay. All right. Now, I understand that as you got older, you learned better about talking to the police, but in that August 5th, 2015 interview, would you tell the jury how telling the police there were 2 cars benefited you?
I thought it would have benefited me. I was just telling them lies.
How would it have benefited you? That's all I'm asking.
Shit. Just, I was making up stuff, putting people down. So it can take some of the blame off me.
Okay. You were asked by Shannon's lawyer about the number of shell casings on scene. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene?
I think I told him that.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea, no personal knowledge, what types of shell casings were found on scene?
Yes, I know. I know, Miss Love. I got caught.
You know
with it.
exactly what shell casings?
Sustained.
Go ahead.
I got caught with the gun.
Okay. My question to you.
I'm pretty sure that was Shart saying, I'm objecting. I want her to let the witness finish answering because she was cutting him off by asking another question.
Is, do you know exactly the caliber and number of shell casings found on scene at that site?
Not all of them.
Okay.
I know what I got caught with.
Okay. And what about the apartments? I think Perry Homes. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene?
I don't know how many.
Is it fair to say you don't even know all the different types of shell casings that were found on scene?
No. I just know what I got caught with.
Okay. So you don't know the types. You just know the gun you got caught with.
Yes.
All right. And any conclusion you drew about your gun matching shell casings on any scene came from what you heard in your preliminary hearing. Is that right?
It came from me knowing what I did.
Mm-hmm.
And about April 28th.
Mm-hmm.
And then about what they discussed with my lawyer in preliminary hearing, yeah.
Okay. So is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say that you only went to 2 of Thug's shows during the rodeo tour, or did you say you went to more than 2?
I just know it was more than 2. It was more than 2.
Okay. Now, Thug wasn't the headliner on that, right?
No.
All right. Was he, what was his role in that tour?
I don't know what his role was. Rapper, whatever he do.
Do you know when he performed? Like, was he like an opening act or a closing
I
act?
don't know.
Did you watch either of the shows?
I told you most of the time I was helping out with stuff that needed to be done.
Okay.
Ms. Love, just scheduling wise, how much long do you think you're going to be?
Your Honor, maybe half an hour, and if the court thinks, I mean, it may go longer, so it may
Okay.
be a good time.
All right. Would this be a good time to break for lunch?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's all be back at,
My gosh.
let's shoot for 1:15. Okay.
All right, we're gonna switch back over to Law and Crime for the closed captions now that we have a clean break to do so. Sorry about whatever that was earlier with the 2 streams. you know, good times. We'll say it was the weather. Because we've got, I think you guys in the chat said that, you know, they're closing certain stuff down or declaring a state of emergency in some parts of Georgia already. We have state of emergency here on the east coast of Florida. And everything's closing down tomorrow, so who knows? You never know.
Okay,
Wind
anything
can do
before we
funny
break?
things.
No, let's stay.
Okay, see y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, could you push this off?
Yeah, what do you guys think of? What do you think? Over under on the 30-minute count. Oh man, we have so many great thoughts in here. First of all, this is hilarious. Lottie B says, look, I can't keep up with comments in the chat. My Apple's autocorrect keeps changing to writing random Danish words because, you know, Lottie's living in Denmark. This message took me 12 minutes to write, delete, rewrite, and edit. But I'm just thinking, like, you know how sometimes, like, AI can pick up from what it's hearing or what you're typing into it? All I could think of is it's getting confused because the audio stream of love, it just doesn't know what to write. It's absorbing some word salad. Oh, goodness. And notice she doesn't really actually do that much word salad when she's confronting a witness about something she feels personally offended by or like she's protecting herself on. But thank you, Lottie B, for going the extra mile there to send the super, type it out. I know what that's like. And, you know, I think our chat is pretty good at figuring out typos. I think we all have some good experience making typos ourselves and digesting what a typo is supposed to actually say. So hopefully you still feel welcome to chat along. G. Lander says, 6 pound, 7 ounce baby Jesus, make it stop. KC Dog says, I hope Rich Homie Quan Estate sues her for defamation. Guys, that has to be like one of the funniest sound bites from this trial. Like, the way she first of all, she said this all on direct. She did this B word that rhymes with rich. She did that on direct. I don't know why she had to bring this back up. And she had to repeat that question several times. And it's like she prepared a speech. It sounded like when a politician makes dramatic pauses between things. When she asked that final question about the Rich Homie Quan teeing up for herself to say the B word, it was just like, why? Why are you putting so much effort into this? Like, why? And I don't know, did they ask to approach? That's annoying if we didn't get to see it. I miss when they used to show more of the stuff. And then they just walked by, so maybe. I see, like, I have the long crime stream on, which is like a second or two ahead. You're gonna see them walk in front of the camera in a second. And then I'll switch over. So maybe. Harry Williams said, recuse Judge Glanville. Did you call Paige and tell her to help your boothing love out? Yeah, where is recuse Judge Glanville today? Oh, man. Yeah, a couple assists there from the judge to the state today. And guys, I think the defense isn't objecting so much during this redirect. They'll recross on anything they feel is necessary. But I don't know, you guys aren't taking well to the way that she's handling this redirect. So they could be of the opinion that the jury is hearing it, interpreting what she's saying, interpreting Quindarrius Zachary's answers, and concluding that this is not such a good look for the state, particularly for Miss Love. Also, shout out to the chat, everyone that was pointing out that Tick had dreads back in the day. I don't know why Love tried to bring that up. Like, have we ever really seen a picture of Quindarrius Zachary with long hair? We've seen several pictures and videos with him. Has he ever even had long hair, let alone anything styled with it? I don't know why she would ask Quindarrius Zachary, did you ever have dreads? Jay-Z? Like, come on. Like, why are we doing this? We need a counter for how many times I ask, why are we doing this? Chloe Albert's Revenge says, did Love think, because Quindarrius Zachary's sick, that he'd respond to her if she dressed as the world's scariest doctor today with the lab coat? Oh, goodness. Casey Dog says loves jealousy is rearing its ugly head yet again. And it's like the way she refers to the... It'd be one thing if she was also just saying like lawyer steal, lawyer shard, right? That's like, that would be turning the same thing back against the other side, right? But for her, she's doing it to the defendants. She'll say, thug's lawyer. And, I mean, they didn't object, but that just seems like a little improper to do that to the defendant. But, you know, she's allowed to cast aspersions to the defendants, to their counsel, who knows. Ike says, rule number 1, don't ask any questions that you don't already know the answer to. And I'm assuming this, when she asked the question about the medications he was taking and then tried to clarify and it just made her look like she wasn't going to be aware of his condition. And her line of questioning was dependent on her understanding the symptoms, how these medications and or withdrawal from those medications could impact, you know, his willingness to talk, how he was responding to people, his demeanor back at certain time periods. So for her to ask these questions that she doesn't know the answers to, then has to ask him to repeat his answer. And when she tries repeating his answer back on the Roxy's back to him, she's like, the what? Like, it's not a good look if you're trying to discredit the way that those things could have been impacting him. Stephen T. Satchel says, in those conviction documents, who wrote those words? I don't know, sometimes when she shows those documents, it also seems a bit of self-defense, rehabilitating herself. Like, and I know that Max Sharp tried to introduce, you know, one of the conviction acknowledgments, and there was an issue because of the last page, the sign-off page, they had to rearrange how it was for it to be admitted. That was around the moment that I think he circled over to the state's table yesterday. So, like, I get it. Like, that stuff might be fine to talk about, but I feel like her reason for introducing that just completely fell flat. Like, oh, and you were facing 189 years, and then you suddenly decided you didn't want to snitch on Munktunk specifically. Well, that might be a good bridge to make the point of you don't like to snitch on your friends if you yourself hadn't already on direct hammered out that Quindarrius Zachary, compared to all other names listed, was particularly close with Munktunk. You've already eliminated the even playing field between all of them. Munktunk has already been elevated as someone that Quindarrius Zachary is closer with and more likely to protect. So why would you focus in on that point? I mean, maybe you're relying on the jury for getting that, not thinking about it in that way. But I caught it. My first gut response was, well, of course he's going to want to protect Munktunk. That was like his BFF. His ride or die. He was ride or dying for his BFF. Leah's dad says, it's like love forgets that these are her witnesses every single day. Every single witness. Oh, man. Casey Dog says, I hope Ratromi Kwan's estate sues her for defamation. I don't really know if we're in defamation territory, but, you know, you could try the lawsuit anyway, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I don't even care if it's, like, slightly frivolous. She kind of has it coming. Mrs. Hemp says, DA seems to think that being hated works for her case. Yeah, no readjustments, dives into it, starts yelling. Why? Why? Angie Lake, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Mark in Texas says, holy crap, she completely opened up the threat line of questioning. And hey, so Mark in Texas is having the same issue as Lottie B. Apple's autocomplete is hating, you know, this YouTube chat. So I'll be interested in seeing, what do you think if we get a recross, and I think we will, because this is kind of like a mini direct, so it's kind of opening the door for a recross. I think at least we'll see Shart come up for some recross. We had a lot of conversation about Shannon Stillwell. We did have a little bit of prodding at Yak, but I don't think Quindarrius Zachary's responses were something that Doug Weinstein might want to do any recross on. We didn't really get any answers relating to Yak. But if we get this line of questioning, what do you think we'll see questioned about? What do you think that Sharp, maybe Steele, maybe Weinstein will go up there and recross? And you know what would be hilarious? If one of the other attorneys that didn't do a cross, and I've never really been in a situation where I've seen this happen. I don't really get to see that many trials with co-defendants being tried at the same time. But what would happen if this redirect goes so out of bounds that there's something that comes up that one of the attorneys that didn't do any cross for direct, now there's something new that comes in that one of these attorneys is like, Your Honor, look, I know I didn't cross, but like all of this is new and now I need to be able to cross-examine on that. And now we have recross from someone that didn't even cross. Like, can you imagine if that happened? Oh, man. Casey Dog also says, let's not forget Love's Jungle Book opening statements. Has anybody in the chat that tuned in late gone back and, you know, after they started getting into this trial, gone back and revisited to see for the first time opening statements? Because what are your thoughts on seeing the way Love opened, right? Because, you know, I always hear attorneys say that your opening statement, your closing statements, you really need to lay out the roadmap in opening, and then in closing, you need to tie all those loose ends together. Show how we got to that final destination. You know, we have the map quest to open us up, and we're arriving at the correct destination by closing. And Love's roadmap was references to Jungle Book. You know, comparing everything to wolves and beasts in the jungle, and it was a little interesting. So interested in the perspective of anyone that came in late, was already scratching their head at Love, and then went back to see how she actually framed the context of this trial. I don't even want to say good times. I say good times as a figure of speech. Not really good times there. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Steele is a skilled defense attorney like Alan Jackson. Great to watch because their demeanor is part of their cross. You guys always love to see like the posture change at the podium. The leg, the stance. They counter the state with inflection, stress certain words, treat people like humans. Yeah, big contrast there. Love's approach is they's bad and just yelling when she doesn't get her way. I see exactly what you're pointing out, Chloe. And I think you're right also to compare it to Alan Jackson. Definitely great to watch over in the Kieran Reed trial. In Tay Biz said cat psi counter 32. Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. It might be more. It might be a little bit more. I'm resisting from sighing right now. And hold on, are you doing Diddy later? Oh, phrasing. Are you publishing content about the Diddy case later? Oh man, let me watch my phrasing. Let me watch. Let's see. What do we have from Taviz coming up? Yes, Diddy's poisonous ways. So guys, definitely bookmark this, and when court starts, I won't waste your time with me sitting here in silence trying to set up a redirect, but I'll also set up a redirect to Taviz at 6 p.m. That's usually around the time court winds down and we get out of here. So we'll take a trip over to Taviz at 6 p.m., but if you want to hit the notify button, the link is in the chat for that there. It'll be a great time hanging out in the chat, always laughing my butt off. Ah, good times. Big thank you to Sky Mosaic for becoming a member. Maricela says, Kat always killing it. Thank you for all you do. No, thank you. Chat held it down for me yesterday when I got like upset talking about Marcellus Williams. You guys are so, so nice. So really shout out to the chat, the whole community. I'm just here to sigh on the screen every once in a while at something the state does. Thank you, Maricela. MT says, Love will just keep scrambling and scrapping with her objections until the judge jumps in and makes the objection for her. Yeah. Saw a lot of that this morning. I thought, you know, There were some times where I was surprised Love didn't object more just for the sake of objecting. But I do think she might have been like busy writing down, trying to prep for her redirect that's really a direct. But yeah, and we do get the assist from the judge, and it's irritating. It never seems to stop. Mixed Chick for the $9.99. Thank you so much, Mixed Chick. Always good to see ya. One happy white girl became a member. Thank you for becoming a member. OG Cappy says, Judge looks worn down. She's over this trial. She's not doing anything to speed it up, but she does look worn down. Maricela says, Kat, thank you for dropping the link to Tayviz TV. He is amazing and you always showing love and support. No problem at all, and you guys know I'm going to keep saying it. I need Tayviz to keep going because I need him to keep creating content. I want to be able to watch it. So, a little selfish. Thank you so much, Maricela, and shout out to Tayviz. Mrs. R, oh, I'm so late on these. Mrs. R says, good morning, Kat and all my co-conspirators. It's morning somewhere. I think West Coasters we're still morning time. It just hit afternoon here in East Coast. I'm a little late. Great to see you, Mrs. R. Thank you for the 5. And then PJ EDW says, good morning. I'm late again. But good morning to K and W with the green hearts and the snakes, or the green ducks. The thing that looks like a little turtle, depending on where you look at it and who you ask. Casey Dog, I love this observation too. You guys have made great observations about the way Steele is, the little nuances of how these defense attorneys are conducting their cross-examination. And here Casey Dog says, Steele using words like sent home are strategic, right? For me, sent home reminds me of school days where somebody gets sent home from school. You get sent home from school because you're sick or because you got in trouble, right? You don't really get sent home from school because you did a great job. So definitely strategic connotations there, using the phrase sent home rather than did you leave? Why didn't you stay? Sent home is different. Great observation. Thank you for all your support today, Casey Dog. Raymond Rora says, yesterday high was the bladder motion the judge ruled on and shut Love up. Piss on you, I'm going. Yeah, she just got up out of there. That was so funny. And I love that Nick Starro themed his whole... Like, he recapped through the whole day, but he themed that recap he did yesterday evening after court ended, and he was watching it really for the first time. He had caught a bit of that moment. When he tuned in, it happened to be right around that moment. And he themed his whole recap stream about waiting for the Whitaker walk-off. Ah, what a good time. MT says, how much does Steele have to cook before the judge calls a break? I'm calling it now. Wait till he gets going. And unfortunately, we did get a break because they had something to discuss, but... And that was all interesting, too. I mean, what did you guys think of that discussion? Like, Love wants to introduce this phone call. Steele's like, okay, let's play it. Judge is like, this doesn't help anybody. And again, to me, that was a huge assist to the state. The state didn't want that assist, but Whitaker really helped the state by saying, why would you want to play this? Why would you want to play this? Oh, goodness. Yeah, I think this is kind of, they're past this, though. You know, in some cases you might watch, there will be stipulations where, you know, you're not supposed to use certain phrases because it's too prejudicial. Like, maybe we can't call somebody a victim, and that'll be a motion in limine, and it could be ruled in or out. I think in this case, there is a small gray area because technically Young Thug is part of his stage name. However, I do feel like if she's going to say Thug, she should at least be saying Young Thug, right? Use the actual stage name in full. However, this is something that, you know, been happening all throughout the trial, was argued in front of Judge Glanville. So the leniency is in Love's favor there. Again, I still think if you're going to say Thug, it should be Young Thug. Use the artist name, the full artist name. Because I don't think even in the indictment, it doesn't say AKA Thug. It says AKA Young Thug, AKA King Slime. So, but yeah. And how is Recross longer than the cross? I mean, this is not the first time for that either. And this is you know what, this is definitely a good point, and honestly, I do feel a little appreciative for it. Jason says, right or wrong, the judge thinks if she just lets Love have her way or helps her, it'll go along faster, it'll be easier. And that there's truth to that, right? Because if the defense were to object more and the judge were to agree with the defense's objections, when the defense has gotten an overrule to one of their objections, they didn't stand up and go on and on and on for 17 hours. When it happens in the other order, and I get it, right or wrong, right? You know, Jason's not saying it's fine, it's okay, it's perfect. But for the sake of saving time and not dealing with something, it's probably true. It's a smart prediction. Well, if you challenge Love, you're going to get 17 hours of more time wasted. So pick your battle. So great point, and always appreciate a qualifier like right or wrong. Because, right, we should be able to think about that without taking it to an extreme. NJB Nene says, Kat, you mods and chat gang are much love. So, you know what, mod love all the time. And one thing I hate about StreamYard, I can't just easily, there's no like emoji keyboard. So when I type through StreamYard, usually I just put a bunch of exclamations because I can't just grab emojis. But just know when I use exclamation points, it's probably because I want to use an emoji. And I would definitely use some green hearts right there. Ms. Bright One, why is the judge not judging? And again, I do think part of that is because the defense just isn't objecting, and I think the defense is strategically choosing not to object. One, because I don't think Love's making much ground. If not, I would say she's kind of walking backwards a little bit in some topics. But if they object, there's a decent chance that it's going to get overruled anyway. And when you object to something, I know we can't really hear it. Maybe the jury can't really hear the objection either. But sometimes when you object, you just bring more attention to something. And that might not work in your favor. And sometimes it doesn't matter what the judge rules, right? The objection itself could be what the jury notices. A lot of the time you hear us say, doesn't matter, the jury heard it. So I think there's certain times where rather than call attention to an issue, let it fly. So I do think that some of it is strategic, and because they're not objecting, the judge can't judge. But then there's other times, like, I still wish when she said, all right, let's take a bathroom break earlier today. She was cutting Love's argument off, but she didn't explicitly remind Love, no, I made my ruling. And I would have loved to see that explicitly be stated on the record. Love, once again, just stop trying to go on and on and on. And judge should give us that. Heart of Inspiration says, I can't gift memberships. I'm here though. Oh, well, thank you for wanting to gift memberships. You guys, Heart of Inspiration, that means you can use any heart. Show some love to Heart of Inspiration. Good friend of the channel across really many cases. And even though Heart of Inspiration is supposed to be starting a court crime trial channel, she does have some on her current channel. And in addition to that kind of law nerd content, tons of inspirational content for well-being and for small business owners. So if you guys are into any of those things, and she is so close to 10K, that would be amazing for you to get there. Shout out to Heart of Inspiration, always working hard. It's always like a wonderful thing to see that you still have time to make content for us out here in the YouTube world. Thank you so much again for thinking about gifting memberships. Touche says, just like Karen Reed trial, we have to rely on the defense to make anything make sense. Well, you know, we can always count on the Commonwealth in the Karen Reed trial to let us know it was snowing. It was snowing. We learned very important details from the Commonwealth on their 6-week. Really, that trial's another one. It was like over 6 weeks. I think it took just over 6 weeks. And I think that one really could have been 2.5 weeks. Just crazy cumulative. Chloe Albert's Revenge. You guys are loving the Karen Reed stuff today. Love. And you know I didn't type house long to die in the cold, right? Oops, wrong case again. Seriously, she doesn't do redirect. She does indirect. Can you imagine What's another case that you guys have watched? Just imagine if it was Love trying that case and if it would have gone differently in either direction. And I also think the questions that Love just asked on Redirect about Club Crucial and Quindarrius Zachary saying, like, look, I think that was really about whatever Kenneth Copeland was doing, because Love was trying to figure out why everybody was running to grab guns and blah, 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 blah. What I think is really interesting, just a coincidental timing, is, you know, Love's theory is we want to protect Jeffrey Williams because he's our leader of this YSL gang. But with young Dolph, which is happening right now, everybody's eyes glued to that trial too, big trial right now. Yesterday is where we get to find out that, well, I don't think find out. I think there's some people said, no, his brother held it down, and other people were speculating years ago when this happened. Like, well, where was his brother? Was he hiding behind the counter? Well, yesterday with the young Dolph trial, we find out that brother, who also was really like bodyguard for young Dolph, a celebrity that pretty much felt comfortable going to Memphis, was well liked in Memphis, goes to this local mom and pop cookie store, bakery. You know, whoever apparently has a hit out for him, comes up, does this drive-by, and the video surveillance shows the brother with like a handgun trying to shoot and then going over to the car to try to get something else out of the car that might have a little bit more rounds, firepower. You know, we see in another trial, brother/bodyguard is acting in the moment to protect somebody that they're with. They're doing it on pure instinct. Doesn't mean that they were running to protect this person because of gang conspiracy. But Love, in this case, running at the same time. Today is just one day after that testimony yesterday. That video surveillance footage was played in court. We're getting Love trying to get the witness to say that everything that happened that night because of the Club Crucial fighting, anyone running to their car to get guns, was because they were thinking of Jeffrey Williams. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, the storyline she's trying to ask people to follow. Yeah, and he did manage to hit. Yeah, lacking because he's wearing flip-flops, though. Yeah, not very easy to run in flip-flops. Hilarious observation. Yes, they are on lunch break. I can add that to the banner. We are on lunch. 1:15 p.m. ET. Apologies in advance for when we're like 15 minutes back into court and it still says lunch in the banner. I can see it happening. And I think, you know, some interesting stuff. I think YouTube's being funky bunch. I don't know. Yeah, we've got 1:15 p.m. Eastern is when we're supposed to be back from lunch. I don't know, there's probably been like 4 or 5 sighs since you stepped away. Speaking of, Millie says she came strapped today, and now that's in reference to the lapel microphone that the entire front row had to help her turn on. That was funny though. I was like, she's so close to the podium. Why doesn't she just use the podium? But she thought she was lapel mic'd up. What a time. Thank you, Millie. Dee Dee put the nail right on the head, says, Love, don't redirect. She redo her redirect, and it shouldn't be allowed, in my opinion. You know, I think for the, like, trim it down, make this move along. But really, the state has, I mean, the defense hasn't really objected, so I still wish the judge, she kind of hinted at it, like, you know, just for scheduling, but how much longer? You know, that was a good moment where she could have said, you know, it's kind of creeping up on being longer than Cross was, but, and we didn't really get that. I think Judge could have done something there. Thank you so much, Dee Dee. And by the way, some of your other comments in the chat are hilarious when I get to catch them. Stephen T. Satchel says, Plan A, Woody, as a witness, failed. Now Plan B, Quindarrius Zachary is failing. Who does Love consider to be Plan C? You know, I would say that, you know, really this is like Plan E. I think Trontavia Stevens was kind of a fail. I don't think DK Walter Murphy was that big of a fail for the state. it just didn't move the needle in their direction. It just didn't really help the defense. But I think a lot about Trontavious Stevens helped the defense. I think Woody obviously helped the defense. I think Munktung helped the defense. So maybe I think this might be plan D. Quindarrius Zachary might be plan D. And hopefully for the state's sake, Michael Sprinkle is not their plan E. But he might be. They might be relying on Sprinkle next. So, Stephen T. Satchel, thank you for the food for thought. Who do you think is the backup plan after Quindarrius Zachary? Yeah, we got a Sprinkle in here already. I'm sighing quietly to myself so Tabiz can't add me to the counter. Mark in Texas calls this one right too. Love gets way too wrapped up into gotcha. And yeah, you got this one done without a typo. Yeah, what is going on with like the typos and autocorrect today? Is it an Apple device thing for that, or is it, I don't know. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Oh, I got that one. Sorry. Mark in Texas says, so Love has made the Brady list for this trial. That was a good line of questioning too. Love tried to cut that short. But I think when that was happening, the whole chat was like, you did. And I also think, maybe the jurors don't sit here and watch like LawTube and trials the way we do. But when you hear a phrase like prosecutorial, you get this wind of anything like prosecutorial misconduct. I think that's easy to digest even as a layman. Even if you can't explain out loud what actually constitutes something being something a prosecutor shouldn't do, while you're hearing about it, while you're thinking about it, you can understand it, even if you can't lay it out in words. So that was an interesting line of questioning as well. Heart of Inspiration says, no, I mean, YouTube won't let me. Oh, and I'm dropping birth chart readings on Love and Whitaker today. Heck yeah. Oh, that's going to be hilarious. Well, maybe interesting is a better word. I'm assuming there will be some things that make sense. So again, Heart of Inspiration here. And make sure you hit that subscribe button. I don't see it, since you're still working on uploading it, I don't see like the premiere or the link to the specific video. But obviously, if you guys subscribe, you'll see it when it goes live. Big shout out to Elizabeth Wright for gifting 5 memberships. Elizabeth Wright, thank you so much for your support. Always love to see you and hopefully see you at Club Classy later. I can't wait for that. I have a short meeting, a check-in with a web designer at 8 p.m. right when Club Classy starts, so I'm going to be fashionably late. Apoon and Moo says the Kokomo show. Yeah, you guys were loving that. I think I saw some ladies in the chat volunteering to iron his suit for him. And I think Steele was like, totally accidentally, but it seemed like Steele was just like panning the camera in that direction and calling Mr. Kokomo forward for the ladies. Always a good time. Touche said, ooh, and he got ahead of Love's redirect questions by asking Quindarrius Zachary why he kept answering that he didn't remember on direct. Yep, because you know that Love was boiling in her boots, sitting there, wondering, oh, he's answering so differently. Is it because his dad spoke to Max Shard and Mr. Steele? Because I heard on a phone call the dad say he was going to call them? Like, yeah. Definitely an astute observation there, Touche. Casey, Doug, this was an important clarification too, speaking about that call. Maybe we can re-listen to that. I heard a lot, but there were some parts I couldn't really follow who was saying what because it was moving so fast. But I did clip that out if you guys want to re-listen to the call. I really think Love has been sitting on that audio recording because she heard Shart's name mentioned and she heard Steele's name mentioned in it. And she's just like, those meddling kids. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Love thought that call would show Quindarrius Zachary's father as obstructive or something, but it really shows how her office will disrespect and harass anybody connected to you to get what they want. Out of touch. Yep, absolutely. And not for nothing, but the investigator just sounded extremely unprofessional, right? They were both yelling at each other, but one is a family member, right? It's not part of their professional duty to be making this phone call. The other person on the line, it's part of their professional duty. So, there should be, some standards there. What should be our procedure here? Should our procedure involve over talking and yelling back at somebody over the phone? Who knows? Who knows? On a side note, but well, not really a side note, it was relevant today. Classy Beats said Young Thug's catalog is elite. You guys are loving that, naming the songs one by one. Everyone in the chat was like, good song, good song. And also, it shows that Young Thug didn't need money from selling tiny amounts of things. Like, he had other things going for him. And then he was willing to share his success. He was going on tour. So not only was he sharing his success monetarily to try to help his friends out, give them better opportunities, but trying to get them out of town. And, Steele loves to... I do think Steele has an appreciation for the artistry, for Young Thug's music. I also think that, of course, telling the storyline of, he built his career and tried to bring his friends with him, and anybody that was doing anything not good got sent home. That phrase, sent home. Very nice, I think, dual purpose of showing appreciation for a client that he probably sees as a friend, and also painting a story for the jury that dismantles Love's idea of this enterprise. Monica Chappelle, yes, says, good morning, K&W crew. Skull Vikes with the purple, and it's yellow, but we'll say gold. Yeah, shout out to the Vikings. And since I'm sure somebody will ask, I know I've never lived in Minnesota. I just really loved the Vikings fans as a kid and have been a fan ever since. Love, love, love to watch it. Tons of fun. Need to go to a game one day. And it's interesting, I'm in Florida. We have like 3 football teams, and tons of college football out of Florida too. Good games. I should probably take advantage of living here and go to some of those. You live somewhere and you don't do anything that everybody else wants to travel down and do. Stephen Satchel, another observation about the way defense attorneys, particularly Steele, approach cross-examination. Stephen says, I point out that Steele is being very careful about language, using words that Quindarrius Zachary could understand, not like Love. And I think the one that really tripped him up was contractual, right? So Steele slowed that down and re-asked the question a little bit there. But yeah, another repeat, right? That's a pattern. We see defense attorneys, they try to speak in words that can be understood. They don't try to be condescending to the witness that's on the stand. And Love, it's like she'll do the opposite until it's time to say a curse word like the B word. And suddenly we've got to treat it like it's a little bit more foreign, which doesn't really resonate, doesn't really land well. So great contrast there. And thank you so much for your support, Stephen. Army Nurse says, good morning, Kat, chat, and mods. Getting ready for the storm here in Georgia. Already, 80 Love is filling her bag with objections. Let's see what this day brings. Yeah, I think we're going to have a longer than 30-minute redirect here. And honestly, I do want to see more objections from the defense. Not like rapid fire objections or anything like that, but just a little bit once in a while. Maybe for the pure satisfaction of seeing Love get shaken off her game a little bit. But Army Nurse, if you guys are in the pathway, this is a huge storm, tons of rain. Make sure you guys have extra water. You never know when they're going to give a boiled water alert. And you don't want to be stuck without water when that happens, or you lose power and don't have water to flush the toilet, things like that. So I thought this storm kind of came a little bit out of surprise. I don't think there's been that much time to prepare for it, except for people talking about it online. You guys made me check the weather yesterday by talking about it in the chat, and I was like, oh, didn't really realize we had a category 3 and possibly increasing heading this way in 2 days. And now that was yesterday, so appreciate you guys. Thank you, Army Nurse, for the support and for the reminder. You guys all make sure you take care. And if nothing else, what better to go to the store and do your shopping than with Love's Redirect in your ear? KC Dog says, Lawyer Love is such a diabolical troll. Yeah, L for Lawyer Love. We love that. Jennifer says, I have an adult son with autism. I don't think he wasn't using his autism as an excuse, talking about Quindarrius Zachary. He tried to explain that he needed to be talked to differently. Yeah, so when you're sitting down with police officers and they're talking to you a certain way, well, as Quindarrius Zachary put it, they don't know how to talk to people. So I felt like Weinstein helped him clarify that. Yep, absolutely. I thought that was a great cross-examination from Doug. And who said it earlier? Disappointed Dad. Disappointed Dad was the characterization of Doug's cross. Very effective. Very, very effective. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Also love the minion picture. You gotta be careful about any banana references with this courtroom. Dee Dee says, I love how Steele be respectfully disrespecting Love. Hilarious every time. And that's the thing, like, if Love wants to do it back and call him Lawyer Steele, I think that would be fair game. But instead, she always seems to want to disparage by saying Thug's lawyer. Right? You're not really disparaging the attorney and rubber glue back to you, back to the attorney. You're bringing the defendant into that, and it's just weird. So it's like she could do it right back and she chooses not to. So Steele's winning that battle. Thank you, Dee Dee. Daryl Johnson says, the defense appeals to the three wise men. They don't have education, dispelling the concept that they knew what they were doing promoted by the prosecution. Yeah, and that's true too. You're right. And it'd be interesting if a fourth person wanted to cross-examine, what role would they play? And I think there's been a few moments where you can see that I don't know how much they might intentionally strategize or coordinate. You know, I'm going to cross this, I'm going to cross that. Why don't you handle that? I think we've seen a couple examples where you can tell the defense attorneys called an audible in the courtroom mid-cross. We saw a bit with Quindarrius Zachary, or Munktung. But then there's other times where I think they independently adjust based on what they see the other doing. And it's just really cool to watch. You don't get to see it too often because there aren't that many trials with co-defendants that are also televised and also have a very high caliber skilled panel of counsel. So really, really, really great to watch. And I think calling it Three Wise Men is a great way to put it. KL says, Love sounds like she will throw her mama under the bus for a win. Oh, man. Imagine if one day she's like, well, call my mom to the stand. She'll vouch for me. Just call my mom. She'll tell you I'm a good person with good intentions that only acts in good faith. You might be seeing the future, KL. Peter Ortiz says, I think with all the objections and sidebars, the jury will wonder what she's hiding. I think, yeah, so I wish I'd seen this earlier because I would have pulled it up. But that is the reality of making objections, is sometimes, you know, if the jury wasn't paying attention and they catch like a spicy line and then they see an attorney suddenly objects to it, they might think, ooh, that attorney didn't like that. And they might take that in a way opposite of what that attorney actually wants to achieve. So Peter Ortiz, this is exactly it. Thank you so much for the 5 and for gifting 5 memberships. If you guys could drop some exploding emojis in the chat for Peter Ortiz, that would be super, super awesome. I've got to switch over to my YouTube panel to get some emojis. There we go. And I'm also catching as Love still adding people to the list. So last night I heard from Infamous Sylvia that Summer G, I don't know what the G stands for, was subpoenaed. So we'll see if they actually call. You know, a subpoena doesn't really mean they plan to call somebody or call them necessarily soon. But I wonder if they're trying to call, if that's someone that they're trying to call today, because yesterday at the end of court, Whitaker looked at the state and said, you know, make sure you have your next witnesses line up. And I think the defense had to say, well, wait, is Sprinkle coming back? And everyone was like, oh, yeah, Sprinkle. So, which is hilarious. They're all forgetting about Sprinkle, but I'm telling you, Sprinkle's probably right at that door ready to come in and get back up on the stand. Bird Nerd says, it looks like Love has had more objections on Steele alone than all day yesterday, and he's not done. Yeah, she did give it a good amount, and especially right in the beginning. She was a lot quicker with the objections in the beginning. I do think the second half of it, I think she was starting to prep and write down her notes to prepare for her redirect. So, but yeah, you can tell that there is tension. Every time Steele's up at the podium to cross-examine a witness, Love is ready to object to him more than any of the other defense attorneys. And personally, I think it's entertaining to see. Thank you, Bird Nerd. AK says the judge is trying to save her, and she won't stop. Every day, same story. Same story. Marlena Max says, play it, this is bad. And then Black Butterfly says, this hurts the state. Do you guys want to play that clip? We can play that clip. We'll break up some of these chats. Let me... Oh, and actually, I can probably just find it on the Law and Crime stream because... Oh, well, I have to go to 11 Alive because their stream did whatever it did in the middle of it. Let me find the 11 Alive stream. I know the screen looked slightly different while they played the audio clip, so... Alright, so we're gonna start this. It looks like they just loaded it on the screen and they're about to play
act that
it.
way? And he also said I wouldn't take anything from the state on medication because it may harm me or something. So I was just curious on why he was saying that. It goes through his testimony. That's what I was
And
asking.
I was going to permit that question. Okay. So, I mean, I don't really understand why we would get all the way down the road of this audio file, but.
Was that Dexter Bond on the... I mean, I don't put anything past Fulton County to decide, like, just pluck this person and put them in this role. But I do think that was, you know, one of the investigators that we've seen in this case doing that. So I don't know about that one.
It's come through, so if somebody wants to hit the play button. Is this Mr. Zachary saying anything, or is this just his father? All right.
Hey, you got something looking for us for? You got a subpoena thing you looking for us?
Who is this?
I know you don't have a warrant because the subpoena expired, so you got a warrant or something you looking for us for?
Who is this?
You know what you're doing is illegal, right?
Who is this?
It's Mr. Zachary. I got Quindarrius right here on the phone.
Okay.
I want to know what's your problem, sir.
Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Listen to me. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary.
Now listen.
Your son asked the question.
I'm calling Brian Steele.
Call whoever you like, sir.
I'm calling Sharp.
Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir. Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir.
We'll turn ourselves in. Where you want us to come to?
I asked your son where would he like to meet. He asked me if I was in Augusta. I told him he knew I was in Augusta. So
okay. So what we meeting up for?
You tell me where you like to meet at, sir.
So then what's the issue? What we meet? Where do we meeting up for?
Sir, I'm not gonna talk to you. I'll talk to your son.
He's right there. He's listening.
Okay. All right. So where would you like to meet, Mr. Zachary?
You got a warrant or something?
I have a warrant for your arrest.
For what? Yeah, how you gonna have a warrant for somebody in the hospital?
Sir.
How you gonna have a warrant for somebody been in the hospital?
Sir.
Can I see who is your supervisor?
I am the supervisor.
May I please know who your supervisor is, sir?
Sir, is your son willing to meet? Are your son?
Police.
Are your son?
You can't deny.
Are your son?
You know you can't deny me.
Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary.
You know you can't deny
Mr.
the right to speak to your superior.
Okay. So I just take it. So I get. Sir. Okay. So, Mr. Zachary. Please let your son know I have a warrant for his arrest. I have a warrant for his arrest. What call? You don't have shit. You lying. That is an absolute falsehood. That's an absolute falsehood. Absolute falsehood. I'm not gonna send you anything. I'm not gonna send you anything, sir. I'm not gonna send you anything. I promise you one thing. We got attorneys and your ass gonna be in jail for this. What you doing? And you know this is illegal. You know this is illegal. You see this man in the hospital, you need to come to the hospital. And you gonna come to the hospital. I guarantee you. I get a private investigator and a lawyer on you today. Real good. I guarantee you. Real good. Who is your supervisor? Good. Can I please have your supervisor number? Sir. Can I please have your supervisor number? Sir. Yeah. I'm not gonna continue to have you talking to me. Bro. I don't know who you think you're I'm breaking all kind of law. Listen. Your son. You breaking the law. Your son, you breaking the law. Your son, is your son unwilling to meet? You breaking the law. Is your son unwilling to meet with me? Is your son unwilling to meet with me? Do you understand? We'll turn ourselves in. We coming to the county jail. We coming in court. We'll be in court Monday or we'll come to the Fulton County jail. Go to the Fulton County jail? Do you want to go to? You ain't got to even go that far. Do you want to go to the Richmond County jail? Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office? No, we're going to the Fulton County jail. Or we coming to court. Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office? No. You unwilling to do that? Okay. Real good. Real good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Okay, the judge was funny with that.
I'll object to playing that.
Steele is
That
like laughing.
Puts
a little.
absolutely no one in a good light. Don't know why anybody would want to play that, but
Look at her sitting here like,
can we get the witness back in now and the jury?
and this is like the one time Love doesn't have a 10-minute reply, rebuttal, contrary argument to make for the sake of making an argument and getting the last word. She just stops here. This was like one of the greatest assists from Whitaker of all time. For us too, because we didn't have to hear Love try to argue for something for the next 10 minutes. Like, like how did we get here? Why? And I'm telling you, I really think all of this was just because of that mention of Steele and Shart, like name dropping. Like just crazy. Like what are we here? And shout out to everyone in the chat that knows the geography. Oh, shout out to Legal Vices Raid. Hey, Legal Vices friends. I'm right. This Friday's F-It Friday, so see you guys on Friday. Welcome aboard. You guys know that you're all part of Arico now, being part of this chat. Welcome aboard, new members, new friends. Oh, Vicers is a nice one. But yeah, so... yeah, and this is apparently... we can watch the beginning. Do you guys want to hear the arguments before that call was played? So let's go. There was like, they show the seal because they had to send the jury and the witness out. We could listen to the arguments. Oh, maybe a little bit more.
And it referred to...
oh my gosh. So these were the arguments on why this call should be able to be played.
I did. What I was trying to say was that we were trying to send an audio file to Mr. Steele and counsel for the defendants, given this line of questioning, and it related to this line of questioning. We didn't ever expect to use this. I just want to apprise the court that it's coming. It's about a 3-minute clip. It's one I referenced earlier with Mr. Zachary's father and Mr. Zachary arguing with an investigator for the state and threatening to reach out to certain lawyers regarding our.
Telling you that's her reason right there. I didn't even catch that she said that right there. I just heard it mentioned in the call. But that's her tell. And she always likes to tell her actual reason as the last of her laundry list. Like, she doesn't really want to lead with it. Not making us buffer.
An investigator for the state and threatening to reach out to certain lawyers regarding our attempts to secure him to come in and testify. So we're sending that now to everyone. It's not something, again, we expected to use or would have used.
Talking to the mic, please, everybody.
There is a file coming everybody's way that I'm sending now, based on the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is getting into.
I apologize. I said I would like to hear the recording so we don't waste time because we're going to hear it later. And I'd like to hear the recording. And if everyone wants to hear it, if it's having a hard time getting through the filters, we could just play it right now if it's a 3-minute recording.
Go ahead.
I mean, if you guys want to listen to it one more time, we can. But yeah, like she's been sitting on this audio recording because she heard the names of counsel pop up. And it honestly just makes and like the jury didn't get to hear this call, probably for the better, right? But I think it makes it all the more hilarious that there was that 3-question back and forth, and maybe, I think Thugger Daily clipped that. Maybe we could just rewatch that again. But you don't want to call my dad Miss Love. And Love repeated her question. Why not? Let's see. Let me see. And there's been a good amount of clips over the last few days, so give me a second to look through this. Oh, no, I wasn't saying that the investigator wasn't threatening. I'm saying Love's argument is that Quindarrius Zachary's dad was threatening, according to Love. But at the same time, she's just closing her eyes, putting blinders on to her own investigator. And Deanne Thomas, good to see you. You have the same question that we all have. Let's see. And you guys already know, shout out to Thugger Daily. A ton of clips, a lot of clips to go through and find. And this is the clip I was referencing. Could make it bigger.
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed, then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer take a subpoena. What am I volunteering to take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man, he take what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No.
Do you know whether he offered to call anybody?
You want to get my dad up here?
I want to talk to you.
Okay. I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why.
Tell the jury why.
You know why. I don't know.
So there. And guys, I'm not saying it was my chat in the chat was not to say that I viewed the dad as being the threatening person on that call. I think the investigator is the one that sounds like he's making threats or putting pressure on, whatever you want to characterize it as. But the investigator's the one with the power to put pressure on, right? And Love's own words in her arguments for why she wanted to play that call was because Quindarrius Zachary's dad was threatening to speak to attorneys for defense, right? So my comment is about the inability for Love to look at both sides and realize that her investigator's actually the one being threatening. She's really just projecting her team's behavior onto a different party in that call. Let's see. Let me get back over to the law and crime stream. Because for a few days this week and last week, we've had an abrupt return from lunch with like usually Love speaking already when the sound cuts back in. No, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, and unfortunately, oh yeah, let's change the banner. I'll go back to this banner, thank you. Thank you for the banner reminders. And yeah, Mark in Texas says, I would happily play that audio, the one that we heard, for the jury if I was Steele. I know, at least wake them up, right? Make them interested in what's going on again. I don't think it would have hurt. I mean, really, nothing in that call was really about the defendants. I guess maybe Steele's rationale was, let me just get back to my questioning. Like, why do we need to interrupt my stuff? And maybe they weren't going to try to play this audio today on redirect. Maybe they would have wanted to bring it in by calling someone else. I don't know. I mean, I get it. I would have loved to see if Love played this to Quindarrius Zachary and then started asking him questions about it. Like, what questions, what answers would Quindarrius Zachary give back that would help the state? But I do think Steele is probably just trying to prevent a rabbit hole and maybe a misinterpretation. I would call it a misinterpretation, but I could see why a juror might interpret that as, you know, Quindarrius Zachary, maybe he's trying to avoid testifying because he doesn't want to snitch on his friends, right? So I think there's some rationale there behind Steele not wanting to play it. And it could just be as simple as waste of time. AK says, that's out for everyone to clip on social media. And I do think, you know, public sentiment, public opinion, you know, who's going to sit there and when you have somebody's dad who's looking out for their son against what the state's trying to do to them versus an investigator working for the state, you have government versus father in this call. So public opinion, I think very few people are going to put the lens of scrutiny on the dad. And I think there might be some things to criticize the dad for. I personally think the dad might have been a little bit off if he was the one that advised Quindarrius Zachary that you don't need an attorney for the remainder of what you're testifying to. I do understand that the attorney that was retained, it was private counsel and needed to be paid for. But there was definitely a gap there of now you no longer have counsel. You're saying that you don't need counsel at all. You think you're good. And Whitaker didn't volunteer a public defender, but Quindarrius Zachary didn't really ask for an attorney anyway. It just seemed like he had this idea in his head that I'll be fine without any attorney at all. And, you know, I've given some criticism in that direction for the dad, but as far as the audio, you know, when you have those two parties on the opposite sides of each other, I think the criticism should be directed at the party to the government, party to the state, the investigator. So, Tamika says, Love doesn't want to see dad. Investigator is wrong. Yep, I agree. And after all that, I think it's weird, like, Love she seemed like she was kind of goading defense to want to call Ricky Richardson later on. Like, goading Zachary to talk about why doesn't your daddy, why wouldn't I want your daddy to come to the court? Just weird. A weird approach from Love. Ike, yeah, let's acknowledge that it was recorded in the first place. Yeah, good point. Where are the other recordings? Or unless that audio recording somehow was provided by the dad, maybe the dad provided it. And Love somehow didn't realize that if the dad is providing it, the dad's probably providing it to you because he realizes that this is not a good look for the state. So maybe this recording came from dad, but if the recording came from the investigator, where are these other calls? Where are these other call recordings? I want to know. And I don't think they mentioned who made the recording, did they? They just said that we have the recording, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right? Sledge's meeting's non-existent. Yeah, great point, Sheila. Steele will never put another attorney on the stand. And even when it came down to Melnick, he'd already had that conversation with Melnick, and he made it clear in his proffer about, we subpoenaed Melnick, but Melnick wants to come. Like, so we did the formality, but Melnick, before we did all that, wanted to come say his piece, right? So great point there, Sheila. Yeah, and speaking of proffer, no proffer on how the recording was made or by whom. Like, it's just a mess. Just a complete mess. AK says she thinks she can prove that the defense talked to her witnesses. She fails every time. She had that recording on her phone. And it's like, she doesn't understand that it's okay for another party to talk to a witness that they plan to call. And what bothers me is a prosecutor can let their witness know, hey, defense attorneys, they might reach out to you to try to schedule an interview with you. You don't have to oblige them. But what a prosecutor cannot do is, you shouldn't be talking to them. And I feel comfortable taking the guess that Love has at least given that impression to witnesses, if not explicitly told them something along the lines of, don't answer them, don't talk to the defense attorneys, which a prosecutor is not supposed to do. But just based on her demeanor, her behavior, the way she projects, I would not be surprised if she's told a witness something she's not supposed to. It is absolutely fine for a defense attorney to ask to interview a witness that the state plans to call. It's just nuts that she implies the opposite. Oh, man. Thank you for the 5 AK. Great point. And I agree, Keena Scott. It's another attack on a witness, her own witness that she's calling. And I think she took a little bit longer than I expected to ask to treat this witness as hostile, but she knew she'd have to. During evidentiary arguments, she kept trying to play a little bit coy, like, if we have to, you already know how this is going to go. So there should be no surprise, but thank you for the 2, Keena. Belle Louise says, they're all unprofessional. Fulton County better start voting because this looks real bad all the way around. Just taking L's, and it's sad. Yeah, and one of the things before I really paid, much attention beyond this trial was watching what happened to Amanda Timpson and how she was moved around departments for kind of just seemingly trying to raise her hand and say, I think what we're doing falls outside of standard operating procedures. And she ends up getting shafted because of that. Not really a good look here. Thank you for the 5, Belle. Black Butterfly says this tape is going viral. It's funny as heck. And I'm curious, guys. I would be on the lookout if you're interested in that sort of stuff outside of court. I wouldn't be surprised if Quindarrius Zachary goes on a show to talk about it. It might be Sylvia. Sylvia, the last time he was on, that stream isn't up there anymore, which is why I haven't linked to it. I don't see it anymore. But I wouldn't be surprised if, a recap later on today, if we see Quindarrius Zachary's dad show up to have a conversation with infamous Sylvia about, hey, this call was played, so let's talk about it. So there is a link if you are in the chat watching live. Just drop the link there to the channel. Army Nurse says, I am prepared for the storm. Grew up in Puerto Rico. Yeah, Puerto Rico is always getting rocked by something. Just rain all the time. Any storm that like comes in the vicinity is like, oh, let's stop in Puerto Rico, hang out for a little bit. Good point, Army Nurse. Glad you're being prepared. Lallybell, I don't think Jeffrey Williams, he's probably been advised of his rights, that he can take the stand if he wants to, but doesn't have to. And I think it's absolutely smart for him to not take the stand. I usually don't think defendants should take the stand. It can open too many doors. I think the one exception is usually self-defense cases. You do kind of need to hear from the defendant. You know, the jury might want to really get an understanding of if you were in fear for your life, what you thought was going on in the moment. And the only way to really get evidence of that in is for the defendant to testify. One of the reasons I think that self-defense cases are really interesting. So for this case, though, I don't think we'll see Jeffrey Williams take the stand, and I absolutely think that that's for the better. Thank you for the food for thought. Touche says, listening from the bushes again today and catching up a bit, but I too love that Mr. Steele is a gentleman, even when throwing shade. Always classy. Heck yeah, and it's like it doesn't land when Love tries to dance around a curse word. Because she's said curse words before. But like now she wants to act all meek and mild when she's got to talk about Rich Homie Quan. And I do think a big part of that is she's hoping to get a juror that knows about Rich Homie Quan's passing recently. Like, it's her way of saying, I'm sympathetic to that, and Jeffrey Williams did something so big and bad, and now Rich Homie Quan is now no longer on this earth. I think she has some weird roundabout psychology there. I don't think it lands, though. Thank you so much, Touche. April Pitt says, coming in hot, Atlanta has dads. Yeah, all on all that. So let's see. Let me get that link. I think they called it Lil D's dad, right? In the title. Okay, I found it. So this is another interview from 2 days ago. Oh, coming out hard, Atlanta. All right, so that link is in the chat too. Definitely worth bookmarking if you want to see, you know, what the dad has said outside of court. Talks a little bit more about not just interactions between his son and what the investigators are trying to do, what the state's trying to do in this trial, but a little bit broader context as well on his thoughts on how Fulton County pursues charges and cases against men in the community. So thank you there for the ping, April Pitts. I'm Not Clean, thank you for the 5. Steve Go Shoot became a member, another person I thought was in green already. Thank you so much, Steve. If you're becoming a member again, welcome back. If it's really your first time being a member, which surprises me, I thought you've at least been green either from a gifted or if you became one yourself. Thanks for becoming a member. Stephen T. Satchel says, was the recording the basis for the material witness warrant? It's a good question. It's a good question. I don't really know until we see the affidavit. I would bet that there is concern raised in that affidavit from the state that there was some funny business going on between Quindarrius Zachary's family and counsel for the defense. Just like we heard in that June 7th ex parte meeting that we think, you know, these outside agitators. I'm sure there's a hint of that in the affidavit. And Stephen, I really want to see the affidavit. I swear, as soon as we get that affidavit, if we ever get that affidavit, I'll go live the second I can get to a computer. I'll just call the stream affidavit. Oh, man. But great question. I think it's a high probability there. Marb, the producer, says, I think they should play it. He didn't say he was going to call Brian Steele like Miss Love is portrayed. The reason why he said that he was going to call them because she is tampering / intimidating with a witness. Yup, and it's like you can hear Love's projection when she states her rationale for wanting to play this call. And I'm with you. I don't think he said that as, I'm going to call them because they're my partners and we're canoodling and conniving and conspiring to cover up this big RICO thing that you're trying to do. He's like, if you keep playing around with me like this and my son like this, I'm going to call the attorneys on the other side. You know, he's not new to this. In some of his interviews, what I watched with Miss Sylvia, he's spoken about how this is not his first rodeo by any means with Fulton County. So he knows the games that prosecutors will play. And I'm totally with you, Marb. I did not take his words there as, I'm going to go and conspire to get some get back with you against you guys. It was, if you keep playing, I'm going to let somebody know. 100,000%. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Mark in Texas says, Love has been reported to the Georgia Bar for Brady and prosecutorial misconduct. Yes, and Tabiz recently did some coverage on that. I can get the specific link. Definitely worth a watch, you guys. Was it a video or a live? I think it was a live stream. Okay, yeah, so it was a two-part stream, and the first part of it is dealing with the Brady list. So great stream. And again, stick right to the first half if you want to watch the part on Fulton County's Brady list and love being on there. But great reminder there. Thank you, Mark in Texas. And then a big shout out to earlier, Two Souls for You had gifted 5 Cat Nut Williams memberships. Two Souls for You is becoming one of my friends on YouTube, seeing you in all other channels. Always love to see the Ed, and Eddie picture too. And thank you for generously gifting 5. Yeah, Casey Dog, that was a chess move by Steele saying to play that audio recording now, make her look dumb in front of the judge. And we find out that Steele doesn't want the jury to hear it, so let's Love look dumb in front of the court and keep it out before the jury just gets a surprise. Yeah, that was smart of him. Thank you, Casey Dog. And are we back in court? We had a little shake. Maybe it was just everybody getting seated. Sassy Experience said, Love hides behind indirect and implied threats. She didn't directly threaten arrest, but she allows insinuation to float in the air to compel her targets. Yep, and I was really happy that Steele said, you know, same thing. Sharp brought this up, talking about that 20-year probation being held over the attorney in open court, Dennis Scheib. Now, if you ask me, it doesn't matter that Quindarrius Zachary wasn't physically in that room when it was being said, because in that moment, Dennis Scheib was the agent, acting as an agent. He was in the capacity to be there as a stand-in for Quindarrius Zachary. I know he's a witness, but it's really no different than when, you know, there's a hearing and the defendant doesn't actually need to appear. Their counsel can appear for them. They're really there standing in place in a capacity of representation for that individual. So I think I was not understanding Whitaker's rationale to me from what I know, and I'm not a lawyer. She has more education than me, I'm sure, so maybe she's right. But I don't really understand why it was off limits for him to talk about that if he wanted to talk about it for Quindarrius Zachary. And, you know, I don't remember, since it was open court, you know, there's really no attorney-client privilege objection for what was said in open court, but Love didn't object to, you know, it'd be attorney-client privilege for Scheib to go back and his conversation then with his client, that could be protected by attorney-client privilege. She didn't raise that objection as an angle. So I really didn't get why Shark got the shutdown on that one. But, you know, again, I don't know. I don't know as much about the law. Yeah, he does clearly mention both. So if you guys don't hear it in the recording, replay it a bit. But those are the two by name that he mentions. And if he said a third, I didn't hear a third. It was specifically Steele and Shard. And I'll tell you, if Obi is wrong about something, I've seen multiple times where Obi like adds extra context or will make himself more clear. I'm backing up what Obi's saying here, but I also know if Obi went and re-listened and heard something different, Obi would flat out say, you know what? It sounded different on a second listen. All right, we have movement in the court, guys. Oh, I'll change my banner on time.
Have the jury head out.
Wait, what?
Oh, wait, no, we can't. Where's Mr. Matthews?
Oh, jury head out back to the courtroom, maybe, is how she was wording that. We're getting back into redirect here. I think that was just weird wording on Whitaker's part, like jury out, but she meant get them back out of wherever they are and into the courtroom. But we're in redirect. The witness is here. We're not doing any evidentiary arguments.
Your Honor, there was one thing that I wanted to address that I did not.
Do we need to have the witness step out again?
Yes.
Yes.
My initial intent was not to play this portion of the video of the interview with Mr. Zachary. But there is a portion of it on the August 5th, 2015 interview, starting at 3:20:33, going through (3:24:09) that I would like to play. And I don't think that that falls within any objectionable area. Yeah. Yeah, let me try and find it.
Well, thank you so much, Trina. I just updated my gift membership
Can I
count,
just inquire of
and you
something?
slipped in 5 more.
Yes.
That's so sweet
Is
of
the
you.
state planning, I understand they want to play this portion, and they'll tell us what it is, but is the state, when they say weren't planning to play the recording or recordings maybe through Mr. Zachary, are they planning, I made this objection earlier, are they planning to play it through a different witness? And if yes, I would just like to know that, because it might change how we do Mr. Zachary going forward.
So they're planning on a recross.
Does the state intend to play his interview or interviews through another witness?
We may be doing that. It depends on what happens with Cross, frankly. But based on something that happened with Cross, I wanted to play a particular portion, and I was trying to see if this particular portion was a part that they had any objection to or had objected to, since it was a part of and not the whole thing.
Okay, maybe turn your mic back on, your lapel mic. Is it on? So that sounds like we don't know the answer.
A GVV. I don't think that's objectionable.
Never mind.
Okay.
Wait, why did she just say never mind?
Okay. So I'm looking for the portion in the interview. It's after Detective Thorpe comes in, 3:24:09 on the evidence reviewer.
121, if that's okay, to announce that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so thank you, and Your Honor, if I may thank Mr. Steele. Okay, so it's starting on page 127. Actually, maybe at the bottom of 126, but I don't need to play any of the sound. It's just the image itself
Mhm.
at the timestamps that I named. So
So it's him identifying a picture as Duwap.
yes, and it goes from him identifying Duwap to the last picture that he identifies. And again, that starts at okay. It starts at about 319:13, or a little bit after that. Actually, it's 319:37 and goes to 324. To about 324.
Please let Atkins take over. Why didn't we do this at 1 o'clock instead of 1:15?
Oh, two.
And so it is him identifying Mr.
Yes.
Stillwell, and then what else?
It is him identifying Duwap, Mr. Stillwell, Nard, I believe.
All right, and you said you didn't need to play the sound.
Right. I don't, as I thought about the concern I was raising, I don't want to play the sound. I just need to play, I just want to play the video portion. And that's not something that I'd identified as an exhibit that we intended to introduce. So I wanted to alert the court that.
And this would be to establish that he does know a Duwap. He's already said he knows Shannon, and he does know a Nard.
No, that's not to
What-
establish
Okay,
that.
well, what's the
He's-
purpose of it?
He's writing on the pictures. He's spelling.
Okay.
So
All
are
right,
you
is
just,
there gonna be any objection to that?
And
is
if I
this to
could
show
just
literacy?
get 1 second.
Just showing that without sound?
Can you put it up? Can you-
Or what we're talking about. So the state's asking to play essentially like a 5-minute clip without the sound of him looking at the pictures and signing papers. Is that,
For now, that,
So,
for now, that.
and is it gonna be, are you gonna be able to see what he's writing on there?
I'm going to ask him questions about it. That's what, so you'll be able to see him writing and I'm going to be asking him questions.
Okay. And this is to establish that he's lying when he says he can't read? Or what?
No, it's not to establish only that. It's to.
What?
I have a series of follow-up questions that I'll be asking. And if the court
About
wants me
what?
to give everyone what my question, redirect is, I can go and.
Just trying to figure out. Okay, is there gonna be any objection to that?
The only
Yeah,
thing I
tell
would
us.
say is, my memory is that a photograph was already shown to Mr. Zachary
of the person you're hearing, Nard. Demise McMullen is his name, but and he said yes, and it says like 100% certain. I may not be perfect on that, but on that recording, on the document, it's already been shown. So if that's the same issue we're dealing with, if that's really the import, then I don't understand why that we're doing this again.
So again, what is it that you're trying to show through this? What's the purpose?
I'm showing that he knows how to, not only that he can read and write, but that he identified certain people by writing their names. He's spelling out their names.
Okay, well, you won't be able to hear him spelling out their names with the sound off.
I will be asking him.
Now, I want to pause and ask the chat one thing. Do you remember what Quindarrius Zachary said repeatedly to Love about being able to identify Nard or not? What did he ask for to help him identify who she was talking about? Because if he said he needed something and she's trying to impeach him on not knowing who Nard was, by showing him he's looking at a picture and might know who Nard was when he's looking at a picture, that's not really impeachment on that particular issue.
About that. I mean, and I understand with the sound off, I don't understand. My concern is that I'm tendering a piece of evidence that is relevant to what was dealt with on cross-examination. On cross-examination, the witness was repeatedly asked about lying. I don't think there's an objection. I don't know that I heard an objection from Mr. Steele. I don't know what I'm responding to. So if the court could please clarify what I'm responding to so that I can.
I'm not grasping the import of what we're doing. That's my concern. I'm saying part of it's cumulative because he was shown that same exact picture from the same date of Mr. McMullen or Nard. The other part, I just don't know why it's important to this trial at this time. I'm just trying to ask what the relevance is of this.
I'm not listening to it in real time, but I'm going off of my notes in the transcript. Like, if we're showing a silent aspect of a video to show that Mr. Zachary knows how to, I guess, read and write, he's also asking how to spell Duwap in the transcript, at least. So, and I believe that he's also asked for help in spelling the other things. So I don't know if that's going to give the jury an accurate portrayal of his mastery of, reading and writing.
I don't even know if that's what it's being offered for. I haven't gotten a clear answer on that.
I mean, I didn't know. I was trying to understand what objection I was responding to.
And cumulative.
Okay, so I haven't shown any pictures, any of this. I have asked him about the picture that he signed of Nard from the April 26th shooting out on Browns Mill Road. So I don't know if Mr. Steele missed the timestamp that I had, but I've not shown him that. I said that to the court. Nard is one of the people. The court asked me who are the people that he's identifying, and I said that Nard was one of the people.
So it's Duwap, Shannon, and Nard, correct?
Duwap, Shannon, and Nard are three of the people that he looks at. And I'm not going to show.
I mean, I don't know what the timestamps are. Are there more than just those three?
Your Honor, I believe it's those three. There might have been one more, but the point that there may have been one more, Your Honor. But because I'm not playing the sound, I'm not putting before the jury the names of the people that he's signing photographs of right now. I'm going to ask him, did you look at specific pictures and what are you doing as you look at the pictures? And
What is he doing?
Signing them.
He's signing his name.
And writing their names.
And are we going to be able to see from the video that he is writing their names? Because
Yes.
he may or may not answer what he's actually doing.
Yes, and Your Honor, I do have to, of course, the court knows I went through a very long process because I'm going to have to now.
All right. Well, you realize that there are plenty of people who can probably sign their names but not read and write, so that won't establish anything.
Thank you.
And that if we don't hear the sound, it could very well be him writing the word D after somebody there says, the way you spell it is D-U-W-A-P. So,
That actually does happen.
I mean,
but
it's up to
And that's why you
you,
don't
I
want to
guess,
play
if
audio.
you think that establishes anything, but. So the purpose of it then would be to show that he can read and write?
that was one of them, Judge.
Okay, what other purpose?
To ask him the question of whether or not he was attempting to get people in trouble at the time that he did this. What was his reason? Why didn't he lie here?
Okay. All right, so that's relevant. Anything else?
Okay, so it's coming in on
I
a
just
different
wanted to
basis.
bring that to the court.
No, I mean, anything else before we get him back and the jury out? All right, let's go ahead and do that then. And you can get that queued up and.
You got it, Chief.
So after all that, the judge is still letting it in. But Love still snitched on herself why she didn't want the audio. Because they do that. They help him spell. Let me update this assist in the banner. And that was honestly, in my opinion, 2 assists. She helped with the argument and then allowed something in. Page was almost going in the right direction. Oh, this is how I feel too. Oh my gosh, this microphone thing. Candace, you're right. Love's gonna object when the defense plays it with sound. And thank you, Indie Love. I love the shocked hippo sticker.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Would you please tell the jury if you recall being asked on cross-examination about a gun that you bought that you let Woody hold?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Mr. Zachary,
Yes, I remember.
thank you. Isn't it true that when you were talking about that gun, you were talking about a gun you let Woody hold because you owed one of Woody's friends some money?
I don't remember.
Sustained.
Did you sell Woody a gun for $1,000? Is that what you remember talking to Mr. Shard about?
Subject of cross-examination either, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
I never sold him no gun. We went and bought it.
Say that again.
We went and bought it. I never sold him nothing.
Was that after Woody's girlfriend and child had been shot at?
I don't remember.
Do you remember testifying that Woody told you that a detective told him that he could have a gun?
I didn't say the tip. I think he said gang unit or something. I don't know.
Gang unit. Thank you. And do you know whether that conversation was had after Woody's girlfriend and baby were shot at?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. And that was after January of 2015, right?
Woody's girlfriend got shot at a lot of times.
All right. This particular time that
When I
you
bought
got
the
the,
gun,
yes, sir.
his houses was getting shot up.
Okay. Was that after Nut got killed?
I think like a week later. I don't know. It's somewhere early January, like
Early January? Okay.
like middle. I don't know.
All right. And you were asked by Thug's lawyer whether at some point Thug stopped coming around Woody. Did I get that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police about needing to pay back money and you couldn't do it until you caught up with Thug and got some, but that Thug had stopped coming around Woody?
Me, I said that. I needed some money from him. I didn't say that.
You never said you needed to get some money from Thug?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And do I have it correct that when you went into that interview, you had every intention or you did not in any way want to hurt Thug because he's from Cleveland Avenue?
Not because he from Cleveland Avenue, because I don't know. I just wanted to know talking.
All right. But do you remember testifying earlier that you didn't say anything or want to say anything to get Thug in trouble because you didn't want to get people from Cleveland Avenue in trouble?
I said that.
Did you? Do you remember that?
No, my head hurt so bad.
Okay. I'll try to be quick. When you testified on cross-examination with Shannon's lawyer about lies that you told in the August 2015 interview, and when you told Thug's lawyer that the information that you spoke about came from what Copeland wanted Garlington to say, can you tell us whether or not you were trying to tell police what you understood Copeland to have already told the police?
I don't remember some of it. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing.
Okay. When you talked about Woody stealing Nut's chain, was that from Copeland or from your preliminary hearing?
I already knew about that.
Okay. And when you talked about Woody confronting Kel at the skating rink, was that from Copeland or your preliminary hearing?
I already knew about it.
Say that again.
I don't remember. I probably already knew about it.
Okay. And do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the If gang rivalry with YSL began because of Woody?
I don't remember. I told you my head hurt so bad.
Okay.
All right, so you have the ability and had the ability over lunch to have your pain medication
I'm
with you
allergic
and
to
to take it.
Tylenol. I'm allergic to a lot of medicine. If y'all would have got all these records like y'all
And
should
we
did.
talked about you being able to get your prescription medication.
I ain't complaining. I'm still up here.
All right.
Do you remember telling the police that the rivalry between If gang and YSL began roughly a month before Nutt's death?
I don't know.
Do you remember when Thug's lawyer asked you about the post? They shoot at us, we don't tell. We shoot at them, they call the police.
I remember he just asked me about that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police about that after saying that you had gotten shot at on Empire near Cleveland, and you didn't know it was If Gang until Thug and D started tweeting?
I don't know.
Okay. When you told the police, speaking about the lies, according to Mr. Shart, Shannon's lawyer, on cross-examination, when you told the police that Woody was waiting on Bloody J by the side of the church after Woody had gotten jumped 5 or 6 days before Nutt's murder, was that a lie?
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether that was something you got from Copeland or from your prelim?
I don't remember.
And when you told the police that Mooktunk and Kel were beefing about Trivia, was that from your prelim or from Copeland?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these subject matters. All this is beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. What Mr. Shart asked was, and what Mr. Steele asked was, you lied continuously. And Mr. Weinstein, they brought up things that they alleged or asked this witness if he lied about. And they essentially said you lied about everything because you wanted to get yourself out of trouble. And you were just telling what Copeland told or what you had heard from a prelim. So everything, when I'm asking him these questions, it's to confront him with things and to get clarification based on what he said in cross as to where this information came from.
Literally no one has argued that he lied about everything. And he has not testified that he lied about everything. I specifically brought his attention to certain things that he acknowledged he lied about. And now we are talking about things way outside the scope of that, and we're just redoing this whole thing again, and it's 403 and it's outside the scope of
Let's
cross.
narrow your questions to things that were asked about on cross, please.
Yes, Your Honor. When you were asked about whether all of the shootings you talked about had shell casings from guns that you owned, do you remember being asked about that?
I say guns that I was caught in possession of.
Okay, so you remember being asked about shell casings on crime scenes that matched guns you were in possession of?
That I got caught with, yes.
That you got caught with. And one of those crime scenes was Lucci's mother's house, was that not?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now, when you told the police about being at Big Boo's grandma's house on the day Lucci's mother got shot, was that something you got from Woody or your prelim or somewhere else?
I don't know.
Okay. And when you told the police that Woody told Shannon and Pokey, let's go, right before Lucci's mom's house got shot up, was that something you got from Copeland, your prelim, or somewhere else?
So I lied.
You lied?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did that lie come from?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you told the police that after Shannon, Woody, and Pokey got back, someone made a call to Boo and said that they put $1,000 on the head of whoever shot up Lucci's mother's house, where did that come from? Woody, a prelim, or something you remembered happening?
I don't remember.
And when you told the police that Woody looked scared, where did that information come from? Copeland, prelim, or somewhere
I
else?
don't remember. No.
And did you tell the police that after they got back, Shannon, Woody, and Pokey, did you tell the police whether you heard them say anything?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Muted, sorry guys. I was saying I was here, but I had to listen on my phone for a little bit because I needed to move my plants in from the outside. The wind picked up really bad. So, and oops. So shout out to everyone saying that I'm muted in the chat. Thank you so much. But we'll see. I'm not going to update the objection for this approach until we see what happens and know if we got a ruling. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy that Love didn't keep arguing, but why didn't Love really take a hardline approach and sustain this objection of all of this stuff being beyond the scope? Like, why? Why? And yes, Thomas Kuhn, you're unmuted. Thank you, thank you. Like, this is crazy. And I don't know, she's really fixated. Love is really fixated. She wants to say half the time that the only way you could have heard about XYZ is because a co-conspirator came to you and filled you in, right? So if someone told you these details, it would be reasonable to assume that there's truth behind it, because how else would they know these details if it's coming from these people? You wouldn't have heard it from anywhere else. However, during a lot of these evidentiary hearings, we've heard the defense say, you know, either they're spilling the beans, which is they're relaying what they heard from somebody else to say, and we've heard a lot of corroboration to the defense's theory there with Woody and with Quindarrius Zachary. You know, Damiki and Garlington told us what to say. We got our story, he got our story straight. But now Love is trying to take what the defense has done and spin it around, and like honestly, she has to do that, right? The reason it looks like, the reason it's annoying that she's doing it is she's taking creative licensing by volunteering her own names. She's misrepresenting some of the parties that were involved within a given storyline. And two, it just falls flat because of the way she delivers it. But that's why she keeps asking Quindarrius Zachary about, you know, did you hear that at a preliminary hearing or did you hear it from someone else? Because she wants to be able to say that for the things that would implicate Kenneth Copeland or anybody else besides these co-defendants in any of the crimes as charged, she wants to establish the possibility that the only reason Quindarrius Zachary came across that information and may have told Detective Dennis, well, I think Roscoe did this, I think Kenneth Copeland did that, and the detectives were agreeing with him in those interviews. She wants to say that, you know, maybe you only knew about that during a preliminary hearing. And the reason it doesn't land is because he was already speaking on these things before the preliminary hearings would have taken place. So She's coming up with a Fantasyland concept. So if you're wondering why it's not landing, it shouldn't. Oh. All right. Maybe they thought they were done and then Love kept arguing and they had to go back to the seal. So who knows? Yeah, that too. Just Joy says he's trying to finish his testimony, but she's doing her best to drag it on and on. This whole case is a Fantasyland courtroom floor littered with donkey ears. Yep, okay, so Peter Ortiz is saying mandatory evacuation in some counties. And, Pink Slime says, did I hear Love say I am? When Max said, literally no one is arguing, he lied about everything. But yeah, good note, mandatory evacuations are in place for some counties. So guys, always check in if you are really anywhere in Florida, and keep an eye out if you're in Georgia, or I think the Carolinas Friday. Have to keep an eye out. And the wind, I'm on the East Coast. I'm not in the sea. I'm not near the Gulf. But the wind just picked up really bad here. All right, she must have lost because she looks like she's coming up with a new line of questioning.
Okay. When you were asked on cross-examination, specifically, Thug's lawyer asked you about the tour dates and what tours or what shows you went to when Defendant Williams performed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you whether you knew him, and by him, I mean Thug, in 2009?
Yes.
And you said that you did, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not Defendant Williams was performing in 2009?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether Mr. Williams was performing in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember him asking you whether you went to any of Mr. Williams' shows during those times?
Yes.
Do you see, or do you have an independent memory of whether on May 13th, 2013, you were at one of Defendant Williams' shows?
I don't remember.
I'm asking you. If you don't, that's okay. You can say
I
no.
don't know.
Okay. And do you know whether he was performing at either one of those shows that Mr. Steele asked you about on September 9th, 2013?
Do I know?
Correct.
If he had a show, he gonna perform.
Do you know whether he had a show on that date?
I don't remember the day.
All right. Do you know if he had a show on September 11th, 2013?
I don't know.
Do you know if he had a show on January 6th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did he have a show on January 10th, 2015?
I do not remember.
Did he have a show on September 14th, 2017, to your knowledge?
I was locked up.
Okay. You remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you were still a fan of Defendant Williams' music?
Yes, I still listen to the music, yes.
Okay. So did you follow whether or not he had any shows on these dates?
I was locked up.
Okay, so you didn't.
I'm away from the world.
All right.
And thank you for the sticker, the confused face, Dublin mug.
When you said on cross-examination that you got information from Garlington, who got it from Copeland, do you have any memory now of what parts of what you told the police came from
No.
Garlington?
No.
Did the information you gave them about Lucci's mother's house come from Copeland or from your prelim or from your being
I
there?
don't remember.
You were asked by Mr. Steele about Thug giving you money. Do you recall telling the police about a time when all of you went to the mall and stuff and Thug had bought you all clothes?
I mean, I don't remember, but if we did, if we went to the mall with him, he bought us clothes probably for we probably going somewhere.
How often did Thug buy you all clothes?
That's the only time I remember.
Which time was that?
Whenever time y'all talking about,
And which time were you talking about?
I don't know. See, you keep saying like him buying y'all clothes, like you got to think about it. I knew him before them, so like the clothes been in there, like we grew up together.
Okay. So did he buy clothes for a lot of people around you?
I don't know. I just know what relationship that different people had. I don't know what relationship different people had.
Okay. And when you were asked about Defendant Williams' relationship with Rich Homie Quan by Thug's lawyer, did you hear Thug call Rich Homie Quan a bitch on any other day besides the time you told police about in March?
Did I hear it for myself?
Yes, on any other day.
No, I told you I think I heard it like somebody.
And when did you first start hearing, either from yourself or someone else, Thug say disparaging or bad things about Rich Homie Quan?
I didn't even hear that. I don't be hearing like I've been locked up all this time. Like
Okay.
I've been
So,
away from these folk. Like I don't remember nothing. I've been locked up 8 years. Like
but you weren't locked up in March of 2015, right?
I was sick in March of 15. We just said that earlier.
You were not locked up then though, right?
No.
And you were not trying to hurt Thug when you went in to talk to the police, right?
Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Am I the only one you don't remember with?
No, it's just you keep asking me and my mind ain't
So personal.
processing. Like you asking me stuff I already answered.
Okay. Do you need a moment? Do you need to take?
No, I'm okay. I'm just saying you asking me stuff I already answered. I'm gonna keep telling you I don't know. If I remember, I tell you.
Okay.
I don't tell you I don't remember everything.
Okay. All right. Do you know whether it was Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim where you got the information you gave to police about Philo, D, Stewie, and Stag?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or your personal knowledge where you got the information about Thug driving a Corvette in the few days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I told you I know he had a vet. I ain't say nothing about no. I don't remember.
What did you start to say before I don't
I
remember?
knew he had a vet car. I told y'all that already.
Okay.
I don't remember nothing else.
And was that a vet that he owned?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he rented a Corvette in the days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't know. I don't know the paperwork agreement.
Sustained.
All right.
Shout out to 403. And yeah, am I the only one you don't remember with?
When you talked about going to Florida in a Sprinter van that had already been reserved with Mr. Steele on cross, did you get the information from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim that you went in that Sprinter van with Shannon, D, Woody, and Yak?
So you asked me, how did I know who I went with?
I'm asking you whether when you told the police that, if that was something you got from somebody else or something that was true.
That was something that's true.
Okay. And when you told the police that the beef between YSL and If Gang started when Woody and Mooktoon shot Kale, was that something that was true, something you got from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim?
I don't remember the person I lied about.
Okay. And when you told the police that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Duwap were going to meet Bushi on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered, was that something that you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or Shannon?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea where you would have had access to that information? Other than Shannon?
No. What?
Other than Shannon?
Shannon ain't tell me that. What you talking about?
Okay. So
I told you Shannon ain't tell me that.
did you get it from Copeland?
I don't remember. I know for a fact Shannon ain't tell me that, and I told y'all that.
Okay. Why don't you remember whether you got it from Copeland, but know for a fact it didn't come from Shannon?
I know for a fact I told you that I didn't get it from Shannon.
Did you get it from Yak?
I know for a fact I told y'all, if asked, I didn't get it from him.
Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else that on the way to meet Bushi, they fucked up and saw Nut? Who'd you get that from?
I don't know. I ain't probably get it from nobody. I don't remember.
You think that was something you made up?
Probably.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all beyond cross.
Judge, thank you. Now, when you told the police that after they fucked up and saw Nut, they rolled back around and started shooting at Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that it was outside a barber shop that they saw Nut, was that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
Did you ever see Nut on the surveillance footage that you saw on TV?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you told the police that the barbershop and Texaco are places where If Gang members hang out, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that Bentley took the guns to his spot on Oak Drive, was that something you got from Copeland, Demikion, your prelim, or somewhere else?
You can.
He's always so quick to get out.
Thank you.
And I do think, I think there are areas where this has been beyond the scope of cross, but in this circumstance, when Doug was objecting, these topics were discussed during cross. The difference here and why they're not asked and answered is because we're tacking on, how did you hear about this thing? So there are some questions that Love has asked about twice, and the questions have not been different. But here she's doing a separate but related line of questioning about, how did you hear about this? What was your source of information? And it is slightly different. So, and it's going to sound stupid, it's going to sound repetitive, but she's really trying to make the point that there was some ounce of truth in what he was saying back in 2015 to the police. So, but it is going on and on and on and on, and it's really, technically, I don't think you need to ask question by question. Who did you hear about that from? So, same way they did with those shell casing photos, like, ask him groups at a time. You know, for any of these things, where did you hear this from? And I don't think Whitaker's gonna corral it, because Love is gonna lie to her and say, I'm almost done. Be real quick, I'm almost done. And Whitaker will be like, okay, I believe you. Like, yeah, the plane is not landing. Just 30 more minutes. Exactly this. Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow until redirect. And I saw some people saying, you know, maybe she doesn't have a witness lined up, so she's got to drag this out. Heck yeah, Apuninwu. Apuninwu says Love is more comfortable with the B word than she lets on. Yeah, she's like getting excited to say it now. And she just dropped an F-bomb, and she was fine saying that too. So, whatever, Love, whatever you say. Thank you, Apuninwu. KC Dog says she's now entering the halitosis stage of speaking. Save us all. Please save us. And Casey Dog says, Woody said she was on her knees in the, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Ugh. But speaking of the on your knees thing, I mean, another moment where Love was personally offended and spent a really long time trying to rehabilitate it. And yeah, it was Harp City. Love's dragging this out because she may not have the next witness ready. Maybe Hilton left to scurry up Sprinkle. Oh, we had a squeak. Hilton's probably trying to get Michael Sprinkle to stop talking to someone so she could get him over to this courtroom.
When you told the police that Shannon and Yak told you, I just caught that in nut down bad, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
A lot.
Is that something now you're saying you made up entirely?
I already told y'all. Shayna, nobody ain't told me nothing.
Well, that's why I asked. Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington?
I said nobody ain't told me nothing.
And when you told the police that Shannon had a XB45, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Nobody told me nothing.
Okay. So did you make that up too?
I don't know.
All right. And when you told the police that the 7.62 was Nard's gun, was that something you got from Copeland, as you're sitting here today testifying, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
All right. When you told the police that Nard talked about the murder after Miami, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Something I lied about.
Okay. When you told the police that after seeing Woody staying on the couch acting worried, Nard said that nigga Woody gonna fold, he gonna tell on us about that nut situation. Is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Somewhere I lied.
Okay. And when you told the police that Thug asked them, do you remember talking about Thug acting normal on cross-examination with Thug's attorney?
What you mean?
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you testified that Thug was acting normal after?
When he had me that today?
Do you remember at any time him asking you that?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay. When you told the police that Thug asked Shannon, Yak, and Nard why they killed Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I told you and them 1,000 times I lied. And I said it. I told them years ago I lied. So
Okay.
it ain't nothing new.
Okay, so would you tell the jury whether that was something you just made up out of the thin air or?
I don't remember. I just know I lied.
Okay. Now, is it only the things about people who are on trial now that you know for a fact you lied about?
What you mean? I ain't never said anything about nobody else.
When you talk about what you do know and what you can't remember, is it only the information that you gave about Thug, Yak, and Shannon that you know for a fact you lied about?
Cause I lied. What you mean?
Okay.
I don't understand what you saying. I know I told y'all years ago that I lied, and you know that.
And so, Mr. Zachary, all I'm asking is,
And
in
I'm
that
telling
August,
you I lied then. I told them back then I lied.
and in August 2015, all I'm asking is, today is your testimony that the only people you lied about are Thug, Shannon, and Yak.
No, I lied about whoever they asked me about.
She tried it. She tried it.
So you didn't lie about Woody getting jumped 5 or 6 days before Nut got killed, did you?
Everybody knew you got jumped.
Okay. Did you lie when you told the police that you all believe that Woody shot up Lucci's studio on Metropolitan?
I don't know.
Did you lie when you told the police that Rock Crew and YSL were the same thing?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Do you remember Mr. Steele saying or asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you in 2017 about the things you were saying in your proffer that were different than what you said in 2015? Do you remember that?
I remember
She
him
actually.
Overruled.
Do you remember that?
I remember him saying something about the 2017 interview.
Do you remember him asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you about things that you were saying different in 2017 than what you had said in 2015?
That may have been not you, but a different, it was covered in cross. I'm not sure who asked it.
Okay.
but
That was me.
yeah.
My apologies to everyone. Do you remember Shannon's attorney telling you you never were confronted in 2017 about things you said differently than what you did in 2015? Do you remember that?
I think he said something like that.
And do you remember agreeing with him? Yeah, nobody ever confronted me about things I said different.
I think he said the officer or somebody was in there. I don't remember.
I'm sorry, what
I think
name?
he asked me why the officer or somebody didn't confront me or something. I don't remember. He said something like that.
Was Mr. Richardson your lawyer or your friend in that interview? That
Your friend?
No, he was not my lawyer.
he was there on your behalf?
I don't know how he got there.
Okay.
But it later came out that he wasn't my lawyer though.
Isn't it true that you all were allowed to take breaks and that after at least one of those breaks, Detective Dennis came back and told you that reminded you that you had said a lot more about the murder than in 2015 than you were doing now in 2017?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that after that point, Detective Dennis asked you about what you had told him in 2015 about Duwap and Nard?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that at that point you said you had heard that they were involved, that is, Duwap and Nard were involved? You had heard that from Copeland, and then you said, I meant Shannon. Isn't that true?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that after you told them that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you about the murder, they pressed you on exactly what Shannon said to you?
You say, is it true that he told me? You asked me, I don't understand that question.
Isn't it true that during the 2017 interview, when you told the police and people with the DA's office with Mr. Richardson present that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you something about the murder, you were asked what exactly Shannon said to you, and you said, I don't want to talk about it?
It was a lie.
Okay.
I don't know. I still don't understand the question.
You were pressed on what exactly Shannon told you in the 2017 interview.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Isn't it true that when you said you were not pressed or you were not confronted with differences in your story, that what you said about not being confronted wasn't exactly accurate? In other words, when you said something different, the police did ask you, wait a minute, what about this? You said it
I
differently over
don't
here.
remember. You would have had
Okay.
to show me for me to know. I don't remember.
Okay.
But I don't think they confronted me. Ricky had asked y'all 2 years ago, did y'all have a video he can see? Y'all told him no. Y'all told me it wasn't no interview, just transcripts.
Okay. And during that 2017 interview, when you were looking at pictures of Shannon and Duwap and Nard, isn't it true that you signed your name and wrote Shannon's and Nard's and Duwap's on their pictures?
I don't remember, probably did.
Okay. When you were asked about the Little Wayne bus shooting on cross-examination, is it your testimony today that you remember events that happened that night?
I don't know. Like, y'all been asking me all these questions, like, I don't know.
Do you remember telling detectives in the 2017 interview that people didn't need to get the gang's permission in order to carry out the Little Wayne bus shooting?
I don't remember it being said like that or something. I don't know.
Do you remember being asked on cross-examination about the Infinity that you were in, that you rode inside with Copeland?
I remember y'all saying something about it.
Hmm?
I remember somebody said something about it.
Do you remember, I believe it was Mr. Steele, if it was not, correct me if your memory is different. Do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Mr. Steele to Thug's lawyer.
Do you remember today whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes, I told us Woody told, I never somebody else in the car, but Woody, he told me about the car.
Is there anything in particular about that that causes you to remember it as opposed to other?
I remember the car because I remember we wrecked the car.
And was it Woody who told you that Thug's manager rented it?
Yes. I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't know. Woody said he thought it was Thug rental car or something. I don't remember. I told him I know something in that car though. I told him I know something. Nobody in the car but Woody.
And I mean, she's asking
You
about
told
remembering
the
one
jury
thing versus
earlier
10 people could have told you.
that after a certain point that Thug stopped associating with Woody. You said something like that on Cross. Do you remember that?
I think I said you stopped coming around all the negativity. Like it was so much going on. I think I said that.
Do you remember specifically talking about Woody and Thug not hanging around Woody?
Yes, cause I said he had a lot going on.
Do you remember when that was that you remember Thug stopped hanging around Woody?
I don't know.
Okay, generally speaking, would you say it was around May 2015?
Man, Woody was already locked up, man. I don't know.
So does that mean it probably happened before that or after that?
I don't remember. I just know I think Woody had got locked up summertime, so I don't remember.
Do you know whether Woody actually talked to Thug about getting his bond paid in June 2015?
June, I was locked up, so I don't know.
Okay, you were asked about Thug and Woody's relationship. I'm just asking you if you know anything about.
June, I was locked up. So
Okay, so that's a no?
I was locked up, I mean.
When you're locked up, does that keep you from getting information
Yes.
about other people that are locked up?
Yes.
So were you
Sorry,
locked
love.
up federally?
No.
Were you locked up in Fulton County?
Yes.
So if you were locked up in Fulton County and Woody is locked up in Fulton County, do you all have the ability to talk to each other, or do you not
No.
have access?
All on different flow.
Okay. Does being on a different floor keep you from having access to other people or talking to other people in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Just one moment.
And thank you, Kay Grammer, gifting 5 memberships. You guys drop an eagle or some thank yous in the chat. Very nice of you. And it gives us some fun to keep us going through this redirect. Because this is not very quick.
Do you not remember getting, speaking with Sledge from inside the jail or Monkton? Why?
Me and Mooks, I don't think if I talked to him and he was on the street, I don't think I talked to him. What time you talking about?
While you were in the jail and he was in the jail.
Probably went to court, yeah.
And what about Garlington? You remember getting communication from Garlington while you all were both in jail?
He and Garlington and Sledge was on the case together. We go to court together.
Okay. Are they the only people that you talked to while you were in the jail that were in the jail with you?
I don't remember. Probably people in my dorm, I don't remember.
All right. What did you say?
People in the dorm, probably.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about a picture of Shannon taken the days or taken sometime before January 10th, 2015. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you about it?
Sustained.
I hope this is her mic drop
Do you
moment and
remember
she's done.
being shown a photograph of Shannon standing in front of a window?
Yeah, I remember that picture. I remember that picture.
And do you have any independent knowledge of when or if that was placed on any social media sites?
I think I remember. I think I took that picture. I was
Okay.
thinking about it.
Just the
more.
picture, though.
When I saw it, I remember the picture from some.
Did you post that on your social media site?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were asked on cross-examination about Antonio Sledge being drunk and Garlington being high and you being high on April 28th, 2015, were you telling the jury everything that you remembered about that night when you spoke with Shannon's attorney on cross-examination?
Did I what?
Is that all that you remember about that night on April 28th as you sit here today? April 28th, 2015, that Monkton was drunk.
Your Honor, I was gonna let it go, but I'm gonna object to the misstatement of the testimony. His testimony was not that Mr. Sledge.
Sustained.
Do you remember anything else about the night of April 28th that Mr. Shart asked you about on cross-examination regarding Sledge being drunk?
I think I told him I don't know. I don't remember. I think I told him I was high myself, so I couldn't really tell.
And what does that type of high do to your ability to remember?
Xanax.
Okay. What does that do for you and for your ability to remember?
A lot. I might be on 3, 4 at a time.
And does that cause you to forget things?
Yes.
Okay. So if you remembered that it was only you, Sledge, and Garlington, at what point did the high wear off to allow you to remember that?
Because I remember who I got in the car with.
Okay. Do you know what Trontavious Stevens was doing during that time?
No.
Okay. You were asked whether you went to Arrowhead Pond with Copeland and Sledge. Do you remember that?
I remember telling him I didn't remember if Sledge was with us.
Okay. Do you remember testifying on cross-examination that you wanted to convince Gaither and Dennis that you were telling the truth so that you could get out of jail?
I remember. I don't remember. I don't remember. I told her, asked me all these questions. I don't remember.
Do you remember when you were shown a clip of Gaither coming into the room saying, y'all been calling me and now I'm here? You remember that? Okay. Now, do you remember being asked whether you wanted to meet with Gaither so that you could get out of jail?
I remember me saying I ain't called them. I remember saying that.
Okay. Do you remember saying you wanted to clear Sledge of the shooting?
I thought that was what I was doing, but I was told you I was young.
Did you lie when you told the police that the phone number they showed you was not yours?
I don't remember.
You remember when you were asked on cross-examination whether you lied when you said you weren't involved in the April 28th shooting?
Who?
You remember when you said on cross that when you first sat down, you said, I wasn't involved. I didn't have nothing to do with that shooting.
I remember saying I lied. I don't understand what you're saying. You gotta ask it again.
Okay. You remember saying you lied in the August 5th, 2015 interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you lie when you told them or confirmed for them Demikion's phone number?
Your Honor, outside the scope of cross.
Sustained.
Did you lie when you told them that the phone number they had was not yours?
Outside the scope of cross.
Sustained.
Do you remember when you told them when you first sat down, you were making stuff up as you were going on? You remember saying that on cross?
Yeah.
At what point did that change, if at all?
What you mean, did it change?
Well, you said at first I was making stuff up as I was
I
going
still was
on.
making stuff up.
Okay, so are you saying that you made stuff up throughout the whole interview on August 5th, 2015?
Made stuff up and said stuff that I had already heard. I told y'all that.
Okay. And when you said that you wanted to take the guns out of your hand and put them in someone else's hand, is that what you were trying to do throughout the August 5th interview? Just take guns out of your hand?
What?
Do you remember saying on cross?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Shout out to Rich East. Love needs a timer. We're way over the 30 minutes left.
By the time that you got to the 2017 interview, was your goal in that interview the same thing as your goal was in the 2015 interview?
What was my goal? Was it my goal?
Right.
I don't know.
Do you remember whether you went into the 2017 interview with the intent to tell stories on
I
people?
don't remember.
Well, do you
Did I
remember?
tell stories?
Uh-huh.
I told stories, yes. Lies.
All right. And was there any reason that you told for these particular lies that you claim you told? For what reason were you telling lies in 2017?
Because I had already told the lies before.
Okay. And so the lies you told in 2017 were because you had already told them? Is that what you're saying?
Objection asked and
I don't,
answered.
you're not asking. Is that what you're saying?
What you mean?
Why did you tell the lies you're now saying that you told in 2017?
Because I lied. I don't know. I didn't know I lied. I don't get what you're saying. Like, I don't understand.
And the lies in 2015 that you told, did you tell them for any reason other than what you've already given to the jury?
What you mean?
The things that you said in the August 2015 interview that were not true. The reasons that you told them, even though they were not true. Are those reasons, have you told all of those reasons for telling those lies as you put them to the jury?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Just one second.
Please check in with Atkins and realize that you have no further questions. I mean, some of these things she has to ask. Like, it's literally her job to try to establish, you know, try to rehabilitate your witness, figure out his motives for lying at one point in time so you can get the jury to hopefully see that maybe he was being truthful during the time you want him to be truthful. But I think she doesn't realize that there are some questions where he really doesn't understand how you're asking.
All right.
We're
Mr.
done.
Sharp,
Oh, thank gosh.
Mr. Weinstein. All right.
Mr. Harvey has corrected me that I have reasons. Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
I didn't hear what you said before.
Thanks for getting some from Doug first. So Doug didn't have recross, but then Harvey reminded him he did.
Well, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Hey,
Your head hurt? You gonna be able to answer my questions?
if I know him, yeah.
Can you lean forward just a little bit? Yeah, if you know them, that's all I'm asking, okay? So on redirect, Ms. Love asked you a lot of questions about the sources of your lies, okay? The lies you told back in 2015 and 2017. So let's get into that a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about the play that you testified to that you got from Garlington, okay? Remember the play?
I don't remember it.
That play you testified to that you got from Garlington, that was about the murder of Peanut, Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what, yeah.
Okay. And that play was something cooked up between Garlington and Woody, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness.
Overruled.
Sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Yes.
Yes, the play was cooked up between Garlington and Woody?
Woody put Garlington in it. It was something Woody had.
Something Woody had. And Woody came up with that play in order to take attention away from him.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
The laugh.
You don't have to answer that question. But that was a scheme between them to come up with the story that you would use, correct? They planted that story with
Objection,
you.
Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
The story that they came up with, that they told you, that Garlington relayed to you, was about Shannon and Yak and Duwap and Nard being involved in Nutt's murder.
It was, I don't remember all the detail, but it had something to do with them, y'all.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
I don't
that.
remember all the detail, but it had something to do with it.
It had something to do with that, with the murder of
Yeah.
Peanut, with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay. And that story was intended to cover up Woody's involvement in that murder.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did Garlington tell you why he was coming up with that story?
Why Woody was coming up with it?
Yeah.
He's just like, Woody got him in some bullshit.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
He said it.
Well, Woody has been named, Your Honor, as an unindicted co-conspirator.
Yes.
It's a statement of a co-conspirator.
Change your
Your Honor,
ruling.
First of all, Your Honor, this is a whole, he's asking about Garlington. He's not asking about Woody. And if this is a matter that needs to be talked about, I don't think it's proper to do it in front of the jury.
Your question was about Garlington.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So the story you got from Garlington, that's the story that you ended up relaying to law enforcement, to Gaither and Dennis in
Objection.
2015.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You've been asked repeatedly by the attorney for the state, by Miss Love, how various lies that you told benefited you. You remember her asking you that just now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're sitting over here right now instead of over there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think that that's a benefit to
Your
you?
Honor, objection.
Do you view that as a benefit?
Hang on.
Okay,
hang
I'm
on.
asking him if he
I
views that
know,
as
and
a
there's an
benefit.
objection on the floor, which I haven't been able to hear yet. So wait and let me hear
My
it and
apologies,
rule
Your
on
Honor.
it.
So objection as to misrepresentation, vagueness, when the question is, do you think it's a
Suppose.
benefit to you that you're over there and not here? As it relates to the interview in 2015 and 2017, I would ask for clarification about what it is that he was getting a benefit from.
Overruled.
Okay, I'll repeat that question to you. Do you view it as a benefit to you that those lies that you told in 2015 and 2017 put you in that witness stand instead of over there as a defendant?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
I ain't benefit off none of it.
You didn't benefit off any of it? You'd rather be over there?
Objection,
no
Your Honor,
difference.
improper.
Sustained.
Are you a defendant in this case?
Objection relevance.
It's directly relevant
Overruled.
to his motivation. Are you a defendant in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Ms.
Now, I don't know if the jury heard it, but wow, what a thing. And this is a great example, and I don't really think this is usually Doug's approach. And maybe he was working with Harvey to work on this, because right before he got up, he said he didn't have recross, and then said Harvey reminded him he had recross. And it was really like the same single line of questioning there. But if you didn't hear that one answer, Doug had questioned, why do you think Garlington was telling you the story that Woody made up? And Love objected, and it was sustained, but we already had an answer. And if the jury heard it, he said that because Garlington said, because Woody just got us into some mess. Don't know if the jury heard that, but I heard it. I heard it. So there you go. Recross with Doug Weinstein. A little bit of a different approach than we normally see.
Steele.
Very briefly,
All right.
Did you give it to the? May I approach for a moment? Very briefly, you were asked about what I call the rodeo tour, but I'm talking about March, April 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Travis Scott and Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug are performing, right?
Yes.
You were asked if Jeffrey was the headliner or was not the headliner. You remember that?
Yes.
Headliner means what? Tell the jurors.
I don't know. Probably I think like the main. I don't know. I think like the main person or something.
Is it fair to say that Jeffrey or Young Thug by this time is a big attraction in music?
Objection asked, answered, and relevance.
Came up on Re-cross.
I know, but given the objection sustained.
When you were there, if you saw the crowd, did Jeffrey and Travis
Objection,
Scott play
relevance to the
together? Is
crowd.
my question.
Say that again.
Yeah, when you saw the crowds at the rodeo tour, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott perform together?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
I think, okay, that's fine. All right. You said you were asked specifically, did Jeffrey buy clothing for a lot of people? Do you remember that question on recross examination?
Yes.
All right. Is it true that Jeffrey did buy clothing for people, the Cleveland Avenue park?
I told you, like, that was like, it wasn't that new, like, everybody bought, like, yeah.
Okay. And were you aware that Jeffrey did clothing drives all over the country?
Objection, relevance.
It came up on
Sustained.
cross.
Doesn't mean it's relevant.
You were asked, and it was worded this way, that Jeffrey stopped hanging around with Woody. Remember those questions on recross?
Yes.
From your vantage point, were people always trying to be around Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, vague and speculation. He can't.
Overruled.
Did Jeffrey allow people to take pictures with him
Objection, relevance.
when they
Sustained.
did? From your vantage point, did Mr. Copeland or Woody, did Jeffrey go to him in any way, or was Mr. Copeland trying to hang out with Jeffrey?
Objection, relevance beyond the scope of redirect.
It was on redirect.
Overruled.
Yeah, Copeland used to come around now.
Okay. You were asked again on redirect about a supposed tweet of, and I'm not quoting it, but something like, "We shoot at them and don't report. They shoot at us and report." I'm not saying that's a quote. Have you ever seen a tweet like that?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered on cross.
Those are my questions.
All right. Mr. Shard, have you made a decision? Do you have any recross? All right.
I didn't get the total for that.
And put this on my leg.
Yes. They'll take care of that. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Mr. Ricardo Rios to stand.
Okay.
All right, so it's not Sprinkle. Sprinkle wasn't waiting at the door.
Sure.
All right, so we are approaching. Big thank you to the beautiful Amy E. gifting 5 memberships. Super kind.
Yes, no. Is it? Okay.
Jury's going to the potty.
A couple.
And Amy E. is also reminding us to hit that like button on the video.
We're going to take a quick recess. Thank you.
And especially since they're taking a break. Are they letting us hear? All right, and then they cut us off. But especially since we're taking a break anyway, this would be a very good time. Let's see if we have yes, and we have the actual event scheduled. So we're going to do a song of the night and some verses tonight over at Club Classy. That starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. Please come join us, guys. It's a ton of fun. I'm telling you, you won't believe it. You'll see tons of familiar faces. And I know sometimes in certain time zones, you might be asleep. But if you're awake at 8 p.m. Eastern, come hang out. And we joke, we have a little VIP section in Club Classy. So here's the link there. And seriously, thank you so much, Amy E. You're so kind. I saw a lot of blue hearts going on in the chat, too. Guys, I just saw this too. Funlevin827 says, have you heard anything about the Fonnie Willis open records case? The next hearing is on the 2nd of October. So is that like next week already? Yeah, that's a week from today. So next Wednesday is supposed to be the next hearing for that. Oh gosh, we're about to be in October. We are about to be in October. And heck yeah, Classy Beat says, and please check your Ricos at the door. I mean, you might start another one. Chloe Albert's Revenge had said, Love loves the ouch objection, originated by Adam Lally. Objection, Your Honor. The defense is defending. It hurts. Why? You know, there was a objection there that Whitaker just overruled when Steele was doing his recross. And I think if she just made her objection and shut up, Whitaker was ready to sustain it. But she kept going and she added stuff to it. It didn't make sense. She was like, 2017 or 2015, was it vague? And Whitaker was like, all right, now you're in another planet with your objection. So overruled and just cut her off. So like Love really walked herself into an overruled there. Just because she couldn't be quiet. Trikisha says, Love is so freaking confusing. I can't anymore. Yep, story of the day. Story of the day. I am glad that we are on to another witness, though. Like, that chapter, we're sort of done, because apparently they want to subpoena Summer G. They're probably going to ask more questions about some of the testimony that they need to clear up from Quindarrius Zachary being on the stand. So we haven't really closed the Quindarrius Zachary chapter. But whatever. We're getting closer. FFS. FFS says, great day to jet ski, isn't it? Yeah, the wind is really picking up here, guys. Shout out to all of our friends on the other side of Florida, on the West Coast, around the Gulf. Like, if we're getting the rain bands over here and the wind, I know it's gotta be much stronger over there. So make sure you guys are staying safe wherever you are. And yeah, you're not gonna see me jet ski. Definitely not in this weather. Stephen T. Satchel, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Mr. Nobody said, it's only 7:30 p.m. Wake me up when Love has finished. You can come back, sort of, because Atkins is going to do the questioning of the next witness. So we get a nice little reprieve from Love questioning a witness. And I don't know if this is going to be like a crime scene tech or records custodian. They mentioned that some records custodian, they had some scheduling stuff going on. So I'm guessing that might be who we're going to see on the stand next. But the nice part about that is Love typically doesn't question those types of witnesses. So we get a break. We get a much needed break. KC Dog with the sentiment I agree with. I can't tell you what I was doing in 2015, to be honest. If you ask the right questions, I might recall it or know the time frame you're talking about. But just broadly, do you know which of the following 6 people told you about this thing 11 years ago? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Well, really, it'd be 9 years ago. Leah's dad said, Love doesn't know the system she puts people into, how it works. Nope. Reek G's says, hope the jury is annoyed at lack of evidence for Rico, their time, and the tax money that's been wasted. Love is not capable of a case of this magnitude anyway. And I really want to, pretend like parallel universe, how this would go if they weren't trying to try all these co-defendants at one time or as a Rico. What if these prosecutions were, one defendant at a time, not a huge indictment involving Rico? I do think it could have been prosecuted, at least for certain situations. The way it's going would be a little bit different. And of course, we'll never actually know. Thank you so much for the 5, Reek. And AK, going back to when we got the F-bomb, and I think this was right before we had the N-bomb. You know, Love was acting so humble, not wanting to say the B word that rhymes with rich. And then the last couple of times she questioned about that same topic, it's like she was ready and eager to say the B word. And then we got an F-bomb and an N-bomb just rolling off her tongue. So I agree. She probably cusses her face off at home and was just pretending to be a little bit vanilla about it here in front of the jury. Ayanna Davis says, I guess my small concern is that some of the jurors will sympathize with Love and think the witnesses want to help the defense and recant the truth now. I think that was her strategy. I think that was her strategy, and I think, you know, I do think there's times where she doesn't know how to ask a question, but I think those questions where she repeated, you know, do you remember, or who told you, was it this list of 6 options? I think that was strategically to get consistent, I don't remember, I don't know answers. And I think she was doing that because it could look exactly this way to the jury. So I do think there was strategy there for that part of it. And I do think, I don't know if it really landed. It didn't really land with me. But I'm not a juror. So I think probably backfire. Thank you for the 5, Ayana. Casey Dog says, isn't Recross asking questions a second time, not new ones? Now with Recross, you could, sometimes doors get opened, right? You might use a redirect or recross to clarify an answer that was given on cross or direct or on redirect, you know, depending on what layer down you're going. But occasionally doors do get opened and, you know, not really at the frequency that they seem to be getting opened in this trial. Love just, really her redirect, you guys keep saying it seems more like a direct. I agree with you guys. If somebody was watching this witness and how redirect and then cross and then redirect went, I don't think they'd get a very good understanding of how direct and then cross and redirect typically work, right? The scope isn't supposed to expand, although occasionally there is an exception where, you know, not through the questioning, not through the questions we're trying to ask, but the answer that the witness happens to give, the scope can expand maybe unexpectedly. But here what we're seeing with Love is the question is kind of expanding the scope. So you're right. It's a bit unusual, and it wasn't really, nobody put a stop to it, so. Ms. Kim's with the kind message says, hi Cat Gang and spectators. I hope everyone has a wonderful day on purpose. And I love, love, love that quote. Have a good day on purpose. Have a great day on purpose. You know, just the idea, that little tweak with the words on purpose, to be intentional about having a good day. Super awesome. And gives a new meaning to, you know, you see have a nice day, and that sounds kind of cliche. We're jaded to the words have a nice day. We hear it all the time. We can tune it out. It's like, oh, how are you? And you make small talk and you move on from it. But when you say it like this, have a wonderful day on purpose, stands out a little more. So I really love that, Miss Kim's. Angie Lay gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Danielle Judge says, hit that like button. Show some support to Kat. I think we have a ton of likes today. Thank you, guys. Super thank you. Especially since we're on a break. If you guys want to toggle over and hit that like button, that'd be awesome. Maricela, give these men bail at least. And every time I think about bail, I always think of the question and answer we got from witnesses like Munktung. You were denied bond because you're too dangerous. Then we give you a plea deal. So now it just puts the bail question in the crosshairs for me, right? I understand that when someone's charged with egregious crimes and they might be a flight risk, they might not show back up when they're supposed to be in court. I get that there's criteria there. But when we see that criteria be bent in one direction for certain people, now I want to know why we're okay with holding everybody without bond, without bail. It becomes a double standard. So thank you so much for the food for thought. Natasha Walker for the 2, thank you. And Daryl Johnson, so we didn't actually watch this video of, we didn't really get too much into signing and then hearing the audio, but we heard that Love wanted to go down this rabbit hole, all just to show that Quindarrius Zachary could write names. But this is a great point. Daryl says there are plenty of illiterate people who memorize. And names are important things to memorize, right? You usually have to use names more often than not. And, you know, I'm glad that that didn't really come in. Like, Love wanted it to come in, and I think that was an assist from the judge, kind of wink, wink, like, it'd be kind of stupid for you to try to show that without audio, but okay. Ike says, Miss Love, you don't believe him. So show a silent film, ask him more questions while expecting the truthful answers. She's a genius. That was a whole mess. And guys, if you joined in late today, you can go back. You'll see when there's no witness on the stand. It was the most recent argument that we were able to tune in on. I thought it was such a stupid argument. I think most in the chat thought it was a stupid argument. We can disagree. I don't mind if we disagree once in a while. But the audacity to ask to play a video clip with audio redacted, to make the point that someone's able to write something on a piece of paper, and then you dry snitch on yourself and say, well, there are other people in the room that are talking to him, possibly helping him spell things out. Well, is that why you don't want the audio to be played? It's just sketchy. It's not well-intentioned. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, if this case takes a sudden turn by the end of the year, it will be because 3 ghosts kidnapped Love on Christmas Eve. That's just crazy. I mean, you know, the plea deal mania was December of 2022. That's when Trontavia Stevens, Sledge, they were all going through with their pleas. Right around the holiday time. Coincidentally, right? You know, or dropping pleas on your desk right when you're stuck in custody at Rice Street for the holidays. What a great time to offer you a plea, right? But that was 2022, and we're about to be in the holiday season, 2024. That's how long this has all been going on. Thank you, Chloe, for all your support and generosity today. Katie Coco says, as a flight attendant watching MCO weather closely, don't want to miss live chat. Thanks for all your hard work. Thank you so much, Katie, and you stay safe too. I know you're like an East Coaster over here too, but you know, stay safe. Flooding can happen anywhere there's a ton of rain. And kind of cool. I wonder, that sounds like a neat job. You know, flight attendant staying on top of the weather. Hopefully, I don't know if that can get you some time off. That'd be awesome. And then we are back. Let's see who this witness is.
Good afternoon. You can take a seat if you want to. Well, actually, just stand and then once. Okay. Now let's do that in front of the jury. Okay. I mean, 5 or 5:30 depends where, you know, we are with witnesses. How long do you think this witness will be?
I expect about an hour, Your Honor.
Okay, and then do we have another witness who's, what's the next witness up? Hmm? Hmm?
Summer.
Oh, okay.
SG.
Okay. So maybe just these two, maybe one more, I don't know. Because y'all's time estimates are not always spot on. I mean, I don't know who she said, but I'm just talking about how many more witnesses there'll be for today. Sounds like this, at least one other, maybe one other after that, but that seems like about it. I don't either.
And they just muted us. Guys, I don't really know Summer G's last name. We've heard SG and now Summer G, and maybe Love was saying some are good. And, maybe the last name isn't really important, but they put her under subpoena last night. So, and interesting, the judge is like, maybe you should have a third witness ready. So let's see if we get the vibe that they're dragging out their questioning of either of these next two witnesses. Because Love did ask, are we going to 5 today? And Whitaker was like, well, 5, maybe 5:30. Hint, hint, maybe need a third witness. You guys are hilarious. Summer Glanville. Okay, so someone else heard good. Cash Money Cass heard good. It's not just me. It really sounded like good. We'll go with good until we're corrected. Summer Gaither. And the D's life, Jenny D says good. Okay. Yeah, it's really what it sound. Janae says, I heard Greer. Nicola says, some are good, some aren't. And I always think of Summer Wheatley from Napoleon Dynamite. Summer G for gang. Or game, G-A-M-E. Oh, and 403 is ready. Can I please get a recap what happened on Recross? I mean, tons of objections. Really, I think Doug stood out more than Steele's cross-examination, and Doug had a lot of objections. They got sustained, but he got his question heard. And one of the answers that was, the witness shouldn't have answered, but he already did. We find out that according to Quindarrius Zachary, yeah, Garlington told me things I should be saying. Garlington told us what the story should be. But Garlington was being told those things by Woody, by Kenneth Copeland. And when Doug asked, well, why was Garlington telling you all that? It was objected to, but we heard the answer. Well, Garlington was saying that Woody got us into some mess. So if there's anything worth watching, it was 5 hours and 58 minutes into the stream. I'll clip it later when I get a chance. Doug, it was a very short recross, like less than 5 minutes maybe. But really, we have an extra buzzer on the radar here that Kenneth Copeland was concocting the story for Demekin Garlington to go tell Little D to say if he does any of these police interviews. So who had to get the target off their back? Who had to get police off their back around the time of the Donovan Thomas shooting? So that's probably the important part of Recross there. You guys are hilarious with the summer name. Summer Goulash. Summer Noki. Summer gone, baby gone.
Your Honor, may the witness be sworn in?
Yes. Although not yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your hand. You swear to further testimony you're about to get a court, the truth, all the nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I will.
You may proceed, please. State your first and last name with a spelling of both, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Ricardo Leal. It's Ricardo. First name spelled Leal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Liao. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you tell the jury where you work?
Yes, so I work for T-Mobile Corporation, which is a mobile phone carrier.
How long have you been with T-Mobile?
So I started with T-Mobile back in April of 2020. There was a merger that transpired on that date. Prior to that, I worked for Sprint Corporation, which was another telephone company. And so I worked with them, basically started with them in 2002.
Was the merger between Sprint and T-Mobile?
Yes.
What do you do for T-Mobile?
So I serve as a records custodian when subpoenaed. My job title is testifier. So basically, I authenticate records, explain records, how they're kept, in the normal course of business, do a lot of reviewing records, those types of things.
How many trials have you testified in?
So I've testified in over 450 in my tenure. I've been doing this part of my job for quite some time.
Do you travel across the country or do you have a specific region that you cover?
All throughout the United States and other places as well.
So to become, what did you do, let me take a step back, before you began working with Sprint, before it merged with T-Mobile?
So when I worked at Sprint, I would have been an analyst, essentially. Subpoena analyst is what they called it. So my job function was to review legal demands, verify that legal demand, then send out the information that is being asked for through legal process. However, the requester was asking for it. So essentially, that's what I was doing for a number of years. And then I headed up a team that was an immediate response group, that they could get their information sooner by paying a fee. And then I transitioned into the job that I'm currently doing. But at the time, it was with Sprint.
And would subpoenas from law enforcement agencies be one of the requests that you would review when you were an analyst?
Correct. That would be one of the formats. So subpoena, search warrant, court order, search warrant having the most available. They would be able to get the most information with the judge's signature. That's kind of how that process works.
What type of documents did you get familiar with as an analyst responding to those legal requests?
So mainly was call records pertaining to subscriber information, the call detail records, which is the network information that could have other information like cell tower information, billing records. That's the main things that were being asked for, and still to this day. There are some other records that we have as well, but those are the main things. Later on, as the progression became more prevalent, text information was being asked for, data, because your phones became user-friendly to be used for search engines, those types of things, for data. So those were often asked for too.
Can you differentiate the call detail records from the other records you've described for the jury?
Sure, absolutely.
How would you describe or differentiate them?
So the call records would show the calls that were taking place. It will have the different numbers. It will also depend on what type of call record. It will show duration time. It'll have dates. Also tower information, if that was asked for, that information would be within the record. Also, on the format, when we send the information out, it shows what is being asked for through legal process. Like, it gives exact accounts of the information that's being sent out.
Now, in working with Sprint, was it through experience or training that you became familiar with these records and what they contain?
So it was on the job training. And over time, I would be answering questions with whoever was asking for the information. So it took a lot of me trying to get understanding what I was looking at. And then over time, I had to learn the T-Mobile records as well, which was more of a formal training versus how I started at Sprint. It was a different time back in 2002. But yeah, quite a big difference between 2002 and 2020.
Fair enough. Can you describe for the jury what training you had to get familiar coming from Sprint with T-Mobile records?
So there was a training that happened. It was during COVID. Basically, it was several days of going through the formats of how the records are kept at T-Mobile and the information that T-Mobile carries and how their information is kept in comparison to how the information is kept at Sprint. So there was kind of like a dual training going on where the T-Mobile folks were filling us in on their info and we were doing the same to them with the Sprint information, because two different networks, information being kept, all similar processes and everything, but the content was in different formats and it was kept differently according to time.
Now, you had mentioned subscriber information as documents that you sometimes have to discuss. Can you
Yes.
describe what is contained in Sprint or T-Mobile subscriber information records?
Generally speaking, the subscriber information would contain the account information with the account holder and or subscriber if the subscriber of the phone is different than the account holder. Basically, it would have identifying information if it was not a prepaid subscriber. If it's a postpaid subscriber, there's a verification process that takes place. And essentially, in that verification process, they're enabling the person that wants to subscribe to the phone to be able to get billed. And so they do a credit check. Unlike a postpaid subscriber, they'd be paying up front, or a prepaid subscriber, pardon me, they would be paying up front. And so those are some of the differences, but the elements within the subscriber information could have other information like the type of account, the equipment or the handset number that is associated with the telephone number. It has other identifying information that's network information that also coincides with how the layout is for the subscriber information. But those are some of the things. It would have like activation dates, like when the account was activated, when the number was activated within that account, if it wasn't the only telephone number. There are accounts that could have multiple numbers within a specific account, if that makes sense.
When you were just discussing prepaid versus postpaid for subscriber,
Yes.
how is the name created or chosen for prepaid versus post?
So with prepaid, it could be anything. So it could be what that person wants it to read. It's non-verified. So basically there's no verification process that takes place. If I wanted to open a phone and get my own phone, I could say, I want it to say Donald Duck. That could be on there. So that's just the way it is. Because it's non-verified, like a postpaid subscriber, there's no credit check being run. They're not showing an ID or anything that has identifying information. There's no requirement. So that's how that works.
You've also mentioned, and we've briefly discussed call detail records. Are call detail records kept in the regular course of business with T-Mobile?
Yes, they are. And they're kept for billing purposes.
Is there any other purposes that, well, I'll ask another question. I'll
Sure.
come back to that. Is any of the information include cell site tower information?
Yes, that's part of the network information. And so The network information would include cell tower information as part of the things that were transpiring within the network prior to the billing process.
And with subscriber information data, with call detail record data, and cell site tower data, what are the various purposes or reasons why T-Mobile keeps those documents in the regular course of business?
So it's mandated that we keep this information by the FCC for a certain amount of time, but we have to be able to bill our customers. So that's why the network information, we keep that. From that, we would be able to ascertain the billable calls for each customer. And then they would be able to send that bill out. Now things are different with unlimited. Oftentimes there's not as much information that's being sent out because of that unlimited plans, but they still generate bills because it's mandated by the FCC. It's also network optimization. They use the information that we have to be able to review if there's any disputes for calls that didn't take place or those types of things. That was more of a thing back when each call was being accounted for, right? You're getting numerous amounts of calls, extra fees, like those types of things. But those are two of the main reasons. And then the subscriber information is kept for a more lengthy period of time because to be able to see in a timeline the subscribers that had different numbers for an amount of time.
Now, before you came testifying here right now, did you and me meet and go over some documents?
Yes, we did.
Did that include any CDs or discs with information on them?
Yes, I reviewed a handful of discs as well as all the information within those discs.
And did you make any markings on those discs after you reviewed them?
I did on the outside envelope.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 515 Yankee through 519 Yankee. And for both 515 through 520, there's a Yankee and a Yankee Alpha corresponding with each number. And so I'm also, Your Honor, approaching the witness with 520 Yankee through 522 Yankee. And for those last three, there is a 520 Yankee Alpha and a Yankee Romeo for those last three.
Okay.
I've handed the witness those exhibits. When you're done reviewing them, sir, just look up and let me know.
Okay.
What are those that I've asked you to look through?
So these are all requests that were sent out through legal process with Sprint or T-Mobile. So there's several of each, but it's mainly the disc and then subscriber information and some certifications within the packets.
Now, I'll start with 515 Yankee through 518 Yankee. Are those, or 515 Yankee, 516 Yankee, and 517 Yankee, are those three Sprint?
Yes, they're all Sprint correspondence, so the records that were sent out through the Sprint process.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the subscriber call detail records and cell tower information for those corresponding records?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence 515 Yankee, 515 Yankee Alpha, 516 Yankee, 516 Yankee Alpha, 517 Yankee, and 517 Yankee Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Now, sir, do you also have 518 Yankee, 519 Yankee before you?
Yes, I do.
And do they have a corresponding alpha that is printed?
Yes,
And are those T-Mobile records?
they are.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the subscriber information, call detail records, and corresponding cell site information for those T-Mobile records?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 518 Yankee, 518 Yankee Alpha, 519 Yankee, and 519 Yankee Alpha.
You're admitted.
Now, was there also with the last documents, and by last, I mean 520 Yankee through 522 Yankee, and those three numbers have a corresponding Alpha and Romeo? Do you see those three, sir?
I do.
Did you and me also go through those documents?
Yes, we did.
Do those documents have a business record certification alongside them?
They do.
Your Honor, pursuant to the business record certification, the state would tender State's Exhibit 520 Yankee, 520 Yankee Alpha, 521 Yankee, 521 Yankee Alpha, and 522 Yankee, 522 Yankee Alpha into evidence, and the corresponding business record search for the record are the numbers with the Romeo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I want to start with, we're going to go in order, sir. So 515 Yankee, I wanted to talk about those first.
Okay.
And specifically, do you have before you a 515 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what 515 Yankee Alpha is to begin?
I will. So this is the response pages for the request. Basically has the information for the person that extracted, that was in charge of getting the information through the legal process within my group at Sprint. It has the date of the correspondence, as well as we generate a case number, but it has the person that requested the information, has their information on there as well. And then it begins with basically on page 2, the dates for the information, as well as the number for that specific request.
And Your Honor, I'm going to publish 515 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Now, can you explain for the jury, what is this on the top left when it has a Sprint case number? What does that indicate?
So with every request that is received, a Sprint case number, or T-Mobile has the same type of thing, but a number is generated that correlates with that specific request. And so the case number is 2015, in this case, -032151. So you could look up the information that was sent out. We would have a record of it. That's basically what that is.
And what is the phone number associated with 515 Yankee Alpha?
The phone number is 678-278-5991.
Now, what agency requested these records from Sprint?
It was the Atlanta Police Department.
And who specifically with the Atlanta Police Department requested these records?
It was Ari Bleifeld.
Now, I'm scrolling to page 2 of 515 Yankee Alpha. Who was this account? What person was the bill and account name under?
It was under the name of Kenneth Copeland.
And what was the address associated with this phone record?
878 Oakland Drive Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310.
Now, what was the date range for this request?
It was January 1st, 2015 through February 6th of 2015.
What date was this account created?
So the account was established on October 29th of 2014.
Now, I wanted to ask you, if you turn to the third page, do you see a line titled equipment?
Yes.
Now, what is that? What does this tell you?
So it basically shows the equipment that's being utilized with the electronic serial number. And so each handset has a ESN or electronic serial number that correlates with that handset. The phone carriers keep track of that information. If there was a change, it would also show if a handset was activated or canceled for whatever reason. I get a new phone, it would show that information.
Now, are you able to tell if this is a pre or post-paid account? And if so, how?
Yes. So with Sprint, in the network access identifier, which is close to the top of the page, or just under where it says effective, it has the name of the subscriber, and it'll usually have a numeral next to it, and then it has at sprintpcs.com. When I see that, I know that it's a postpaid subscriber. It's a verified subscriber. If it was prepaid on the Sprint network, it would have something like, oftentimes it would be like Boost Mobile. Boost would show up instead of Sprint PCS, or Virgin Mobile. Those were some of the prepaid components of Sprint, unless it was with a reseller. And so if it was with a reseller, they would have the subscriber information if there was any on a postpaid or a prepaid subscriber rather. So a non-billed subscriber.
Now, sir, did you see, and I'm trying to show this on the screen for you as well, where it has features with a number of asterisks?
Yes.
Right above that, where it says effective 12/15/2014, and then it has expiration. Can you describe for the jury what that means?
So basically that phone was effective. It was being utilized from December 15th, 2014 through the date searched. So for the entire date range, it was an effective active number, essentially, or phone.
Now I'm going to scroll to, and before you see where it has request type in bold, then it has a date range.
Yes.
Is this the date range that corresponds with when these records were requested for?
That's correct.
And it was January 1st through February 6th of 2015.
Yes.
Now, the disc that before you, that's 515 Yankee.
Yes.
Is that the records that correspond with this subscriber information?
That is correct. It's all the information that was asked for outside of this subscriber information. Basically, the call detail records as well. They can be quite voluminous. So
now I'm going to
What are you gonna do, Atkins? What are you gonna do, Atkins?
I'm gonna publish for you 515 Yankee.
Okay,
You let me know if you can see it on the screen there.
I can see.
Now, is this what you and me reviewed before coming into court?
Yes.
And I wanted to walk through for the jury so they could, what these contain. So this first Word document, what is this document?
So that's most likely it's the subscriber information, or it's the help aid to interpret the information that when we send it out, we send out a help aid always with the records.
I meant for it to, give me 1 second. I thought it would publish on your version, but it did not. Can you see it now?
Yes.
What is this document?
This is the help aid, or the keys to understanding. And so basically it would break down all the information that is being received as far as the call detail reports.
And if I want to, do you see this column where it says cell sites?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, what does this information and why is it included in these type of requests?
Sure. So basically it's highlighting all the different switch information for all the switches that are kept throughout the United States, as well as the identifying information. So it's called a network identifier. All that information is part of the record. So basically this is an overview of all the towers in the United States. But for the specific record that you look at, as far as the call detail record, depending on where that phone's operating, it would have those specific network element IDs for that area. And so with Sprint, you would have a list that coincides with it. And then you would be able to determine the latitude and longitude for that specific tower that works in conjunction with the switch. So basically, a switch conducts the switch to happen from one telephone number to another telephone number. 100 years ago, it was an operator. There was a person that would physically switch a phone to get to its destination. With the network, it's a system. And so it does the switching in the system. That's pretty much how that works. But we give you the overview of all the towers. So you can be able to identify the information, as well as inside of this information, it kind of explains the different nuances of the towers as well and how they're set up.
Now, for example, with the records that T-Mobile, or in this case Sprint at the time, would send back, if a law enforcement agency asked for phone records for 30 days and someone traveled to 10 different states, would the records from that be different or not different in relation to the cell site tower you're talking about for someone who stayed in one state? Their phone stayed in one state.
Right. So anytime there's movement, you're going out of state, the switch would also be typically in the other state as well. So that's kind of how that works. There's switches all throughout the United States. And then for every switch, there's several, could be 100 or more towers that are associated, probably more than 100 with each specific switch, just depending on the population density. And so I'm just going to give you an example. If I was on my phone and I left Georgia and I went north to New York, and I had been using my phone the entire time, getting on calls or whatever while I'm driving through my sync, of course. But anyways, every time you get on a call, it would then have the network information that would correlate with the switch and towers that are in those specific states that you're traveling through.
Now, I want to go back to what's contained in 515 Yankee. So do you see how there's 3 Excel spreadsheets?
Yes.
I'm going to open these and walk through them with you, starting from top to bottom. Now, when you were just describing the different tower information that would come back from a request, what is this Excel spreadsheet that's contained within 515 Yankee?
So this is the NEID list or the switch information. And basically it's a list on the record. It would have the identifying information, and you would have to refer to this list to be able to plot the latitude and longitude. So with the Sprint records, you have to look up the list, and then you would use the cell ID number to locate the latitude and longitude for each specific sector of a tower, essentially.
Now, what you see, this Excel is titled NEID 207.
Yes.
What does that mean, and what is after that title of this document?
Sure. So it's the network element ID, and then it's the name of that NEID, which is 207. And then it shows where that switch is, Miami. Typically, it's going to be where that switch is operating. It's the name of the list.
Now I want to show you, I'm going to open up another Excel that was in 515 Yankee, and I want you to describe for the jury. Let me know when this pops up. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
What switch location is this Excel spreadsheet associated with 515 Yankee?
So this one's Atlanta. It's number 176. So it's network element ID 176.
Now, finally, I'm going to publish the last Excel spreadsheet in 515 Yankee and ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
And while I'm pulling that up, you know how on the subscriber sheet it said status A? What does that mean on the different lines of the subscriber information page when it has status A?
It's active. And so if there was a cancellation, it would say status C.
What process goes into deactivating an account from the subscriber's end in these records that we're discussing?
It just depends. So it could be they stop paying. It could be that they got a new phone, and that would show activation cancellation. Or they said they're going to go to another carrier. There's all different variables, right?
Fair enough. Do you know what steps T-Mobile takes to deactivate an account on their end as the provider?
Same type of thing. I mean, those are all instances of how an account or number could get deactivated, right?
Understood. Now, I'm going to publish for you the last XL in 515 Yankee.
Okay.
Do you see this?
Yes.
Now, for purposes of, I'm going to increase the font here for you on this top row.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury in general while I'm doing that what these are?
Sure. So these are the columns. And basically it's interpreting the entire record in their column headers, right? The calling number is the number that's doing the calling. You can see at the bottom in green, that's the PTN or personal telephone number. That's the number that the record relates to, right? And then you have the called number and the dialed digits. So the called number is the number that's being called. and then it breaks it down. If there are no dial digits, that's an indication that it's a text message, because the way that text correlate with the records, they don't show the dial digits because it goes through a text message gateway.
So with, on that note, you see how these first roughly 10 columns are blank, and then you have numbers here in the column I've highlighted. What's the difference between, are these top ones text and this some type of phone call?
Correct. And it will allude to that later. But then you have the mobile roll column, which is identifying inbound would be a call coming in, outbound would be a call going out. There's another nuance that you might see in there that's routed. There's two types of routed calls. And generally, a routed call is going to have an inbound portion and a portion that's routed. It's when the receiver is outside of its normal coverage area and the switch is trying to locate that person or phone, essentially. And so it's being routed by a temporary local dialing number. And it's only on inbound calls, or if a call goes to voicemail. Those are the instances where you'll see routed. And when you see a call that goes to voicemail, it will have like 6245 in parentheses, and the dialed or the called number column is where it would show up.
For a quick example of that, I'm going to move. Do you see the highlighted column to 14?
Yes.
And where it says routed call?
Yes.
Is this what you were just discussing for the jury?
Correct. So those two lines are paired together, essentially. It's all one transaction, but on the record, it shows two lines.
And do you mean what is listed as 14 and 15?
Yes.
Now, going to after that inbound, outbound, or routed column, can you describe for the jury or walk through? You have start date, end date, duration. Can you describe and walk through these for the jury?
Yes. And so the start date is the date and the time. The time's in military time. So that first transaction is like 1 minute after midnight and 20 seconds. Then it has the duration, as I spoke to earlier. There's no time involved in text, so it's always going to be 0 as far as talk time. And then you have the start date and the end date. The duration would be 0. If it was a call or there was a network, it was attached to the network, it would then have time involved. And then it has the network element ID for those.
At the any ID?
Correct. For those ones in 0, it's showing that number 198 or 194, 198. Those are all text message gateways. They're in that interpretation sheet that we looked at earlier, the key to understanding the information. All those are broken down in there. And then it coincides with a specific repo.
What is the repo number?
Basically the switch list, right?
Understood. Now, I want to ask you something. For Sprint records in 2015, what time zone were the records in or kept in?
So for any text message transactions within the Sprint record, it would be in Central Time. And so you would have to add an hour to get to Eastern Time.
What about for phone calls?
Phone calls are switch time. So wherever that switch was, that's where it would relate to.
So if you use the switch in Atlanta, Eastern Time, they would be in Eastern Time?
Correct.
And if you used a switch in Texas, Central Time, it would be Central Time?
That's correct.
And is it based on like in these records, if this cell phone provider, which is attributed to Mr. Copeland, made a call and was in Eastern Time, would all of the calls be in Eastern Time or something else, regardless of who they dialed to?
It would be wherever the phone's being utilized. So it would go back to the switch information.
And if someone that was in, say, California called someone who was in Atlanta, how would the records on the Atlanta call providers come in? What time would come in for that incoming call?
Wherever that person is that's utilizing that number. So you'd have to have the records for the other number, but wherever the physical phone is connected to as far as the switch, that's where that would relate to the records.
So for someone who remained on Eastern Time, regardless of where they're receiving calls, their records would stay in Eastern Time.
Correct.
Now I want to go through just a couple more. Well, what does this last 2 columns mean that says first cell and last cell?
Sure. So Basically, the first cell and the last cell breaks down. There's a series of numbers once you go past those zeros. 1 is the sector or side of the tower. And then 7848 on that first cell that we're looking at, it's the second line up, is the cell ID number. And so you would have to go to the list that we looked at earlier, which is 207, NEID list or repo 31. Look on the left-hand column for 7848, that's the cell number, and then look at the first input. That would give the exact information for that tower. And then it finalized on that tower. So it would be the same location for that tower information that you would physically see on that list.
Now, earlier you had mentioned if the duration is 0, it's a text. Is there any significance to this first cell, last cell columns having a 0 versus numbers?
Not for text, no.
So if it's a 0 here, does that mean it's a text?
Yes, but if the phone was off or out of battery and there was calls coming in, it would also show 0.
Understood. Now, would these records that we're walking through, would applications such as FaceTime or WhatsApp or Telegram show up in these documents?
No.
Now, do you have before you 516 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, I do.
Publishing 516 Yankee Alpha for the jury? Now, who made this request for 516 Yankee Alpha?
So it's Kevin Leon Pacher. I guess that's how that's pronounced.
William
Sounds
Packer?
French. Yeah, or Leon Packer.
And are they what agency were they with when they made the request?
Atlanta Police Department.
And what is the phone number that was requested?
The number is 470-262-2643.
What was the date that these records were provided to the Atlanta Police Department that made the request?
The date that they were provided was, let me look here. It was August 28th of 2015.
Now I want to turn to page 2. What records were, or let me start with this. I'm going to go to the middle of page 2. What is the account name associated with these records?
So the account name is Kelvin Treadwell.
And what was the request? Do you see where it has request type in bold?
Yes.
What all was requested?
So there were several things that were requested. It was subscriber information, call detail records with cell site, and then the per call measurement data.
What was the date range for the call detail records with the cell site for this phone number?
It was January 1st, 2015 through August 26th of 2015.
Now, what date was this account established?
The account was established on February 14th of 2014.
And was this a prepaid or postpaid account?
It was postpaid.
And what page are you on to determine that? Is that page
3?
3? On page 3, is it near where it has equipment?
Correct. Above equipment, it goes back to sprintpcs.com.
Now, was there any changes in this account in terms of cancellations, activations, or anything of that nature?
Yes. So there was a phone change, like the handset changed on July 29 of 2015. One handset was canceled and then another one started.
Now, the records we just walked through that had the duration, the different columns we walked
Yes.
through with the jury, is these records also Sprint
Yes.
Does the call detail records associated with 516, are they in the same format of what we just walked through with the jury?
Yes.
So the Excel spreadsheet would have the same data columns for this phone number.
Same type of information, just relating to the other number.
Now I want to turn to 517 Yankee Alpha. Is that also a Sprint record, 517 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 517 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Now, who made this request for the records in 517 Yankee Alpha?
It was a L. Gaither with the Atlanta Police Department.
What was the date that these records were returned to Detective Gaither with Atlanta Police Department?
It was May 28th of 2015.
Now, turning to page 2, what was requested by Detective Gaither with these records?
The cell site information with the call detail records, along with subscriber information for the date range of January 10th, 2015 through May 20th of 2015.
Now, do you see on account details?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury if this is pre or postpaid account?
So it's a prepaid account. And basically it's a reseller. The reseller name is Red Pocket. Basically, resellers lease lines from the parent company, which in this case is Sprint. And they lease blocks of lines and operate their prepaid business. So if there were any subscriber information, you would have to get it from that specific reseller.
And for these records, were call detail records with the disc that you reviewed for 517 Yankee, were there call detail records that were returned for this cell phone?
Yes.
Ending in 5726, and would it have the same columns as the first 2 Sprint records we just discussed with the jury?
Absolutely. It's the same information. It's our network information. It's just being, and that's why we were able to respond to the request. But basically, it just is because it's a prepaid and it's operating through the reseller. If there were any subscriber information, they would have that.
Now, let me ask you this. When requests are made, if I requested from January 1st till December 31st of a year, would I ever get more or less records from T-Mobile or Sprint that I requested? And if so, why?
So we're only able to give what is asked for. I'm not saying humans don't make mistakes, but it could happen where more information was given than they were supposed to, but we have to divulge that information if that's the case. And so it could have less depending on if the phone was being utilized. Say the date range was for a year, but they stopped using the phone in September, then you wouldn't have the rest of the 3 months, right? So that's a thing too. But yeah, we would provide everything that we had for that specific date range.
Now, I want to turn to 518 Yankee and 518 Yankee Alpha. Is that T-Mobile records versus Sprint?
Yes.
And I want to discuss what is the last 4 of 518 Yankee Alpha?
The telephone number?
Yes, sir.
It is 7604.
And Your Honor, I'm publishing 518 Yankee Alpha for the jury. who is, or I should say, what is the billing name for this account?
So the billing name is Trey Brock.
Is it TREZ Brock?
Yes.
And what agency or who made this request?
So it was requested by Michael Sprinkle at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
When was this requested information provided to Mr. Sprinkle?
October 26th of 2016.
And for these records, what was requested?
Subscriber information and call detail records were requested.
Were cell tower information requested for this number?
Yes, that was included in the cell records.
And do you know if this was a pre or post-paid account?
It's prepaid.
And what was the date that this account was activated?
The account activation date was April 10th of 2013.
Now, I want to publish 519 Yankee Alpha. Do you have that before you?
Yes.
Is this also T-Mobile records?
Yes, it is.
Now, who made this request for 519 Yankee Alpha?
It was made by the David Razy with the Cobb County Police Department.
When were these records
Agent
provided
Racy.
to Detective Racy with Cobb County?
On January 16th of 2016.
What is the last four of this phone number that Detective Racy requested?
It's 9596.
Now, what is the subscriber name for this particular record?
The subscriber name is Dorothea Greer.
What is under, do you see where it says device details?
Yes.
What is, I'm going to scroll down. What is the MSISDN name indicate?
That's the MISDN or telephone number.
And what is the account details name for this or subscriber details at the top?
It's Kendra Cohen.
What is the reason or what's the difference between subscriber details and this device details name?
So this is basically an account that Kendra Cohen opened up, but there was a number that was being associated with the account. You could have multiple telephone numbers under one account, and the name that they gave for that specific telephone number was Dorothea Greer as the person using the number.
Now, what was the date range requested for this 9596 number?
I'd have to look at the actual request. It doesn't show the exact date range in the T-Mobile subscriber info.
Understood. Now, is there any activation or cancellation for this phone number?
So the activation date was February 16th of 2012 for the account. And then the termination date was April 28th of 2015.
What was the disconnect reason?
It doesn't give a reason for the disconnect other than it was canceled.
Do you see under device details, the MSISDN disconnect reason column in the middle of the page?
Oh, at the customer request. So the customer requested it.
Now, initially we talked about T-Mobile records. Are these, or excuse me, Sprint records, is the call detail records and cell site tower for T-Mobile, is it in the same or different format?
It's a totally different format. With T-Mobile, the cell tower information's on the call detail record. You don't have to go to a separate list to be able to view that information and correlate the two. It's on the record itself. It does give an address. The address is really there for engineering purposes to locate where that tower is located. If you were to plot the information, you would want to use the latitude and longitude. It still has the same identifying information within the record as you would see on the Sprint records as far as the different components of the cell tower.
Now, I'm going to publish the call detail records contained within 519 Yankee.
Okay.
Do you see this on the screen?
Yes.
And can you describe, I'm going to, for these columns and what they indicate for the jury? I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you.
I can.
Are the first two the date and time of the calls?
Yeah, it's just in a little bit of different order, but it's the date, time, the times in military time.
What about the time zone?
So in order to get it to the time zone, these records are kept in universal coordinated time, which mirrors Greenwich Mean Time. You have to do a conversion. And so to get to Eastern time, it would be either -4 hours or -5 hours. It just depends on if it's daylight saving time or standard time. So it would be less in daylight saving time and be -4. It would be more if it was after we turn the clocks back.
Now, after you see how there's this duration column?
Yes.
What does it mean if the duration is blank, and what, can you explain that for the jury?
It just depends. And so they're different records from Sprint. It doesn't necessarily mean the same thing, but it could be that it's a text message, but not always. Basically, you have the duration is the total time that it was connected to the network. You have the call type, which is a mobile outgoing call. So that's definitely a call outgoing, even though it has no duration time.
What does this, like, do you see call type that's highlighted?
Yes.
What is MOC, MTC? What does that mean?
So I just explained MOC is mobile outgoing call. MTC is mobile terminating call. So outgoing call would be outgoing from that record holder. Terminating would be a call that ended with the record holder. So it terminated at that number. And then it tells you basically in the next column, the directionality. So outgoing is out from the phone. Incoming would be incoming to the phone. If it was a call that went to voicemail, it would have an inbound portion and an outbound portion. It would have two portions, kind of like what I talked about earlier with the Sprint stuff and the routed thing. It would have two portions, and it could say call forwarding, but it's forwarded to the voicemail platform.
And are the next columns delineating the calling number, the dialed number?
Right. And so you have the calling number, the number that was dialed, the called number, and the destination number. Typically, the called number and the destination number is going to be the same thing, but it could have like a 1 in the area code. It would show what was actually dialed in that dialed number column.
What is the IMSI, IMEI
Yeah.
columns?
So that's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity that coincides with the target number. It's part of T-Mobile's record keeping that correlates the record with the telephone number, the record holder, and then the IMEI is the International Mobile Equipment ID. That is the serial number essentially for the phone that's operating in tandem with the telephone number.
And what are these completion code? What does, you see how at the top, or I'll highlight it, it has abnormal completion. What does that mean or could mean?
So it's a call that was on the network, but it wasn't completed. It was not a completed transaction for
What are some
whatever
examples?
for whatever reason.
Understood.
It could have been that the call didn't go through. It was an attempted call, but it didn't complete. And then if it was completed, it shows on there, of course, completed successfully.
Is the answered column if the phone call was answered, unanswered?
Correct.
And is the service code, what, without going through all of them, what are some examples of what this service code column indicates?
Yeah, so like 11 is an example, like that the calling number was viewable, right? If it had a 12, it would be restricted. 2A means that it was a call that went to voicemail, essentially. And that would make sense because it wasn't answered, right? And so if it said 2B, it would be a call that goes to voicemail that was not reachable. It went to voicemail as well. And so all these different codes are in the keys to understanding information. So that help aid that is sent out, it's all broken down in there, as well as it would indicate the different columns and the information that's held within the call detail records.
The disconnecting party, the party that ended the call, is that fair?
Correct, the calling party. Right?
Is there anything significant in terms of cell site tower information or call detail records from the service indicator or SMS delivery status column?
No, the specific is the switch. That's giving the switch that handled the transaction. And then it gives the information for that specific switch, the site ID that would go to the tower that is actually conducting the call.
And then you had mentioned, you see how it says switch name and then first LTE site ID?
Correct.
So just for fun, there is now a Squidward's house emoji. Just because. Just because.
Is the switch name, is that correspond with where the switch that made this phone, the T-Mobile switch that made this phone call, or what does that mean?
Right, that's the switch that conducted the call. And then the site ID correlates with the specific tower information.
And then with this column that has azimuth, lat, and long, what is that the azimuth of or the lat long of?
The tower information.
That call used?
Right. So I'm just going to give you a quick overview. Generally speaking, cell towers are three-sided. So there would be three different inputs. You will see that on the Sprint side, but on this record, because it's included within the record, it's just showing the azimuth or the midpoint for that specific sector that the radio frequency bounced off of from that cell tower or antenna. Essentially, your phone just emanates a radio frequency. It bounces off this antenna. That's where it's received. The receiving antenna then shows the latitude and longitude. From that latitude and longitude, you would actually be able to plot where that tower was. It wouldn't give you the exact location of where that handset was, but it's going to give you the tower that received the call.
And is that type of information regularly kept in T-Mobile's course of business?
Yes.
And great reminder here, Jordy, But the defense isn't objecting, but whatever. But just for clarification, typically a records custodian doesn't need to be qualified in as an expert witness. They could just say, look, here's how records work and here are the records. But if he's not qualified as an expert witness and he starts talking about the technology behind these cell phone towers, now we're walking into expert witness territory that he might not be qualified for. So we'll see. Chances are we won't get too far into that, but if they do, I'm sure the defense will object. But yeah, great point there, Jordy.
Now, was there also some records that I had discussed, the business record certs?
Yes.
So I wanted to publish 520 Yankee Alpha. Do you have that before you?
Yes.
What is the name, or let me ask you this, what are the last four associated with 520 Yankee Alpha? And I'm publishing that for the jury, Your Honor.
And Marlena Mack says I got bored and lost, going to need
Yankee
highlights.
Alpha, sir.
There is not a single highlight in this. Not a single one.
It's the number ending in 8008.
Who is the subscriber name associated with this?
The subscriber name is Javaris Bradford.
And what was the account effective date for this?
So the account effective date is May 5th of 2014.
Who made this request?
The requesting party was Daryl Browning, or that was the that was the respondent. Hold on a second. It was David White with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney.
And when were these records for the 8008 returned to David White with the Fulton County DA's office?
June 13th of 2016.
And what was do you see that above the subscriber details column beneath the provided on date, that sentence where it has the search warrant? What was the date that this request was responding to?
It was in response to a search warrant that was dated on May 16, 2016.
And what is there at the very bottom for device details? What does the MDN effective date or MDN expiration date mean?
So for that specific phone, it was effective October 6, 2015 through December 5th of 2015.
And that phone model, what does that mean? BYOD iPhone?
Bring your own device iPhone.
Understood.
Oh man, guys, do we need to have a bring your own device party? That could be questionable phrasing there. A bring your own electronic communications device party. Why would they call it that? I get that it's you bring your own device, you sign up for a new carrier. I'm just looking for any excuse to have something else to do. Plan your bring your own device party in the chat, guys.
Now, do you have 521 Yankee Alpha before you?
Yes.
Is that T-Mobile or Sprint?
It's Sprint.
I'm publishing 521 Yankee Alpha, Your Honor. Who requested, or let me ask you this, what are the last four of 521 Yankee Sprint records of that cell phone?
The number is last four is 3145.
And who requested these Sprint cell phone records?
David White with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
What was the date of David White's request?
When did we send it out?
Correct.
It
Or-
was June 25th of 2016.
And what is the name associated with this account?
The subscriber name is Monica Cobb.
And what was the date range for this request?
The date range was from January 1st, 2015 through January 31st of 2015.
When was this account established date?
The account, give me 1 second, was established on December 19 of 2003.
And was this prepaid or postpaid?
Give me 1 second. It was a postpaid subscriber, a billed subscriber.
And was call detail records with cell site requested?
Yes.
Was call detail records with cell site received by the requesting party, David White?
Yes.
Now, would these call detail records and cell site correspond with the T-Mobile columns that we walked through?
Sprint?
Or sorry, my apologies. Yes, the first columns we walked through, the first XL was Sprint.
Correct. They would have the same information just for a different telephone number. And so it would be in the same format as the other Sprint records that we looked at earlier.
Now, you also have before you 522 Yankee Alpha.
Yes.
Is that T-Mobile or Sprint?
It is T-Mobile.
I'm going to publish 522 Yankee Alpha for the jury, Your Honor. Now, who made, or what are the last four of this cell phone number requested?
The last four are 3904.
Who made this request?
The request was David White was the requester with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
When did the records get returned to David White?
It would have been,
or when were they provided, I should ask?
on June 13th of 2016.
Now, what was the subscriber name?
The subscriber name was Kendra Cohen, was the actual account holder. And the subscriber name was Young Money.
Is there any activation or cancellation with this account?
Give me 1 second.
Or let me ask this, when was the account effective date?
So the account effective date was December 26th of 2014. And then the account expired or expiration date was April 24th of 2015.
And what was the date range requested for these records?
It's not on this request. It would have been in the body of the search warrant.
With the call detail records associated with this, if we looked at the first row and the last row, would that tell us the date range of?
It would give you an approximation, right?
Publishing, Your Honor, 522 Yankee, the call detail records. Now, sir, can you see what the date is for the first call in these records?
It's January 5th of 2015.
Okay.
Imagine if there's a text from Moody that's like, I just got beat up. Oh, and shout out to Keisha, gonna get her nails done with the color slime.
And what is the date in column 614 to 615?
January 15th of 2015.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
I pulled it down and it's still silent. Oh my gosh.
Your Honor, may I briefly approach with member of defense?
Oh Lord. I don't know if I'm like glad that they're approaching and that means that this will take longer, or but we get a break in the meantime, or if I'm annoyed that they're approaching and dragging this out. I'm like fighting a yawn battle. Like if I start yawning, I end up yawning several times before I stop yawning. Holy moly. Shout out to Dave here, who says, good afternoon, cat and chat with the capital C. Glad you're safe from Hurricane Helene. The dirty side should be near Atlanta Friday. Yeah, and I see you guys in the chat. You said that you now live in Birmingham, but someone else in Georgia is mentioning it looks like you guys are getting squalls in Georgia. So anyone in the chat that's in Georgia, let us know how the weather is. We're getting similar. We're getting like the bands of wind and the rain and some strong gusts already. So everyone make sure if you're in the pathway, be prepared for a power outage. If you're in like the pathway of the eye, definitely take precautions because I think this is going to be stronger than they predict. Usually when they talk about a hurricane for like 3 weeks, like the second it forms out in the ocean somewhere, sometimes it ends up being a dud. But these ones that they're like the 3 days leading up to it, that are like, well, it looks like it might become a hurricane. All of a sudden, those always ramp up. And then things become category 3 to category 4 to, God forbid, category 5. Always just got to be careful. Yeah, we're getting pouring right now. Georgia here, a bit dark and windy. Jessica says, Georgia/South Carolina border. A little windy, but fine for now, but canceled school the next 2 days. Oh, and as a kid, music to my ears as a kid, right? We had snow usually. And I think one time we actually had a bad storm up in New York where they canceled it because of the storm. That was really it. Other than that, it was always snow days. Oh, we used to listen to the radio waiting to hear our name, our school's name. And we always had like the school next to us. We'd just be like, oh, they're closing. That means we're going to close. It'd be so suspenseful. Dante says currently getting the rain bands coming from the Midwest. Still too far south to hit Atlanta. That ill kid Jay is praying for rain out in the desert. Yeah, charge your portable chargers, guys. Great, great reminder. Heavy rain. Ooh, no Atlanta traffic in the rain.
Now, earlier I'd asked you about Sprint or T-Mobile records not tracking different applications in these call detail records from Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, something like that. Why are they not captured in these records?
That's a form of data. And so this is the network information. If data information was asked for, it could show up in those types of records. But with the actual call detail records and cell site information, there would be no data involved in that.
And from 2015 until 2024 today, has there been any change in the towers that T-Mobile or what once was Sprint had? Have they increased, decreased, stayed the same in terms of towers in the network?
So the network's stronger now because we essentially migrated all the Sprint information into T-Mobile. There's not really much more I can say about that other than it's a stronger network now than it was when both companies were operating on their own.
Understood. And when we had discussed subscriber information, is there any reason that it says basic subscriber information? Is there any other type of records associated with subscriber information, or why is it referred to that way?
Yeah, so we can only give what is asked for. And so several years ago, Sprint had made a change that we would only give out the expanded subscriber information if it was asked for through legal process. And expanded versus basic is it would be the account details that has the social security number involved. Keeping that type of information in-house is a big deal. We don't want those types of things going out. And so we would only send that information if it was asked for. And so that would be the difference. So basically, if a request came in and it was basic, it wouldn't be the expanded subscriber information. So it wouldn't include the date of birth, the social security number. Like those would be things that weren't sent out.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
At least I believe brief when Atkins says it.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, yay. One in the chat.
That's questions for this witness.
One in the chat. And that's really not exactly the fault of the witness or Atkins. It's just going to be boring by nature.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes.
Have you ever encountered your records showing a certain duration for a call, and then the call goes to a different provider's record? So it's calling from one phone, your company, to another company. You understand what I'm asking you so far?
Yes.
And they have different times for duration. Can you explain that to the jury, if you come across that?
So I don't really compare other carriers. There could be a slight variation, but I just mainly look at the records for my specific company, right? But there could be some type of maybe a minimal amount of time that's different.
What would be minimal? And we have an example.
Seconds, I don't know.
We're talking 10, 15, 20 seconds difference, or you're talking 2 seconds difference?
Like I said, I don't work for another carrier. I've worked for these two. And when you're comparing phone calls, there could be some type of network reception. So it could be different depending on, you're talking about two different networks correlating with two different transactions, but it's the same, right? And so the way one carrier keeps their information could be slightly different than the other carrier. So I can't tell you why.
Okay. The azimuth, it's AZIMUTH, I believe?
Correct.
Can you explain what that is to the jury?
I can. So the azimuth is the midpoint for the sector. Generally speaking, cell towers have 3 sectors. And they would show the directionality of where the radio frequency was bouncing off of that specific sector. So basically the azimuth is the middle part of the sector. I kind of look at it like this. Like if you looked at a clock, 12 is 0 and 360, right? On a compass. And so 120 would be at 4 o'clock. If 120 degrees was that sector, the midpoint would be 60. So that would be the azimuth. That's just one example.
How do you know in these records that you have just talked about, how do you know whether there's 3 sectors in these records that the jurors are about to see and get explained?
So on the Sprint records, they're on basically the list to interpret the information. It's all in there. The T-Mobile records just show the azimuth for that specific tower. So they're 2 different things, right? T-Mobile has it on the record. Sprint shows all the sectors on the key that coincides with the records.
Okay.
So the engineering aspects, that would be, you'd have to have the actual master list to see how that, for T-Mobile, how that orientation was, if it was multiple sectors or an omni antenna, which would be 1, right? So it doesn't discount what actually transpired because it shows on the record for T-Mobile.
And then my last series of questions on that clock example you just gave, with the 1, the 4, I don't know if you said, but the 8 o'clock would be the next one. 3 sectors. Is that fair to say?
If that's how that tower was oriented.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Explain that to the jury, because it can rotate depending upon how the tower is built. Is that all true?
Right. So the sectors are, once they're made, they can be changed, but generally you're going to have 1 sector covering an area that's approximately 120 degrees. All 3 of them would make up 360 degrees, which would be the 0 and the 12, right? And so they're oriented differently depending on, I'm not an engineer. I just know this from everything that I've done over the years with these records, right? Over 20 years of working with these. But they're orientated for reception, population density, right? The way that they're set up is all predicated by that azimuth. And so that gives the midpoint for each one of those sectors. The records are only going to show the 1 azimuth for that specific tower that was the radio frequency was bouncing off of.
How do we know the rotation of that specific cell tower from these records without going out to the actual tower on the actual date?
Like I said, that's giving you the midpoint for the 1 specific tower on the T-Mobile records. On the Sprint records, it will show all of them.
Right, but the rotation, how the cell tower
It's not
itself-
rotating, it's staying in 1 position.
Understood, but when it's built, it could be different. For tower 1, we can have a perfect clock with the first, I'll call it alpha.
That's right.
Well, let me just finish the question. Alpha between 0 and 4 o'clock, or 12 and 4 o'clock. Beta would be 4 to 8. Gamma would be 8 to 12. But on the
Generally speaking, that's how it would be set up.
But on the next tower, it may be, and I'm making this up, 2 o'clock.
That's right.
Till 6 o'clock, I think I did that right, would be the alpha, and et cetera. True?
That could happen.
Okay.
It's still going to be on the record.
Okay, perfect. That's all. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other defense questions for this witness? No one? Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
when on cross, when you were asked questions about the azimuth and the data in these records,
Correct.
with the records from either Sprint or T-Mobile that we discussed, is the data needed to plot, is the location of the tower information contained in these call detail records with cell site information that we have?
Yes, within both carriers' records, right? Both Sprint and T-Mobile's information. The information is revealed for the latitude and longitude along with the azimuth for every pertinent call that was attached to the network.
With the records that were received back or
That's
provided?
correct. That's correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And is the latitude and longitude of the tower location contained in these records for either Sprint or T-Mobile?
Yes. So the latitude and longitude is there. You would have to use some type of mapping software to be able to see it on a map, but it does give the exact location of where each tower is located. As I spoke to earlier, you don't want to use the address that's there on the address line, because that could be an address that is utilized to locate the tower. It could be in a farmer's backyard. It could be anywhere, right? And so the lat and long is what you would need to use, as well as the azimuth to get the directionality, and then you would be able to see an estimation of where the radio frequency was bouncing off of, but it would give you the exact location of the tower.
Thank you, sir. No
You're
further
welcome.
questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Steele, based on that? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think, given the time we're at now, and I'm sure people are wondering how hard it's raining outside, since we're apparently potentially getting only Category 1 right now, but hurricane may be heading in our direction. We'll go ahead and break for this evening, and I have gotten word in the last little bit that a determination has been made to close the courthouse tomorrow.
All right,
So
no
we will
court
not
tomorrow.
be in trial tomorrow, and I don't have any word for Friday yet. We'll get that information to you as soon as I know. If the courthouse is open, I intend to have trial on Friday. But we'll let you know.
Interesting. That was unexpected, and that really sucks. So it seems like Summer G was apparently subpoenaed last night and showed up today, supposed to come up after this witness, but now they're calling early and no court tomorrow. So Summer is now in subpoena limbo for maybe until next week. Yeah, what are we gonna do all day tomorrow? I mean, to be honest, guys, I might have in and out power anyway, but I don't know, maybe we could think of something fun to do in the meantime. Here, we're gonna have a hurricane
Is there
party. It's
anything
for
for
real
the
though.
record before we break for the evening?
Not in the state law.
Nope. All right, y'all please take tomorrow and keep plugging on all of the other aspects of this case that still need to be dealt with. And I will let y'all know as well as soon as I know what our Friday plan is.
Yeah. So landfall is supposed to be tomorrow evening, and it's a huge storm. So I can't imagine if landfall in Florida is tomorrow evening, that by Friday morning they'd be reopening the court in Georgia if they're planning to close court tomorrow already. So just you know, my own guess here, and I think Ike seems to be in the same line of thinking. But we'll get an update there. I'll try to post a community post if I see something going on with Friday. Remember on Fridays that Nick Starro does do his panel show, and he won't have that event up quite yet. But I'll share a link out to Nick Starrow's Friday panel show, which I'm sure will happen even if there's no court on Friday. And you guys know the drill. Keep an eye out for keep an eye out for the streams. We'll see how that goes. Anything else that's important? Now, since we're ending early, I did have a redirect set up to go to Taybiz TV's live. I'm going to drop the link because, you know, if you redirect and hang out there for an hour, cool. And I'll see you then. But if you need the link to click that notify button, he's going to be talking about the Diddy case a little bit. And I don't know if Nick Starrow, for you guys that tuned in late today and wanted to see some of the stuff from this morning, I don't see Nick Starrow's scheduled a recap yet, but he usually goes live in, you know, evenings, Eastern time to do recaps. So this is Nick Starrow here. And who else do you guys see live? Anyone live right now? We've got some chats to get through, and, you know, in all seriousness, this is a great point. Nameless says that in Georgia, tornadoes are really, be prepared for that. Listen out. We get some of them too in Florida, especially like the central Florida area. We get some warnings over here on the East Coast. But I know my brother, my mom has her weather alerts set up to like all of our family members, what their weather alerts are. So sometimes she'll call, she'll be like, "You're in a tornado watch," and I wouldn't even know. So shout out to my mom for looking out. My brother's in Georgia. She'll do the same to him. Call him when he has a tornado warning. Oh, thank you, LaDonna. So Nick isn't doing a stream today. So again, but use that link for Nick if you haven't already subscribed. Come hang out for the Friday. It's been a YSL panel for at least the first portion of it. All of the Fridays. Last week was a bigger celebration because he had hit 10,000 subscribers. But typically, it's a pretty focused YSL panel, at least for the first hour, and it's always a good time. But yeah, if you guys know of someone else that's streaming right now, shout them out in the chat. We will be doing Club Classy this evening as well at 8 p.m. Eastern. And as long as wind doesn't get crazy, our infrastructure just sucks here from past hurricanes. So sometimes a wind gust, we see the power flick, and it's not really strong wind that's all that dangerous, but it's just the power lines going down. But unless power goes out, I'll be at Club Classy today at 8 p.m. I do want to get through these very kind and generous super chats today, you guys. AK had said, Steele said, her or the state. I thought she said they didn't threaten to arrest him. Talking about, we're going back to, you know, this phone call with Quindarrius Zachary's dad and the circumstances around his material witness warrant. Did she have issue with Steele saying Augusta? Because we were mentioning different counties in that phone call. And love is crazy. I agree. And that call was something else. If you guys missed it, I did clip out and segment that part of today as a separate, it's like a 10-minute clip. So if you just want to listen to that again, it is clipped separately. Thank you for the 5 AK. And then Keena Scott says the triangle offense, not up to par with the YSL defense. Yeah, and I really thought, you know, honestly, I'm not going to lie, I didn't really catch what Steele was putting down with the recross. But the cross from all the defense attorneys was very, very good. I thought Doug's, the questions he was asking, even though they were all sustained, very interesting. The things he was asking and some of the answers we were able to hear, even though they were sustained. Steele, I don't think his recross was bad by any means. It's just, Steele's always like up here on this level. And I think we were like here today with Steele. So Dave911 says, I love it when your profile picture's at the top left corner. Yeah, in the courtroom. And I'm up here in the top of the courtroom. You know, good times. You guys had fun when I put my picture on the state's computer monitor too. That was a good day. It looks like I'm spying over the judge's shoulder through a window. Yeah, I'm in the courtroom. Got my Rule 22. Thank you, Dave, so much. Ayana Davis says, did Miss Love open the door for recross of Steele to get into why Quindarrius Zachary and father disliked DA Love? Not sure if this was discussed already. So we didn't really get into that. I don't know why Love was goading. Love was saying, you know, call them to the stand. Call Ricky Richardson, the attorney that's been a family friend and represented some of the family members over the years. She's like, call him to the stand. Honestly, I hope at some point down the road, they do. Put him on the stand. Put him on the stand. So while I don't really think the door was open to go deeper into questions about why do you like or dislike a particular person on the opposing counsel, maybe some further questions about state of mind would have been allowed. But hey, I think if Steele down the road wants to bring in Ricky Richardson, how could the state object when it was the state's idea? So thank you so much for the 5. Ike says, Kat, hats off for your daily display of stamina. Well, I just got a lucky break. We got an ending early. I tried to snack a little bit before. I'm hungry. I can't wait to eat something for dinner. So I'm lucky that we ended early because my stomach was about to start growling. But, you know, we're here. You guys make it easy. And it's not too bad until I start losing my voice. Thank you, Ike. Casey Dog says, let her do it. Defense is licking their chops. Talking about, you know, are we going to introduce this video of the audio off while Quindarrius Zachary's signing, writing things on paper? And she didn't do it. So we missed a little bit of entertainment, but I think that was the right play by the state for once. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, is there anything good to say about this lady? It's that she's got huge brass balls. It's true, you know? She does what she does with conviction. Love certainly has a conviction about her, the way she pursues an argument. That is very accurate. I'll give you that, Chloe. Casey Dog says whenever she gets into the baby voice, she's losing. Yeah, and right after all that, when they got the witness back on the stand, she's like resuming her questions like this. Like, it's always so obvious. Thank you so much for your support today, Casey Dog. And then Reek G said, thank you for the membership. And I think since we have 403 here, it must have come from 403 is ready. That's what I'm thinking here. So thank you for showing appreciation. And Reek also says, and maybe it's Rick, I'm saying Reek. I could be wrong. Woody push nut, state just wants thug. I think there's a lot to back that theory up. And at the end of the day, if that theory is remotely possible, it certainly chips away at the reasonable doubt burden that the state bears the burden to prove. So, City Gent says, Kat, our mods in chat, love is bending my brain. Yeah, well, how did that records custodian witness do for your brain? Did it get any better? We were all like, let's move on from love, let's do something else, and then yeah, sometimes you gotta be careful what you wish for. Grass isn't always greener. But luckily, we got done with the records custodian witness, although I think we might have more coming. I don't think that's the end of records custodians in this case. Classy Beats again, and I don't know if Amy and Classy are still hanging out in here, but they've been so generous, gifted a ton of memberships. Big appreciation to the Classy family and Classy community. And thank you to everyone in the chat that has, you know, if you've attended, if you've gone to one of Classy's streams, whether it's YSL content, any other type of content, or the music content, and you've shown some love, some support, given your feedback on what it's like to hang out over there. Appreciate it so much because it's really been a nice, you know, at the end of the day, winding down from these trials to go over and hang out in a chat, see you guys in a more casual environment and be able to talk. Super, super awesome. So I know you guys will get tired of me dropping these links, but Club Classy tonight. Club Classy tonight. Hit that notify me button on that 8 p.m. Eastern stream and come hang out. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think the squeaky chair got moved to the witness stand because for 2 days this week, the witness stand chair had a squeak with a different pitch. And then occasionally we heard the squeaky chair pitch that we know from out in the courtroom floor. So I think there's 2, but today I didn't really hear much squeak at all. So we need our squeaks back. DC Pete says, Nuts family needs to sue the state. This is messy. I mean, the prosecutors have so much immunity. I think it'd be futile, but even though I don't know if the lawsuit would go anywhere, I would love to just hear the news say, you know, victim's family is still seeking justice to find closure, to find out who really did something. They're not satisfied with this investigation and where it landed. I don't know what the family thinks, though. But if the family does think that, I wouldn't blame them at all for wanting to call it out. So, can't speak for them, but again, wouldn't blame them if they felt this way. Men Cheat Code says, I was locked up, and I'm laughing at the name. I'm not laughing at your story here. Men Cheat Code says, I was locked up in Fulton. Oh, oh. They lose track of their inmates like they did me. I sat 4 months, no public defender or court date. Thanks to my mom, she helped me, just like Quindarrius Zachary's dad. Yeah, shout out to the family members and the friends. And, you know, there's some organizations in Fulton County specifically that have really made their focus advocacy for people that are being held in Fulton and Rice Street, not having their day in court, even for something as simple as a bond hearing. I know, again, ACLU attorneys are helping an organization called Barred Business. They want a writ of mandamus to be issued to the DA, the district attorney, to Fonnie Willis's office. Why are you not notifying, really, Judge Glanville? That's the judge that's supposed to get notified when you have someone sitting for more than 45 days without an indictment. So sitting uncharged, no indictment, which means you're just sitting there. Really no reason given to you why. The state hasn't said what they're planning to charge you with. You're sitting stuck in Rice Street. Statutorily, supposed to notify Judge Glanville is the seat at the top because he's the chief judge. Why aren't you doing that? 90 days, still a lot of people. No notification has been sent to the judge to set a bond hearing. Like, can you imagine 90 days sitting somewhere like Rice Street of all places, but anywhere? 90 days, not even indicted to know what you're being charged with. No bond hearing. All while Fulton County has a pre-indictment diversion program in place that they actively try to raise additional funding for. What are you diverting if you have people sitting beyond the time limit without an indictment? So big problem. I am so sorry that you were in that situation, and I thank you for sharing your story because it's important to talk about, and like, that's an important thing to change. I can't think of a bigger violation of someone's rights than, you know, sitting. You're not even charged after that long. Like, set the bond hearing. And also keep track of your inmates. You know, if you're in someone's custody, you should be, the state should be responsible. The jail should be responsible for you if they're holding you. So these stories where people are lost in the system, we kind of heard a little bit about that from Woody when he was held in contempt. You know, they didn't give him a pin. Like, it's just nuts. So thank you so much for speaking and sharing your story here, Men Cheat Codes. And again, I was laughing at your username, not your story earlier. Andre Cook says, does co-conspirator statements only exist for Georgia? Nope, it's not only in Georgia, but the application that we're seeing here, I think it's new for a lot of us to watch because this is a long trial. We've seen them try to apply it in many different directions. And we're watching a state with a different RICO statute than what we'd expect at the federal level, right? There's no pecuniary interest. There's a bunch of different details, different nuances. Certain acts could make someone a co-conspirator or be an act in furtherance of the conspiracy that type of act wouldn't fly under the federal statute. So we're hearing a broader application of co-conspirator statements because this is Georgia state statute rather than what we might be familiar with otherwise. So it exists, but the application is certainly a bit unique in Georgia here. Trikisha says, so Love did keep Quindarrius Zachary as a witness to call back. You know, I didn't really hear that. Did you guys hear if he was released? I mean, not if released. Is he subject to recall? So I didn't really hear that. But Love just always seems to say she wants to keep everybody on the list. So I wouldn't be surprised if she said that. And I don't really know if that means she actually plans to call someone back when she does say that. So sorry I don't have the specific answer. And then Natasha, also right in line with the previous question here, says RICO has racketeering. Where's the money trail? So there doesn't need to be an element of pecuniary interest established under Georgia statute, right? When you hear federal RICO, it's always like, here's the money. They're laundering money. They're making money. They're moving the money around. Here's the hands and the power that come into play because of the financial interest, the pecuniary interest. That's not part of the Georgia statute. So that's why, where's the money trail? Why are people calling each other to look for like a Lucy or a pill, a one-off pill? It's because it's not a big deal in this case that, hey, these people are still kind of like out here asking questions that imply they aren't making a ton of money. This doesn't seem like what we'd expect for RICO enterprise. It's because it's the Georgia statute. Gwendon says, 2 RICOs, 1 campaigning, others in Rice Street. Yep. Thank you, Gwendon, for the 2. Mrs. Love. Oh, this is the Mrs. Love we like. We love this Mrs. Love. This Mrs. Love, for the 5, says, this COVID's kicking my butt. Feel better? That sucks. Thanks for the recap. I was just about to ask what I missed. I think that's when 403 is ready asked for the recap. I hope you feel better. That sucks. And again, we love you, Mrs. Love. You are the love that we can shout out. Elizabeth Wright says, I thought Fani the DA said cell records were not reliable. And I have no problem with something a prosecutor says anywhere. Especially like a district attorney, right? Not just like an ADA. Coming back to bite them in the butt when it's something that they try to use against defendants over and over and over and over again. If there's merit to the claim that these cell location records, how you can get cell site locations, use them to say, look, we think this person was there, then the state, the DA, is telling you, well, that's not reliable when it applies to us. Well, the defendants deserve the same claim that it's unreliable. It's just, I love to see taste of your own medicine. Can't be rules for thee and not for me. So Elizabeth Wright, thank you for the reminder. And this isn't the only case where that becomes an issue. Raymond Rohrer says so, but also, yeah, talking about the last witness. And that guy was just doing his job, right? He was called to testify. It's his job. I don't really know if it sticks or lands with the jury. It's kind of boring. You guys were tuning it out. And the jury might have been sitting there more worried about, what am I going to do with this rain and this weather? But that guy was really just doing his job. I wouldn't want that job. Thank you, Raymond. FFS says, so this guy has access to every time I log into OnlyFans asking for a friend. It doesn't seem like that. Does not seem like that. Thank you, FFS. And asking for a friend was hilarious. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I'm so proud of you, chat. You're still following this? Talking about that witness. I have MS, and this is the type of thing that activates my lethargy. And, well, I have to drive home in an hour or so. I've tuned out. Yeah, and you're in the New York area, so you've got to be sharp and attentive when you're driving. I mean, you should always be attentive when you're driving. When I was younger, I don't know how I was fine driving in New York City. But now that I haven't driven in a congested area for so long, it stresses me out. So, applaud you for being able to do it. I would definitely need to use taxis or Ubers if I go back. I just don't think I'm cut out for it anymore. Everything here is like one lane or highway, and it's a lot less stressful. Chloe, shout out to you, and hopefully, MS can be sucky. And I hope your lethargy actually isn't triggered by this. And if it did get triggered, I hope it gets better. What, why, and whose? Love to all from Australia. The chat is so on it, I never have to say a word. Well, thank you for sharing your story in the chat about, the chickens that are hatching. Love to hear it. Guys, what, why, and whose has chickens and occasionally gives us some insight and stories. And today we got to hear about chicklets that hatched, and they're going to be growing up, but right now they're fluffy. So super appreciate you. Thank you so much. Mrs. Kate for the 2. Thank you. Maya Elise said, all right, nobody's gifting me a membership. I'm hopping on board myself. Maya Elise, thank you so much for becoming a member. Casey Dog says, he'd be an expert if we still had aerial phones. Just flying around, not landing. Shout out to Casey Dog. You've had great commentary today. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Cat, you mean a freak off? Uh-oh, yeah, I had to be careful with that device party language. I should have watched my phrasing. Chloe Albert's Revenge also says, can we get a real tech nerd up there who's overly enthusiastic about his testimony? This guy doesn't even seem to like his job. At least we could laugh at the other type of witness. We had a little bit of that in the Karen Reed trial. The one witness the Commonwealth called to rebut the idea that, certain back-end packet data showing when something was actually searched on a browser tab on a phone might not reflect the accurate timestamp, right? That's what they needed to call this witness to testify to. And they kept her up for a long time. I started to tune it out, but she was enthusiastic and really loved her job, you could tell. And I don't know, we had a hung jury in that trial, so maybe that witness, her enthusiasm, maybe that was part of why we were hung. And I didn't really find her science or explanation to be that compelling, but I appreciated her enthusiasm. And here it was just a records guy just kind of like, yeah, here's an azimuth. Hey, jury, what's up? Here's a column. Like, it was not very entertaining. Thank you so much again, Chloe. Tons of support today. Thank you so much as always. And I think you had another one here. Big thank you here. I want to say if anyone has a different opinion than most of us, cool. I think I speak for most of us when I say we welcome all here. I agree. Echo chambers are boring. Communication is the American way, for real. Speak your mind. Yep, and also a great reminder, Chloe, this is a great reminder, and it's how I think, so, you know, I'm not opposed to someone wanting to be in a channel where a difference of opinion can't be expressed, and I think in this trial there's some unison of whether someone thinks there's guilt or innocence on a particular defendant here. Overall, the process is highly scrutinized. But there's been other, like Courtney Clenny is one. I think Courtney Clenny has some divisive opinions, and I hope moving forward, if you guys tune into when we talk about other trials, other cases, you guys are open to the open-mindedness. I think we happen to be aligned here, all criticizing the process in some way or form, and hopefully nobody's been too harsh in disagreement. Great words here, Chloe. And to the mods, guys, have an understanding that the way YouTube works, YouTube flags comments and the mods are usually just hitting the hide button. Because if YouTube's flagging it, the idea is for whatever reason, YouTube doesn't like something about the comment. Some of it is really out there what they flag. Like, it doesn't really have a curse word. I don't always know why it's flagging it. But a lot of what the mods do isn't just to delete your comments. It's usually YouTube flagging the comment. And they're just hitting the button, acknowledging that it was flagged. So if you think your comment is getting deleted, someone's being mean to you, it's YouTube that's flagging it. So thank you so much to Chloe for the kind words and for the mods for doing what they do so well. Chloe also recalls the blizzard of '96. Now that one messed up my brother's birthday party. I was young, but we had a ton of party food. Oh, we had so many cases of, like, you know, back in the day we had orange and grape sodas only for birthday parties. And since we didn't actually really have many guests come because there was a huge blizzard, man, we played so many video games and we thought we were so cool because we had orange soda and grape soda to last us for so many days. It was kind of a silver lining there. That was an interesting time, and we will not forget that blizzard. And also in the same vein, Angie Lee says, in all seriousness, everybody be safe with the weather. Great reminder. And Ike says, everyone in Northwest Florida and Georgia, be safe on purpose. Yeah, big difference to add those last two words. Love that, Ike. KC Dog says, love summoned up a storm with her rain dance. Oh, the rain dance with her questioning, or the rain dance with how she doesn't want to stand still while she's questioning? Or a little bit of both. Oh, goodness. Angie Lee also gifted a membership. Very sweet of you, Angie. Oh man, loving the rain dance. Let's see. And Marlena Mack had said earlier, we got this. I got bored and lost. Gonna need highlights. There was no highlights from that records custodian. It's really laying the groundwork for something they're going to talk about with another witness. So maybe we'll see why it's interesting or have a highlight feature in the future. Marlena also says, when is the KNW gang Fulton County Courthouse meetup? I need to book my flight. Oh, I don't know if I want to go to the Fulton County Courthouse. I just feel like it'll be sad to be near it. But someone had said a Florida meetup, right? I think in the chat right around that time. Here we go. Chloe had said it. Kat, you should host a meetup. I have a brother in Florida. I won't visit, but I'd come to Florida to hang out with the gang. Yeah, Florida, when we're outside of hurricane season, might be the better place for a meetup. It'd be like a vacation for some people. That could be a really good time. But I think next time I go up to Georgia, probably around January, if I plan to put a little space before it. I don't know, we can pick a giant restaurant or one of those, those, I don't know what they're called, but they're like an entertainment / restaurant / bar, and they have things like laser tag and an arcade system. Some of them have bowling alleys built in. Maybe we could just do one of those. That'd be really fun. That would be fun. And probably around January. FFS says, it's windy as heck right now. Considering leaving for a few days, this is going to be nuts. Yeah, you got to be careful. I mean, the wind for the storm, they're saying it's kind of unprecedented how wide they think this wind is going to spread. So nothing wrong with being extra safe. And then can we have an Atlanta and Florida pity stream tomorrow? Maybe, and I'll think about it. I'm just concerned about bandwidth and internet. I don't know. We get flickers pretty easily, so I don't know if it'd be really ideal for me to pop up on a stream. You might be like, Kat, you're glitching, and then the internet cuts out. But maybe. And then we have is it cha with a like ch, like cheese? Or do you do sha? Like softer, like shoe? Is it cha diggy or sha diggy? Because I read your name everywhere when I'm chatting with you somewhere, but I never have to say it out loud. And now I'm like, is it cha diggy or sha diggy? So we're going to be doing Flesh of the Gods tonight at 9. What are we talking about? I think probably rewinds, right? Flesh of the Gods has been doing rewinds lately. Okay, so tonight at 9, Flesh of the Gods will be doing, it's a rewind. We're going back to days 49 through 54. So cross-examination. This is going to be a fun rewatch. They've been great to hang out in previously. So make sure you bookmark this. This would be a good time. Look, we got the blue hearts in here already. There we go. And yeah, thank you again. A second super chat here from Cha or Shaw. Hold on, let me see if you've, the first one. I said Cha first, right? I can go back and rewind and catch it myself. I think Cha was the first one. So Cha Diggy. There we go. Thank you so much there. Great show, everyone. Stay safe. Thank you so much. And then Chloe also says, I won't visit my brother, hate his girlfriend. And yeah, it's like that sometimes. Chloe, again, thank you for all your support today. We are all caught up, you guys. Again, I'll post a update if I see that court is going to be closed or open or whatever on Friday. My guess is honestly they'll probably keep it closed since the storm's really hitting tomorrow night in Florida. I don't think weather in Georgia will be great Friday morning. Oh yeah, and I'm kind of freezing. I mean, it's because I started talking about the bandwidth changes. But in all seriousness, this is how it starts. It'll start doing this when weather gets really bad. So tomorrow I probably won't have internet, at least for a chunk of time. It always happens when the wind gets really bad. So there you go. There's a hint at exactly what would happen if I try to host a Florida, Georgia pity stream tomorrow. Oh yeah, okay, so the schools are already closing. I know I saw Thursday and Friday closed earlier. I don't remember where in Georgia that was, but this is Atlanta. So there we go. I think we're all caught up. Guys, if you are in Florida or Georgia, I think maybe Alabama's got to watch out a little bit too. Carolinas, stock up on your water. And thank you guys for hanging out and for the well wishes for the weather. And I don't know when I'll be live next. It might be Monday. So if I don't see you guys till Monday, I'll miss you, but I hope I see you over Flesh of the Gods, Tay Biz, Classy. Nick's not feeling well, but on Friday we'll be on Nick's channel. As long as he keeps that up, maybe he'll reschedule that too. But see you guys somewhere chat side. Thank you guys so much. We're going to end with, good vibes here.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfetter. K as in kittens, M as in magic, P as in perfect, CC as in Colette, U as in unbelievable, V as in victory, W as in wonderful.
O for addiction, S for sustain, B for buffering, E for Pepto-Bane. S for slime, my friend, and you, as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall, M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P for telling me anything. R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance, keep your stances strong. With ABCs of steel, you can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel